Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was true heir of darkness? Part 2. Join Patreon for early access of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Walking past a grand set of doors, Ethan felt a strange feeling wash over him. He couldn't exactly point out what it was, but he felt like something had shifted. He didn't know what, but he couldn't care less for the moment as he gazed at the Wajwr Palace. They had entered a sphere-shaped hall, as if they were within a giant fishbowl, and surrounding them was water. It was hard to believe they were still in the bay from earlier, however, as it was just too big. Looking around the water, however, there was one thing that caught Ethan's attention, and it was the giant tower some distance away. It was easily several dozen meters high, or rather, down. Indeed, it was upside down, the tip pointing down towards the depths while the base was on a rocky structure on top. What really shocked Ethan was that he knew what this was, because he had seen illustrations of it before. It was the Lighthouse of Alexandria, one of the 7 wonders of the world. Ethan didn't have to ask for anything for his mother to explain. Muggles believed that the lighthouse was constructed by the Greek, but it is actually even more ancient. The real one, at least. The one on the surface was built by a Greek wizard. But it was only a replica. Tracy couldn't help but ask, her voice uncharacteristically shy, what's the point of an underwater lighthouse? Helena smiled fondly at the girl. That is part of the reason why it is one of the 7 wonders of the magical world. No one knows who built it, or for which purpose, but it has stood for thousands of years, and it will stand for thousands of years. Suddenly filled with a strong yearning, Ethan asked, is it possible to visit it? The guide in front answered this time, I am afraid not. It is protected by strong magic. Moreover, it is strongly protected by our government, so any visit is forbidden. But some of the rooms in the Khazar Wajwr have an excellent view of it. Ethan smiled at the answer, but he felt his mother tap his shoulder, and she said, no snooping around, all right. Of course I wouldn't, you offend me, mother. Helena clicked her tongue and messed up Ethan's hair. She didn't like it when he called her mother instead of mom. After that, Tracy was impressed by everything she saw and was left gawking at practically everything they passed by. As for Ethan, he nearly always had a hand against one of the walls. More focused on analyzing the magic that held this place together rather than the view. As it turned out, they had one of the suites that gave on the lighthouse, but that did not surprise Ethan. His parents were rich, so getting the best suites was a given. So, what are we going to do today? Ethan asked his parents the question both him and Tracy had. Normally, the girl would have asked, but she was still feeling shy around his parents to really talk much. It had nothing to do with their names or their status though. It was something simpler, a timidity every children had. When they interacted with the parents of someone else. Henry, who was levitating the clothes out of the expanded mall they had brought into the drawers, replied, well, except for the few reservations we made. We are free to do whatever you guys want. Helena narrowed her eyes at Ethan, a hint of a threat behind them, and that won't be studying the local magic every day. Tracy suddenly felt a trace of guilt as she hurriedly diffused. It's fine, Ms. Grindelwald, I'm interested in their magic too. And it's nice of you, Tracy. But you got to set some boundaries with Ethan, or he would spend his entire days studying magic. I sometimes fear he will one day starve himself to death studying magic. Although Helene's tone made it clear the last part was a joke, Tracy was too on edge to notice as she immediately said, we wouldn't let that happen. What kind of minions would we be if we left him to starve? Everyone in the room paused, both in shock and incredulity. Ethan realized that she wasn't feeling as shy as he thought she was. A moment later, Helena burst into laughter. Minions. Tracy blushed and said, It's not what you think. It's just a joke we have, because people keep calling Ethan a Dark Lord. Tracy looked like she didn't know where to put herself now, so Ethan chuckled lightly. It earned us a few stares, but they don't really care anymore. You should still be careful with this kind of thing. It's fine around kids, but older people could get that wrong. They might actually believe you. Although it wasn't directly addressed to her, Tracy still felt the need to defend herself. It's just a joke. If he wanted to be a Dark Lord, he wouldn't be saying it out loud for everyone to hear. Helena shook her head, sighing. Emotions can dull the sharpest of minds. That is true for love, but so it is for fear. And if there is one thing the name Grindelwald inspires, it is fear. Feeling that the conversation had taken a rather dark turn, Ethan decided to change the subject. So, about those reservations, what have you planned? Henry glanced at the lighthouse through the see-through glass and said, some landmarks, in both the Muggle and the magical world, but honestly, there is mainly one big thing, set for next Monday. And what is it? Henry grinned and replied, we will be visiting an ancient temple with a team of curse breakers from Gringotts. As they clear it, that is. Tracy's eyes widened as she asked, how is that possible? Isn't it, like, super dangerous? How did they accept to have us? Helena reassured, we will be going to the twin temples of Ramses II. In Abu Simbel, it has been attended for hundreds of years. Most of the dangerous curses have already been cleared, making it one of the safer ruins. The only reason T.'s team of curse breakers is even returning there is because of a recent discovery. It is a costly endeavor, however, so they decided to accept some tourists. Tracy blushed shyly once again as she muttered, I didn't mean to cost you so much money. Ethan rolled his eyes and said, they probably got our places for free. What? Tracy looked shocked, but Henry chuckled and assured her, we did. They needed help with the rune work. And Helena is the best in the world. So in exchange for her help, we got the places. And don't worry about money, we can afford it. Tracy felt a slight trickle of inferiority as she heard the confident affirmation, but it was easily drowned by the awe she felt at the couples. Having spent a year with Ethan, Tracy had always been curious about what had brought him to be the way he was. Although she never said it, when she first entered Hogwarts, she had been apprehensive about the grandson of Grindelwald. She wasn't too involved in the wizarding world, as she was a half-blood. But she still knew enough to be afraid. It wasn't just reputation either, but what effect said reputation would have too. While Tracy was no expert in psychology, she still understood that oftentimes telling someone they were a monster over and over was enough to really turn them into one. Yet, Ethan blew past all her expectations. He was kind, funny, light-hearted and insanely talented and somewhat arrogant. He also was always ready to help out when she or Daphne or Theodore needed help. And even when he was hated and chased by everyone, he still fought with his all to do the right thing. They often joked that one day they would become his minions to conquer the world, but deep in her heart, Tracy strongly believed that it was only half a joke. Of course, she had no ambition to do evil, but she also did not believe that Ethan would ever turn into an evil person. Not so long ago, when the entire school and Aurors chased after Ethan, and Tracy saw Douchiador about Ethan. She never doubted. She knew that he was innocent, because he simply wasn't a bad person. So even if one day, Ethan were to become stranded by the world, she would stand by his side, for a simple reason. She believed in him. Chapter 49. Alexandria had an interesting dynamic between its magical and non-magical side. Many magical places were actually blended into the non-magical world, such as with the Khazar Waj Wr, but there were also others that were simply too big to include. One such place was the Suk al-Shams, or Market of the Sun, which was the Egyptian equivalent of Diagon Alley. But it wasn't the only one. After all, like in many other places in the world, the Egyptian magical world was much more traditional than the Muggle world, and in this case, Alexandria W. as still the largest magical hub in the country, and some would argue, in the entire continent. As a result, the Market of the Sun was much bigger than Diagon Alley, although it was a bit hard to see since they were vastly different. Where Diagon Alley was a set of rather narrow alleys, the Market of the Sun was an extremely large marketplace. There were many stands, and while many were held by locals, Ethan also noticed some people from the rest of the world trading here. The family bought some souvenirs, for which Tracy insisted she used her own allowance, as well as some local food. They weren't here to buy anything in particular, but it was still a pleasant time for them. Even Ethan, who had an objective for coming here, enjoyed simply walking through the market, taking in the atmosphere. Be it in this life or his past one, Ethan had never stepped foot in Africa, his interactions with it coming solely from immigrants. He thought he understood the culture, but today, standing in the middle of the market, he felt differently. One thing he knew about this culture was that everyone haggled, and this was something he always disliked. With hindsight, disliking something from afar, without having ever come into contact with it, was maybe not the most adult way to look at things, and now he understood it wasn't just about prices. There was a certain je ne sais quoi to it when people here haggled. That made it so Ethan didn't feel like they were just trying to screw him over, although most were, but that it was a social interaction like any other. It felt weird, but it allowed Ethan to review some of his prejudice. Still, as enjoyable as the place was, Ethan had suggested coming here for a reason, the very reason why he had come here. "Look, a snake dancer," Ethan called out, drawing the attention of his family to the goal of his trip here. There, a teenager who didn't look much older than Ethan and Tracy sat down on a mat, a large snake in front of him. It looked like a large cobra. Although Ethan wasn't exactly an expert in snakes, it did feel magical, however, a feeling corroborated by Miyuki. The teenage boy did not use a flute, or a wand, to direct the snake, but instead his hand. It was quite audacious to place one's hand so close to a dangerous snake such as a cobra. He was whispering something at the same time, which sounded an awful lot like hisses. Tracy whispered, "Do you think he is a parselmouth?" Ethan nodded, and behind them Henry explained, "People in Britain are among the only ones in the world to have bad blood with parselmouths, because many of our dark wizards and dark lords were parselmouths, but in many regions of the world, such as here, they are actually highly respected." Ethan snorted at that, as it didn't surprise him. When he was younger he thought that every wizard was just naturally fearful, or even paranoid, calling children future dark lords and feeling irrational fear towards stupid things, such as parseltongue. But he later understood that it was actually mostly Britain. Actually, Britain was probably the weirdest magical country in the world. They loved to give silly names to just about anything, and were deeply traumatized by their history of violence. Ethan remembered hearing about it having something to do with France in his history of magic class. He remembered it because it was one of the only sub-ECTS broached that had nothing to do with the Goblin Wars. Binns hadn't gone deep into the details, but basically, ancient French wizards were supposedly pretty hardcore in the way they did things, and are one of the factors as to why the wizarding community was so little in the United Kingdom. Back to the performance, the snake was not showing any signs of aggressiveness, but the show remained interesting. Not only for the performance of Parseltongue, but also by the way the cobra danced around his finger. If Ethan wasn't 100% sure the snake was magical before, he was now as he saw it start to fly. Ethan wasn't sure how it achieved this feat, but it looked effortless as the snake moved with grace. However, as it coiled in the air around the boy, and turned in Ethan's direction, the snake suddenly hissed harshly. Its neck thinning, its coils tightening as it looked ready to attack. The people around did not react immediately, believing at first that it was still part of the performance. But when the teenage boy got up and started soothing the snake, they all turned to look in at what had caused the commotion. The teenage boy took a few seconds to calm down the snake, before he turned towards Ethan and said with a smile, "I knew Dahlia was tense today. Is this a kitsune?" The boy's English was not perfect, but it was good enough to carry a conversation. Besides, Ethan wasn't exactly in a position to judge his English, since he did not speak Arabic himself. Ethan scratched Miyuki under her chin, making her purr as he said, "She is. Sorry I ruined your performance, but it was very impressive. I would love to learn more about your art." The teenage boy bowed lightly, and reassured, "You're fine, it's time for me to leave anyway. But I can't teach you. You need to be a Mubarak." As he said that, the boy looked away, and following his gaze, Ethan noticed the crowd was getting agitated, and several men in coats were approaching. The teenage boy quickly started packing his things onto his mat, his snake coiling around him as he lifted an imaginary hat, bowing to the crowd as his mat started flying. "Salim Awad, ladies and gentlemen." As the boy flew away on his flying carpet, the men in coats, whom Ethan recognized as the security, arrived on the scene, but were left helpless as they could do nothing but watch as he flew away. Salim Awad, Ethan would remember the name. Although what he said about him needing to be a Parselmouth, or at least that's what he assumed a Mubarak was, to learn snake dancing put a damper on his ambitions, he still found the boy interesting. Besides, he did not believe that every snake dancer was a Parseltongue, and even for Salim, it did not look like his practice was all about being a Parseltongue. Grindelwald. Every muscle in Ethan's body tensed as he heard someone yell his name. Even faster than his muscles was his magic. He did not recognize the voice, but he could hear the hostility in it. As he turned around, he saw a man standing there. The crowd around him moving away from the man. He was an older man with gray hair, worn-out features and most strikingly, a missing left arm. Ethan was ready to defend himself, if need be, yet as he looked at the man, he realized his attention wasn't on him, but on Helena instead. Sneaking a glance at his parents, he noticed that his mother's expression had turned icy, while Henry looked calm. But Ethan could tell that they were tense as well. One wrong move, and they would blast everything to hell. As for Tracy, Ethan only realized now that she had come up behind him at some point. Cautiousness etched on her face. Helena frowned at the man and asked, "Do I know you?" The man seemed even more angered by the question, and since the enmity was clear, Ethan decided to venture into the old man's mind. However, a slight probe revealed impressive defenses. The old man's mind defenses were about as good as Ethan's at the start of his first Y, even slightly stronger than Ethan's had been at the time. Of course, nearly a year had passed since then, and while the increase in his defenses had been rather marginal since he had a lot of other things to worry about, his mind's strength had increased drastically. It was thanks to a mix of his age, as teens evolved the fastest, both in mind and body, and his daily meditation. Ethan supposed he would be able to overwhelm the old man's defenses. But it would take at least half a minute, which was not viable. However, as he tried to peek into the old man's mind, and was about to retreat, he sensed another emotion, this one directed at him. He probably would have missed it, was it not for his mind being already opened. Forcing himself not to look directly, Ethan whispered to Miyuki in Japanese, "On my right, slightly behind me." "Is there a threat?" Ethan felt no movement from Miyuki, but she still taped his head once. Meaning yes. Chapter 50. Eyes were the window to the soul, which was why mind magic almost always needed eye contact. With enough practice, however, it was possible to use it without eye contact. Extending his mind in the direction of the threat, Ethan made sure to be very careful in not being too invasive. Keeping sure that he was close enough to read basic intent, but not so much that they could detect it. The person was good, but in the midst of shocked and curious people, this person stood out like a star in darkness. The killing intent had been quickly hidden, but the lack of emotion was just as obvious. Ethan pretended that all of his attention was on the scene ahead, but his wand had already slipped into his hand. And he had formed a telekinetic link with the dagger hidden in his sleeve. He was ready for battle. He wasn't listening to what his mother and the man were saying anymore. But he could still hear that as the man's voice got louder, the assassin in the dark suddenly acted. Already expecting it, Ethan turned around instantly, a plan already formed in mind. He would first make a wall using transfiguration, in case they were about to use the killing curse, and Miyuki would follow with a deadly attack. Even if that wasn't enough to take care of the assassin, by then his parents would have been alerted. As he turned around, however, Ethan realized he had underestimated his parents. In the time it took Ethan to turn around, Henry had appeared next to the assassin and grabbed him by the wrist. Forcing his wand down, the assassin tried to do something, but he only got to twitch when Henry suddenly tore his arm off its socket. As blood sprayed, the crowd ran away, screaming in shock. While the masked assassin cried out in pain, Ethan had always known his father to be a smiling man, as even in grave moments, he would only show seriousness. Yet now, as his blood hand grabbed the assassin by the neck. His face was terrifyingly cold, and his eyes seemed to have turned into two black holes that led into the abyss. His mind still spread out. Ethan felt his father's mind bulldoze its way through the assassin's mind, and although Ethan was tempted to peek in too, it wasn't a good idea to invade a mind with another person. Still, Ethan felt the assassin try to put defenses. But with the shock of losing an arm, his mind had been weakened, although that probably didn't matter much. Everything Ethan had learned about the mind arts came from his father, and he was still far from surpassing the master. Be it in terms of skills or pure mind strength, Henry outclassed everyone Ethan had ever met, with the close exceptions of Dumbledore and Snape. And even for those two, it was mostly that Ethan hadn't dared to probe them. Ethan doubted Henry was better than Dumbledore, but he might be better than Snape. At least in terms of mind strength. Ethan then looked at Tracy, whose face had turned pale at the sight of the bloody spectacle, and placed a hand on her shoulder. He felt her flinch under his touch, but she met his eyes, and muttered, "I'm fine." To Ethan, it sounded like she was trying to convince herself as much as she was trying to convince him. So he kept his hand on her shoulder and added, "Sorry about this. That probably wasn't what you thought this vacation would look like." Tracy shook her head strongly, her voice steadfast. "No, I'm fine. Really, you warned me about this. It was the first time I saw this." Ethan couldn't help but smile, seeing how she was trying to sound brave. The smile was quickly wiped off however as Ethan looked at the security, who looked too scared to do anything. His mother was still facing the old man, who stood frozen. Anyone with a keen eye would notice that he was not frozen by shock however, as chains of faint blue symbols crawled up his legs. Quickly, they reached his chest, stopping right under his neck. Ethan's father was good. His mastery of apparition, coupled with his powerful magic, thorough knowledge of spells, experience and mastery of his mind made him a fearsome duelist. And quite possibly one of the strongest in the world. However, it was hard to call him the best, or the strongest, because the world was big, and even techniques that may appear to be invincible would have a counter. If duelists, or even more simply magical fighters, around the world had to be classed into tiers or ranks, Henry would certainly belong into the highest rank, along the likes of Flitwick, Snape and other such wizards. Even the absolute strongest, that would be Dumbledore, Gellert Grindelwald and Voldemort would at most be half a rank above him. Although Ethan doubted his father would be able to defeat one of those three, he did not believe he would be helpless in front of them, were they to fight. He would at least be able to hold his own for a while. But when it came to runes, Ethan could say that his mother was the best in the world without the shadow of a doubt, because if the same system of ranking were to be used for rune masters, Helena was at least 2 or 3 ranks above the second best. That was because she had invented an entirely new way of using runes that had never been seen before, or at least it wasn't recorded. Most people looked down on ancient runes because it was a vast subject that was extremely complicated to get even proficient in, and countless times harder to master. Actually, one might consider that no one had managed to master it, but that was another subject. The real problem with runes was the rather lackluster power behind it. Although engraving an object with runes was a good way of giving it an enchantment, or an effect, truth was that the same could be done with much more ease through a charm. After all, despite its immense flexibility, runic enchantments more often than not replicated the effects of charms. Of course, it had some advantages, one of which was that an effect applied through runes worked differently than an effect applied through a charm, meaning that it couldn't be modified or destroyed the same way. Still, that was hardly worth the immense effort needed to become at least slightly proficient in the subject, so it remained a largely unexplored subject in many areas of the world, Britain included. As for Helena, she was like 500 years ahead of her time, and she had passed it down to Ethan. Where others worked to master a single language, she had Ethan learn all the fundamental runic languages that existed, and taught him to use these to understand what they evolved into, effectively giving him a foundation like no one else. The true revolutionary aspect of Helene's rune mastery was, of course, her ability to use them without mediums, of course. It went against everything Ethan had ever learned about runes, yet she was somehow capable of using runes in combat. One thing to understand was that regular rune masters usually took days to complete one enchantment, and that was through carving the runes physically into their object with magical ink. Helena was capable of doing the same thing in a matter of seconds. And without any physical interaction. Stop. Ethan, along with his family and Tracy, turned to look at it was a woman, who looked to be about the same age as Ethan's parents. Although that was a bigger approximation than for a muggle, as magical people aged slower. Ethan's parents were in their 50s, and they were both closer to 60 than 50, yet they looked like they were in their 30s. Surprisingly, Helena and Henry did stop, as they both let go of their target. The assassin plumped down to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut, his mind probably a ravaged mess by now. As for the old man, the moment the rune chains disappeared from his body, he screamed out in terrible agony. Those runes his mother used did not only make for a paralyzing effect, Ethan realized. Chapter 51. The woman who had interrupted the mess was an Auror, which was why Ethan's parents had complied. Aurors were all highly trained wizards in the way of combat, and more importantly, they represented the law. Ignoring the security of the Market of the Sun was fine because it was a private organization in the end, and while protected by the law, Ethan and his family were attacked in the first place, and adding to that the connections of his parents, ignoring them was fine. Aurors were something else, however. But while they couldn't be ignored, they also couldn't make any outlandish arrests, and so once it was made clear that they were the victims here, Ethan, his parents, and Tracy were allowed to leave after Henry and Helena promised to go to the Auror's office to help clear up the case. Ethan and Tracy were dropped back at the hotel before Henry and Helena left. Left alone with Tracy, Ethan gazed in the direction of the underwater lighthouse as he said, "Pretty intense for a shopping trip, wasn't it?" Tracy replied with a humorless chuckle, "That'd be a way to say it, yes. But I'm fine, really. You don't have to be fine, you know." Seeing she kept silent, Ethan added, "I'm not going to think any less of you for it. Hell, it would be the normal reaction to what you saw. When I warned you, I wasn't being this serious. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have asked you to come along." Tracy had her head down as Ethan finished speaking, her hair masking her face. After several seconds of silence, she finally spoke. With a distant voice, "But that's the problem. I didn't feel anything. Even as his arm was ripped off, I didn't feel disgust, shock, or horror. I felt like a passenger in my own body. I couldn't react. Is there something wrong with me?" This was not the direction Ethan had anticipated the conversation to go in. Taking a moment to mull over her words, he offered, "You are probably still in shock. I mean, an assassin did try to kill us. Besides, if that meant there was something wrong with you, then how bad would I be?" Tracy raised her head, and although her words were mean, a faint smile was tugging at her lips. "I'm not sure I like that comparison." Ethan smiled back before leaning back into his seat and saying, "Let me tell you something. People like to pretend that killing is inhuman, that it goes against our very nature, but the truth is, killing is as much part of us as it is in any predator. And that includes other humans. The true reason murder is frowned upon is because humanity needs society to thrive. And society cannot work if the people are killing each other. That's a grim way to look at the world. One born from personal experience. I've never told you how Miyuki and I came to be together. Did I?" Tracy shook her head, and Ethan, feeling Miyuki twitch slightly on his head, started. "I was 4 at the time. My parents brought me to Japan because of a job they had, well, that my mother had, and before leaving, the monks we were with agreed to bring us with them to an exorcism." Exorcism. That's what they call hunting magical beasts. We were hunting for an oni, a cousin of the troll that only exists in Japan. But what they didn't know was that it was under the charm of a kitsune. Miyuki's mother. Ethan felt Tracy's glance rest on Miyuki as she remained silent. And he continued his tale, "Have you ever seen a dragon? Well, that was worse. Before I even saw her, she had decapitated half of the members of our group. Hell, had my father not pushed me away, I may have died myself without ever seeing anything." Tracy looked back into Ethan's eyes and asked, "How was it?" "Scary. I thought I was going to die. But the deaths of those monks, it was sad. Because I had been introduced to them before, but their deaths by themselves. It wasn't disgusting to the 4-year-old me, because I did not understand life and death yet. Ethan had changed the truth a little, but he still firmly believed in what he said. He simply couldn't tell the exact story because he would have to reveal that he had reincarnated into this world and was pretty much an adult in a child's body. The point of my story is that the disgust felt towards the deaths of fellow humans is hardly an innate condition, or there wouldn't be so many murders. Once again looking down, Tracy looked a little absent-minded as she asked, "I'm pretty sure I remember hearing about an instinct within us that hinders animals from killing members of their own species back at school." Muggle school. Tracy was a half-blood, which was why she had attended a Muggle school before Hogwarts. She had received education from both worlds. Unbeknownst to her, so had Ethan, although under different circumstances. Rubbing the back of his head, Ethan chuckled, "Well, this is going a little dark, but no, not really. The only real difference there is between killing an animal and a human being is sentience and the life that gets snuffed out. To humans, the life of an animal is pretty much meaningless because it is inferior. A human will grow up, experience the world, find a partner, and contribute to society. In a few words, have a life. An animal will only follow its instincts and live for itself until its death. So killing an animal is just that, ending something. But killing a human is canceling what this person could have been, their identity." Tracy gave him a dry chuckle. "You're right, this is dark. But this is not innate. This is ingrained in us through education, because that is the only way to have a functioning society. As for you, there could be a number of reasons you did not feel disgusted. First off, that assassin wasn't killed, you only saw blood. Secondly, we are still young, and you have hovered between two vastly different societies for your entire childhood. Although both see murder in a negative light, they go at it differently, which might explain why this idea that murder is bad hasn't been completely ingrained in you." Tracy did not look very reassured by his words, unfortunately, as she nervously held her hands together as she said, "You make it sound like the entire world has been brainwashed." Ethan did not show any hesitation in his answer, "Because they have. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. People are all about freedom. But you do need some level of control to have an operating society. You really are starting to sound like a Dark Lord." Tracy's voice lacked the usual humor it had when she said these words. Ethan paused before smiling, resting his chin on his hand as he slightly tilted his head. "So it would seem. What about it?" Tracy looked at him, shocked, no longer feeling like this was a joke in the slightest. She gulped, looking into his blue eyes, before saying, "I believe you." Ethan was surprised she had accepted his words so readily, not expecting it from the carefree girl. Relaxing his body, Ethan diffused the situation, saying, "Don't worry, I wasn't talking about taking over the country and forming a dictatorship. When I say a certain level of control, I am mostly talking about the law. The common law. But we've gotten a bit on a tangent, haven't we?" Tracy laughed genuinely. "Yes, I suppose we have." Smiling as he heard her repeating his words, Ethan finished with, "You are perfectly fine. And if you ever feel doubt again, don't hesitate to come to me." Chapter 52. The plans of Y did not stop because of what happened. Although it had been a shock, Henry's and Helene's visit to the Auror's office did bear fruit. As much history there was behind the Grindelwald name, Aurors were highly trained agents, so it did not take long to find the truth behind the attack. Ethan did not get the details. He did not risk asking his parents because he was pretty sure he wouldn't have gotten an answer, but in any case, not only were they let off, but they also profited from some protection. Since they were here for a vacation, the added protection was welcomed. It wasn't like they had anything to hide, and the Aurors were capable of making themselves discreet, as Ethan did not even manage to catch one of them. They were pretty good and raised his opinion of Aurors in general. Their vacations brought the Grindelwald family and Tracy all over northern Egypt. The Great Pyramid of Giza was especially grand, and while Ethan regretted they couldn't visit inside, it wasn't much of a surprise. Most pyramids were forbidden for tourists, both because of the dangers inside and because the Egyptian government wanted to preserve them. The Great Pyramid of Giza being the crown jewel, Ethan never expected to get to visit it. However, it was in the second week of their vacatio. and that the really exciting visit was to take place. Ethan and his family traveled down south of the country, next to Lake Nasser, to Abu Simbel. Ethan's parents had managed to get them a visit to the twin temples of Pharaoh Ramesses II and his queen Nefertari. As they approached the twin temples, looking for the team of curse breakers they would be going with, Ethan took in the majestic entrance to the temples. Carved straight into the rock were the giant statues of the ancient pharaoh, his wife, and children carved at his feet. Unfortunately, the great monument had withered under the sands of time. And one of the 4 statues of the pharaoh was missing its whole upper body. Still, all in all, it was pretty well preserved. There were quite a few tourists present, Muggle tourists, that is. So none of the wizards dressed conspicuously. Still, they easily found the group of curse breakers sent by Gringotts. It was a rather small group, with only 5 of them. There were 2 women and 3 men. Both women were Caucasian, along with one of the men, while the remaining 2 looked like locals. The leader of the group seemed to be one of the 2 women. She had long, wavy red hair and deep blue eyes, and her face looked haughty. But she had the right to look haughty because Ethan recognized her. Not from his past life, but from reputation, as this was Patricia Rakepick, famed as the greatest curse breaker alive. Seeing how Tracy's eyes widened, she recognized her as well. The other girl, however, he could not recognize. She had short, messy brown hair with bleached tips, but what caught his attention were her lavender eyes. She was very young. She looked like she was barely out of school. As for the Caucasian man, he was young as well, maybe about the same age as the girl, but it was hard to tell since wizards' aging slowed down once they reached maturity, which took place not long after graduation from most magical schools. The man looked like he could be from Rakepick's family, though, with similar red hair as the famous woman. His red hair was rather long for a man, and funnily enough, when he looked at him, Ethan's first impression was that of a rock and roll fan. As for the 2 Arab men, they looked very similar to one another, most likely twins. Their olive skin had strange green hues, however. As Ethan and his family approached, Patricia Rakepick barely spared a glance at Ethan and Tracy, her eyes lasting on Henry for a while before resting on Helena. She smiled arrogantly as she said, "The Flash Wizard and Loki, it is a pleasure to finally meet you and be able to put a face on those names." Quote, Loki was the name Helena used as a cover for her Rune Master job. Although she was recognized as the best in the world, it hadn't always been the case, and so when she started, Helena had chosen to hide her name to not draw away any potential customers. And with the years, she had decided to keep the alias. Not many people knew that the famous Loki was named Grindelwald, even today. Henry smiled and shook hands with Rakepick, who was about the same age as him, and greeted him, "The pleasure is ours. Having a curse breaker of your renown is reassuring, especially with the children here." This drew Rakepick's gaze to Ethan and Tracy, making the latter tense up, but she was swiftly ignored by Rakepick, who focused on Ethan, a small smile tugging at her lips. "This one looks like a fierce one. Looks just like his grandpa." Ethan wasn't surprised she knew about him. Half of Europe probably knew his face from the newspaper, if not half of the world. Rakepick nudged towards the 2 young curse breakers with her and said, "Since you were bringing kids, I decided to bring these 2 as well." The 2's expressions did not change, but Ethan assumed she must not have been pleasurable to be compared to 2 11-year-olds as professional curse breakers. Rakepick then gestured towards the twins, "These are Zaid and Bilal. They will be our liaison once inside." "Why do we need a liaison?" Tracy asked with bright eyes. Rakepick gave Tracy a look when the girl behind her explained, "These are known as the Twin Temples. The main funerary chamber remains unknown to this day because it requires runes to be activated from both ends of the temples, and without perfect coordination, it is impossible to enter." As everyone looked at her, the girl grinned and added, "Marula snide. By the way," she turned towards her fellow curse breaker, "and handsome over here is William Weasley, but we all call him Bill." Ethan and Tracy looked at Bill in surprise, both knowing the name very well. Not only was it one of the Sacred 28, but they also had quite a few boys of the family at Hogwarts, one being in their year. "And I am Tracy Davis, and this is Ethan Grindelwald. But you probably knew that already." Tracy got several nods. Meanwhile, Rakepick and Ethan's parents finished their small talk as Rakepick addressed the entire group next. Alright, time to go. Once inside, you should all follow my instructions. Don't touch anything, as everything in there is possibly cursed, and believe me, you don't want to be on the receiving end of an ancient Egyptian curse. As the group entered the temple, the first part of which was conjoined into one, Ethan observed the inscriptions on the walls. The hieroglyphs were not magical in the slightest, since they were still in the Muggle part, but trying to decipher them and their meaning while moving in deeper was an interesting exercise. The Muggle part of the temples had this feeling of surrealism, however. On the one hand, there were the ancient texts carved into the rock walls and the withering of the stone over the centuries that placed this location back to the very start of civilization. But this sentiment was broken by the renovations, the wooden floor added to the ground by contemporaries, and worst of all, the smell. Ethan did not expect to be bothered by the smell, out of all things, but the moment he entered. It was the first thing he noticed. It didn't smell like an ancient tomb. Instead, it smelled fresh and clean. That was disappointing, but fortunately, they weren't here for the Muggle part of the temple. Chapter 53. It did not take long for the group to arrive at the fork on their way inside, which separated the twin temples. We are going to need to split. We nay, Zaid and Bilal to be in the two groups. Both groups should have a curse breaker too. How about I lead the first group with Weasley and Zaid, and the rest of you make the second group? Rakepick formed the two groups. And since she was the expert here, no one said anything as they went along with her instructions. Once separated from Rakepick, Marula Snide took the lead as she led them to the end of the Muggle part. As they stood forbidden from accessing, Snide said, the Egyptians loved their runes, and they made for quite the intricate barriers. When you know what you are looking for, things become easier. She looked at Helena and asked, do you want to give it a shot? Helena remained impassive in the face of the challenge. She took a look at Ethan and said, why not get some practical experience? Ethan grinned, while Snide looked shocked. Hey, those are dangerous. Helena replied, my son is better than most professional rune masters. And much faster too. Snide looked at Bilal, who shrugged and said, they are about to open the way. It will probably take them 2 minutes. Snide bit her lower lip, and after a moment of hesitation, she groaned, fine, you can take a look. But we need to move out in 2 minutes. We don't want to keep them waiting. Ethan looked at Bilal with curiosity. He had 2 pairs of twins back in Hogwarts, and they all shared a bond between twins. But not quite as strong as the one between Bilal and Zaid. Ethan wondered whether this was something that could be trained or if it was innate. Turning his attention to the unassuming wall, Ethan could feel its magic from a meter away. Passing his over it, not quite touching it but being close enough to get a closer feel of its magic. It was ancient Egyptian runes, as expected. The enchantment was quite complicated, with quite a few hieroglyphs being a part of it. It was expertly made as well, with little to no redundancy. It had quite a few effects on it that would make trying to brute foe RCE through it close to impossible and do more harm to whoever tried than the wall. However, the wall wasn't just protected by runes. By taking a closer look at it, Ethan could feel that the wall was also protected by charms. And it even had some transfiguration in there, all of them in synergy with each other. It was hard enough to apply several magical effects to an object through different magical practices. But to link them together to synergize and strengthen each other, that was not just an expert's work. It was a master's work, unlike anything Ethan had ever seen. What was even stranger, however, was that despite this synergy, to open this door, one did not even need to alter or even detect the charm work and the transfiguration within the wall to open the way forward. Ethan felt this was surprising because if someone was capable enough to make this kind of enchantment, then they definitely would have been capable of creating a seal that incorporated the strength of all 3 magics. Of course, even as it was, the seal was strong. No Muggle could ever hope to open it, and most wizards would be left helpless before it. But the creator of this seal had held back, making then believe that their goal hadn't only been to stop people from entering. The magical society at the time had been very different, however, so it was hard for Ethan to pinpoint the exact reason for these choices. Channeling magic to his fingertip, Ethan lightly traced it over the wall, deactivating some of the runes. With his action, a hole formed at the center of the rocky wall and quickly expanded out to turn into a passage. Taking a step back, Ethan looked at Snide and said, "Interesting enchantment. I wonder what kind of enchantment has locked you out for so long." Snide was looking at him in shock, however, with a small booklet in her hands. It was a dictionary for hieroglyphs, Ethan noticed. Snide asked, "You know ancient Egyptian?" Ethan shrugged. "I know hieroglyphs used in runes, yeah. It makes it easier and faster to work." Just as he said that, however, Ethan felt his father ruffle his hair as he reprimanded, "Don't be cocky." Ethan smiled, and Snide led the way in. All tea. Disappointment Ethan had been feeling disappeared as he stepped into the real temple of Ramesses II, the magical side of it. There was no renovation here or any trace of the modern world. The place was teeming with magic. Ethan could feel it the moment he stepped in, but that hadn't stopped the effects of time, it only hindered them. The passage was wide and illuminated by a series of torches, whose magical nature was made obvious by their blood-red color. Another stark difference was the smoothness of the stone. Where the Muggle part had uneven walls with jagged rocks, whether because of the degradation of time or the lack of technique of the men who built it thousands of years ago, everything had been cut with extreme precision here, as even after all this time, every wall was completely flat and polished. The passage descended deeper within, and Snide cautioned, "Move carefully, and do not touch anything." Tracy, although she did follow carefully, couldn't help but ask as she looked around, "Why so much caution? Haven't hundreds of curse breakers already come here over the years? Are there any curses left?" Snide kept her sight straight ahead as she replied enthusiastically, "The number one rule of curse breakers is that while on a job, we should always consider ourselves to be the first within. Why? Ancient people were quite inventive with their curses. There have been records of certain curses that would only activate under certain circumstances. For example, there once was a curse in an old Chinese crypt that was set to activate only on the 1623rd person to pass by it." Tracy shrunk behind Ethan as she exclaimed softly, "What kind of person does that?" Snide looked over her shoulder and replied with a grimace, "I know, right?" She looked back ahead and continued, "There are also certain curses that are very hard or even impossible to completely erase, and these are either temporarily disabled or counters have to be prepared for them. And those are only some examples among many. The point is, even if hundreds of other wizards came before you, you should always expect there to be a curse hidden, just in case." Helena looked at Tracy and added with a smile, "But don't worry. If there is a curse, we will protect you." Tracy nodded, although she was still visibly perturbed by the possibility of being targeted by a curse. She looked at Ethan's face, hoping to find the same worry. But she only saw eagerness. She whispered, "You want to have a curse attack us, don't you?" Ethan faked a cough and replied, "I am simply curious about ancient magic. Of course, I don't wish for us to be attacked. Obviously." Tracy rolled her eyes, and the group continued heading in deeper. Chapter 54. After a while, the passage split off into several more, but Snide knew her way around. As they moved through the temple, she even narrated some of the temple's history, as well as Ramesses II's. Pharaoh Ramesses II was, like many other pharaohs, a wizard. He and his queen Nefertari stood as the two greatest wizards of their time, known worldwide for their magical prowess. Of course, as is often the case, Queen Nefertari was overshadowed by Ramesses, although she was just as great a witch and arguably brought more to the wizarding world than he did. What would that be? For Ramesses, he was an expert of the mind arts, first and foremost. He was said to be capable of subduing close to 50 people at the same time with his mind alone. He was also a fantastic charm master, and back then, there were no distinctions between dark and light magic. So it can be assumed he was a master of both. Tracy asked curiously, "What about Queen Nefertari, then?" Instead of Snide, it was Henry who answered, "Queen Nefertari was an expert in transfiguration, and especially self-transfiguration. Most notably, she created the animagus spell, which allows wizards to turn into animals." Snide smiled and said, as expected of the Flash wizard, "I never got to see you in action. But I heard you were quite the expert in self-transfiguration yourself." Henry smiled politely, While Tracy whispered to Ethan, "Why do people keep calling your dad the Flash Wizard?" Ethan whispered back, "My dad used to be a duelist, and Flash Wizard was his moniker. I suppose he was pretty good." Although the two had been whispering silently to each other, Henry looked over, "Just pretty good." Ethan rolled his eyes at his father and added, "Fine, he might have won the world championship at some point, once or twice. But if you ask me, all that got him was an oversized ego." Henry merely smirked arrogantly and said, "You don't get to say anything about it until you've earned it yourself." Ethan clicked his tongue and said, "You make it sound like it's hard. Just wait for me to figure out apparition. And you will be no match for me." This time, it was Helena who looked back. She shared a look with Henry before saying, "Now that's something I'd like to see." Ethan felt like there was something he wasn't getting. As for Tracy, her eyes were rapidly going back and forth between Ethan and his parents, inwardly marveling at the family. Ethan's magical talent, which had always felt a little absurd to her, started making sense now. It wasn't just his grandfather, it was the whole family that were monsters. It did not take long for the group to reach the last room down the temple, which people had believed to be the end of the temple for so many years. They had walked for some time now, so they had to be quite deep. Unsurprisingly, they did not trigger any curses on the way, much to Tracy's relief. Although Marula Snide had warned them of potential curses, in reality, the odds of there still being a curse left after hundreds of years of curse breakers coming up and down were low. Of course, as long as it is not zero, caution ought to be exercised. The last room was quite narrow, and its walls were covered with pictures and writings that seem to describe Ramesses II's and Nefertari's lives. Unlike most of the hieroglyphs on the walls on the way there, these were not magical. That was the thing about runes: if they weren't written down with magic, then they would just be letters. Imbuing runes with magic could be done in multiple ways, as pretty much every culture has had a different way of doing so over the years. The most widespread technique nowadays was simply to write down the runes with magical ink, but that was limiting because it could only work on some surfaces, and the runes would be fragile. Ethan noticed that the room was surprisingly empty, except for the large sarcophagus in the middle of the room. Its top was rectangular, and in its center was the depiction of a man. Unlike the Muggle sarcophagus, it wasn't an A.B.S. tracked representation but instead a photorealistic representation of a man. He had somewhat regal hair, with his thin, high eyebrows and beady black eyes, yet at the same time, the long mane of hair behind him made him look a little feral, along with his bestial grin. If one thing was sure, however, it was that he looked charismatic. Although Ethan had a different vision of what a pharaoh would look like. Surrounding the man were beautiful engravings, and the sarcophagus was made of solid gold. It was also the only object in the room that was magical, from what Ethan could feel. Meanwhile, Lena was already busy closely inspecting the room as she asked Snide, "How did you come to know there was a deeper layer to the temple?" "We long suspected there was more to this temple thanks to multiple written sources. But curse breakers and other kinds of experts were never able to find it." Still focused on the sarcophagus, Ethan asked her, "How come it is still here?" "It wasn't pillaged by anyone." Snide sneered, "I'm sure some tried. This room used to be filled with treasures, which have been stolen over the years. But this sarcophagus is enchanted and nearly impossible to steal. And if one were to try to forcefully take it, which would be very hard, the odds would be that either the sarcophagus or the person would be destroyed." Ethan nodded and said, "Since there is a deeper layer, I assume Ramesses' body isn't really in there, is it? It would be strange if it was, considering this isn't his sarcophagus." "Really? Whose is it, then? What is it doing in Ramesses' temple?" SNY. De looked down at the golden sarcophagus and replied, "This belongs to Ramesses, firstborn son with Queen Nefertari, Amenhotep, the Great Sorrow. He was a great prince of the New Kingdom." Tracy looked surprised as she asked, "Why would he be called the Great Sorrow? Have you heard of the tale of the Destined Prince?" Ethan tilted his head at the question, unfamiliar with it. His parents had never really told him many fairy tales. Tracy, however, perked up at the mention of the tale as she recited, "I have. There once was a prince born into the mightiest of kingdoms. When he was born, a falcon came down from the sky and offered him the love of all that lives. A lion walked into the palace and gave him fire. A crocodile emerged from the river and gifted him with control over his crops. The prince grew to be loved by all, however. One day, his father, the king, stole from a snake, and in retaliation, the snake killed the prince. Do you mean to say the tale is about this Amun something? Snide nodded. The destined prince is Amun Chef. He was said to be loved by all, and he was the most talented in the realm. He had inherited the talent of both his parents, both magical and muggle talents. And he truly was a phenomenal wizard. He unfortunately died an untimely death. She placed her hand on the sarcophagus, adding, Ramesses had more than 100 children. Yet Amun Chef was the only one who got to be buried alongside him and his wife. Well, we assume those two are in the temple, deeper in since their corpses were never found. This was Onyo. Their reason many believed there was more to this temple than what had been found since no one ever found their graves. What happened to this Amun? He didn't just get bitten by a snake, did he? Tracy asked. Marula Snide shook her head, answering, there are two main interpretations of history. What historians are sure of is that at some point during his reign, Ramesses II either found, created, or stole. The three of which could be synonymous at the time, an artifact of immense power. Where historians diverge is what happened with it. It was either an artifact of such great power that Ramesses failed to control it and accidentally killed his son. That, or he sacrificed his son to create it or gain control over it. In any case, his death was said to have caused great sorrow to both his parents and the kingdom. Hence his nickname the Great Sorrow. Chapter 55. As Snide finished telling the tale of the destined prince, Helena, who had been looking at the walls, said, no wonder it took you so long to find the way in. It's pretty elaborate. Snide's brain seemed to lag for a moment as she asked, what? Helena knocked on the wall, repeating, the seal. It's strong, and very well hidden. Discovering it must have been no easy task. Snide blinked rapidly, confusion and shock etched on her face. Are you saying you found it? Helena looked back at her, and seeing her shocked face, she tried to reassure her, oh. I don't mean to diminish your work, finding it was impressive. I knew what I was looking for, so it made my job easier. That did not seem to help Snide much as she asked in a dry voice. Do you know how to open it then? Helena shrugged, looking back at the wall, sure, not that hard. I suppose the other temple has a few triggers as well, and activating them in He correct sequence and with the precise timing while doing the same here would open the seal. I could also brute force my way through it, but that would lead to some serious damage. I am unfortunate. Why not skilled enough to trick the enchantment into opening normally with only one side of it? And not skilled enough, sure. Snide looked lost as if her whole world had been shattered. Pinching the bridge of her nose, Snide asked, I trust you have found all the triggers and the correct combination then. Helena looked at her weirdly and said, how would that even work? The combination is changing randomly every second. Only then did Helena realize that maybe the team of curse breakers did not know as much about the seal as she thought. Snide's eyes widened in shock at. What are you talking about? Helena had her hands on her hips as if she was about to reprimand a child, and she explained, only the first trigger doesn't change. Once it is activated, the combination will be locked in, both sides of the temple will have to complete the sequence to open the seal. Snide shared a troubled look with Bilal, who closed his eyes, concentrating on his link with his brother. Several seconds later, he said, this is an unexpected hiccup. Our information told us of a set combination, not an ever-shifting one. Professor, Rakepick is going to need some time to analyze it. Helena frowned and said, once the first trigger has been activated, we only have 10 seconds to complete the sequence. She needs to be fast. How is her ability to control her magic? Snide looked a little panicked. While Bilal was hard at work communicating with his brother. While Helena spoke with Rakepick through the twins, Ethan asked Snide, that slip up. You were about to call Rakepick something else. Snide, who was looking stressed, eyed Ethan with a strange emotion, before releasing a breath, it's just a habit I never lost. She used to be my professor at Hogwarts, and I sometimes still call her professor. Habits die hard. Ethan wasn't surprised she had gone to Hogwarts. She looked British, and unlike in some other corners of the world, Hogwarts was the only school in the British Isles. The only official one, at least. It was an interesting tidbit that might suggest a closer relationship between the two curse breakers than he thought. Maybe with Bill Weasley as well, since he seemed to be around the same age as her. While Bilal was relaying some information to his brother, Helena took a look at her son and said, "Ethan, try to find the seal." Although surprised by the sudden exercise, Ethan shrugged before approaching one of the walls, brushing his palm against it as he extended his magical sense. The magical sense was not a widely known concept, although everyone technically had it. Ethan believed it had 3 layers, or he had reached the third at least. The first layer was instinctive. A magical object might not show any signs of being magical, but any wizard would be able to tell it was magical unless it had an enchantment that helped it hide its true nature. But this was not a real sense, because the wizards couldn't consciously sense this magic. They would see MPLY have a feeling in the back of their head. The second layer was to become capable of harnessing this instinct, turn it into a real sense, and develop a real magical sense. This started with sensing the magic within oneself. As surprising as it might sound, many wizards were completely incapable of sensing their magic and were thus only capable of manipulating it through external means, be it incantations, sheer will, or others. One had to try to reach this layer, and since most forms of magic, including nearly all charms, did not require it, most people remained on the first layer. This second layer was also the first step towards controlled wandless magic and generally made using magic easier. Ethan achieved it when he was 4 years old. The third layer, the one Ethan was on, came after years of meditation and constant training in his ability to manipulate his magic, and that was to extend his magical sense outwards. It was easy to sense the magic within oneself because it was part of themselves. Extending that magical sense outwards, however, was very hard. Ethan was capable of it, and it mainly took 2 forms. One was passive, and it was his instinct for magic that had been strengthened. Essentially, it was still the same magical instinct as in the first layer but sharpened. The other form, the active form, was the ability to extend the magical sense of the second layer out of his body. Ethan was getting pretty good with it, so much so that he did not even need to be in contact with an object to sense it. As long as it was within a meter of his body, he could extend his magical sense to it and sense it. This third layer, Ethan believed very few people in the world possessed it. One person he knew for sure had it was his mother, but it was hard to tell because it wasn't a systemized practice. Ethan had systemized it by breaking it down into layers, but to most people, the notion of magical sense was completely foreign. Ethan was pretty sure he was onto something though, and that mainly stemmed from his mother, whom he thought might be on the 4th layer, or the verge of it, and that would be omnidirectional sensing. When he used his magical sense, Ethan had to consciously manipulate this sense and extend it in one direction. The logical next step would thus be to extend that distance, and following that, make it omnidirectional. Extending the distance of his magical sense came with practice. It was a matter of quantity, but turning the sense into an omnidirectional one was a quality problem, which was why he deemed it to be the 4th layer. And from his observations, his mother had reached it. He also believed that it was one of the requirements to reach her level in runes. As for the 5th layer, well, Ethan did have an idea of what it could be. But it was futile to think about it before even knowing whether the 4th one was even possible. Still, whether it was for the future 5th layer, the 4th layer, or even to simply improve onto the 3rd layer, he would need to do some research. Meaning he would have to read books, something that never failed to dampen his enthusiasm. Fortunately, he wasn't a child, and he might not like it, but he would still do it. It was just like his school books. He didn't like to do so, but he still read them all during his first year, including those from the subjects he did not like, and intended to do the same for his other years. Tangents aside, Ethan stopped in his tracks as his magical sense bumped into something. Something his instinct had failed to pick up before, and which had escaped curse breakers and historians for so many years. The seal. Chapter 56. Ethan nearly missed it. He was pretty sure he had missed it several times, with the way it had been hidden. Had it no Been for the entrance he had opened earlier, Ethan would have probably missed this, because it was not solely a runic enchantment. Instead, several magical techniques had been used and synergized. From what he could feel, there was at least a charm, runes, transfiguration magic, and at least 2 other forms of magic Ethan was unfamiliar with. The 5 or more forms of magic seemed to be weaving into each other perfectly, drawing into each other's strength to form a powerful enchantment that was nearly invisible to his magical sense. What made it so hard to find, however, was that the enchantment was not contained in the walls or any other physical object, but was instead spread in the air of the room. It was beyond any enchantment Ethan had ever seen. Well, Ethan supposed it bore some similarities to what his mother had done against the kitsune, all the way back when he was 4, but he was too young to get a sense of it. It wasn't just a runic achievement either, because be it charms or transfiguration, one always had to have material support to make an enchantment work, be it the simpler spells like the levitation spell or the incredibly advanced ones such as Fidelius Charm, WH. It could erase a place from collective memory. As he looked into it, however, Ethan started getting some clues as to what might have been done. His first theory was that it was linked to one of the magics he did not know about. But he quickly abandoned that theory. The enchantment was strange, but as he spread his magical sense around, knowing what to look for, Ethan started getting more clues about it. The core of it was the invisible runes. The other forms of magic were supplementary and mostly served to alter them. The runes were not only invisible, but they were also constantly moving around the air of the room, without any pattern to them that Ethan could see. However, he was getting the hang of it, and he was starting to be able, though Ethan could not extend his magical sense to the entire room like his mother did. He had his advantage, which came in the form of his mind. He realized as he tried to expend his magical sense, that his mind was also capable of catching onto the enchantment. That is when Ethan realized that one of the 2 forms of magic he did not recognize was none other than mental magic. This enchantment was mixing runes, charms, transfiguration, mind magic, and another kind of magic. It truly was beyond anything he had ever seen. And yet, his mother was seemingly capable of brute forcing her way through it. In any case, sensing the enchantment through his mind was different from using his magical sense. The details were a little blurrier, but it allowed Ethan to quickly get a view of the whole enchantment. With that done, it allowed Ethan to project his magical sense more efficiently as he analyzed each of the runes, and soon, as he found all the different runes part of the seal, Ethan understood what the enchantment did. As for the 4 other kinds of magic, they were there to make finding and deciphering the runes harder. Moreover, Ethan could feel that there was a sort of key that would open the seal, but they did not have it, so they would have to resort to lockpicking. Then, Bilal, who had been keeping mostly silent until now, said, "I'm sorry, but Ms. Rakepick won't be able to open her end of the portal. The seal is too strong." Hell. Ian looked at Ethan with a raised eyebrow, and he said, "I think I should be able to do it. Do you think I can activate the triggers with my mind's energy?" Helena simply nodded, a happy smile spreading her lips thin as she addressed Bilal. "It's fine, I'll come to her. Ethan will deal with this end." Bilal seemed shocked as he looked at Ethan and said, "Are you sure this is wise? The seal could shut itself off if." Henry cut him off. "He'll do it. Just pass the message." Bilal looked exasperated, but he still complied. His exasperation quickly turned to shock, however, as he muttered, "Ms. Rakepick agreed. Fine. Ethan, continue studying the seal while I make my way over there." Helena turned to her husband. "Honey, you stay with the kids." Henry nodded, "Of course. Los Alamos." Helena nodded back, "Los Alamos." Before walking away, the others looked between the 2 in confusion, without a clue as to what the 2 meant. Even Ethan had no idea what his parents were talking about. It was obvious it was some kind of secret code, which was enough to make him think. Why would his parents communicate using a secret code? Moreover, why say it out loud? Ethan knew that his parents were capable of communicating through telepathy, which would have been the easiest way to carry a secret message. This meant that it wasn't actually for them. It was for someone else. Him. Ethan old not find thousands of reasons why his parents would want to pass a secret message, especially one he could not understand. Los Alamos was a kind of tree if Ethan's memory wasn't failing him, but it wasn't anything special. That meant the content probably wasn't what was important. It just had to be obvious enough for him to understand they were passing a message. But as Ethan looked at his father, he realized he was forgetting something essential. His parents were capable of telepathy, but so was he. Besides, even if wasn't, Henry didn't need him to be to transmit a message. If they had a secret message for him, why not just use telepathy? Did that mean it wasn't really for him then? But the logic could be extended to everyone. Then, why would they do that? Ethan was sure it had a meaning. They would not randomly say something like this, especially in a place like this. Did that mean they were unable to communicate telepathically then? Ethan couldn't detect there being anything wrong around them that would prevent it. His mind seemed to work just fine. Maybe the message was only between the two of them. Maybe it was for Ethan. Maybe it was to set everyone on edge. Whatever it was, Ethan decided to raise his guard. He would have warned Tracy, but if his parents did not say anything, then warning her would potentially mess everything up. He wasn't close enough to her to have any secret way of communicating. Besides, it would probably degenerate the situation if he did this right after his parents. While Ethan remained careful, he focused on the immediate matter of the seal. And so while his mother was going all the way to the twin seal, Ethan continued examining the seal on his end. Although he was confident of breaking it, he couldn't be too sure. Moreover, it was such an impressive work that Ethan could not help but study it. What interested him the most was the way the different kinds of magic were used together. The first thing he thought of when he saw the seal was that it felt similar to what his mother did. Was that her secret then? Was she somehow capable of using runes the way she did by merging several magics? They are ready. Ms. Grindelwald is waiting for your signal. Ethan nodded at Bilal's warning, before focusing his attention on the central rune, the only one that wasn't moving and that served as the first trigger. Taking a breath, Ethan said, now. As soon as he said it, Ethan activated the rune mentally, and the moment he did, the chaotic seal suddenly stopped. His mind quick, Ethan mentally eyed all of the runes, before activating them in a quick, purposeful sequence. A second passed, and Ethan felt a slight shudder in the seal. His mother had completed her end of the seal. It took Ethan 6 whole seconds to finish his. As the last rune was activated, there was a low rumble, and the sarcophagus in the middle of the room moved, revealing a dark tunnel. Chapter 57, Lumos. With a whisper, Ethan lit up the tip of his wand as he entered the dark tunnel. Following behind Snape, although he was better with runes than either of them, it was not what curse breaking was all about. Snape was a professional, and to have land the job had to be proficient in them at the very least anyway. Behind Ethan was Tracy, and Henry was in the back of the formation. Snape stopped when she saw his lit-up wand, however, and took out a potion. She took a swing of it, and passed it to Ethan, explaining, dark vision potion. You probably want to keep your wand at the ready. The Flash Wizard and I will handle as much as we can, but better be safe than sorry. Ethan grabbed the potion but did not immediately drink it. He first used his magical sense on it, but he did not find anything amiss with it. That did not mean it was entirely safe for consumption, only that it hadn't been tempered by a spell. Unfortunately, Ethan wasn't good enough with potions to determine whether it was only a dark vision potion. Maybe he would have drunk it without much hesitation, were it not for the strange interaction his parents had before. So he shook his head and said, I'll manage, but thanks. He passed it to Tracy, and he did not even have to say anything for her to directly pass it along to Henry, who snorted, your loss, before drinking some himself and passing it to Bilal. Ethan was left confused about what kind of games his father was playing. But he did not budge from his decision as the group started moving forward. Charging more magic into his spell, the light of Lumos became even brighter as it illuminated farther ahead, allowing Ethan and Tracy to see about 5 meters around them. Ethan wished he was capable of forming an independent orb of light that would follow him around, but that required an advanced mastery of charms and the spell Lumos, both of which he lacked. The tunnel was narrow at first, barely big enough to fit 2 men standing side by side, but as they got deeper in it gradually got bigger. The construction remained the same, however, and quite honestly, looked strange. Before this, in the part of the temple that had already been discovered, everything had been carved into a mountain. It wasn't so much construction as it had been careful, precise destruction. That resulted in smooth, one-piece wall was connected and there was no true beginning or end to surfaces. Down there, however, walls were made of stacked blocks of stone, possibly granite, although Ethan was no expert in stones. But this did not make sense. They were underground, so why would anyone go through the trouble of moving stones down here? Even if the endeavor certainly would be facilitated by the use of magic, it would still most certainly remain a gigantic hassle, especially when they could do it much more simply. Ethan did not see anyone else pointing any of it out, so he decided to keep quiet about it for now. Maybe his parents' strange interaction was turning him paranoid, but he would rather be safe than sorry. Suddenly, Snape stopped in front of Ethan, and said, "There is something ahead. Probably a trap of some kind. Move slowly." Several meters ahead, they stopped again, and Snape slightly moved to the side. Crouching as she whispered, "How strange, a pressure plate." Ethan narrowed his eyes and tried to take a closer look, but even then he could not see anything amiss. That is until Snape made a twirl with her wand, and a square portion of the ground lit up with a gentle bluish light. She observed it for a few seconds, during which she muttered spells Ethan did not know, and her gaze seemed to follow something under the ground as if she could see through it. She probably could. Meanwhile, Henry looked down at it with interest as well. He said, "This is the first time I hear of a pressure plate being used for a trap in this region of the world. You mostly see these in South America or Asia." Snape hummed lightly, not adding anything to the remark as she said, "This one looks it connects to a particularly nasty kind of freezing spell." She looked over her shoulder, and asked excitedly, "Wanna see?" Although taken aback by the proposition of the supposedly professional curse breaker, Ethan did not get to say a word before Tracy exclaimed, "Of course." Ethan sent a look at his father for reinforcement but only found a teasing grin. With Henry's indirect approval, Snape signaled for the other four to stand back, before stepping onto the pressure plate. The moment she did, an opening so thin it could barely be seen by the naked eye opened on each side of the tunnel. And out of them came a thick blue gas. It reached Snape in an instant, and quickly covered the other four's view. The gas did not spread far, so they were safe, but they had to wait several seconds before it finally stopped and started dissipating on its own. The area around the pressure plate had been turned an icy blue, and in the middle of it all was an oval-shaped ice structure. Almost looked like an egg made of ice. Snape's voice came from within, "Pretty cool, right?" A fiery red light emerged from within the ice egg, and it melted down in seconds as Snape emerged from it spotless. Tracy was gawking at it, while Ethan had his attention on the thin openings. He had only felt the magic in them when they had opened, which probably would have been too late. Now that it had been triggered, however, he could see how it had been used. He did not know how it had been preserved, but he was sure that this had been a charm. A powerful one that conjured an icy wind, much stronger than glacius. Ethan wished he could learn the spell, but it had probably been lost to the sands of time. Maybe if they found another similar trap, he could study it. But then came the question as to how it had been preserved. Had it been cast and the icy wind sealed, or was the charm itself placed and somehow activated through the trigger? As curious as Ethan was, they had to move forward. Fortunately, it was not just one long tunnel, as after 3 more traps, all of which they avoided springing because they were more dangerous, they arrived in a room. It was a circular room, one that was quite high as well. Going over 3 meters high, constructed as such to accommodate the giant coffins embedded into the wall. In the middle of the room was a strange pillar, obviously not there to support the roof as it was cut in the middle. Within that cut part was a pair of small objects, hovering gently in between the 2 parts of the pillar. There was no other door. Fortunately, the room was also illuminated by luminescent crystals, allowing Ethan to put out his Lumos spell. As the 5 members of the group, or 6 counting Miyuki, stood around the pillar, Tracy tilted her head and asked, "That can't be it, right?" Snape looked at Bilal, who said, "The other group has not met anything similar." Meanwhile, Ethan and his father were both hunched over as they inspected the hovering objects. They were identical and looked like accessories. A small one that had been exquisitely made of pure gold and what looked like to be a sapphire. It seemed to be a pair of earrings. Taking another look at the surrounding coffins, Ethan said, "So, grabbing this will spring the trap, I suppose." Snape nodded, "Yes, and the way forward may be hidden behind one of the coffins, but by the looks of it, triggering any single one of them means triggering all the others. We should look for clues first, before taking any actions. Again, I don't want anyone touching anything." Chapter 58. It too. Okay, longer for Ethan to analyze the room than it would have his mother, since his magical sense was quite restricted in its area of effect, and he also wasn't as good as her. Still, with enough time, Han was able to look through the entire room. Standing next to one of the coffins, Ethan said, "The entrance is behind this one." Snape looked at the surrounding coffins and asked, "Can you open it without triggering the trap?" Ethan was frowning, his voice holding a hint of frustration. The trap was made ingeniously, as all the coffins are part of one enchantment, with intricate connections between each of the coffins. "Can't you deactivate the parts that would trigger the coffins?" Ethan shook his head. "That's the thing. The trap wouldn't so much as activate the coffins, but it would cancel it instead. I guess that whatever is inside those coffins is held within a stasis, powered by the enchantment. Tempering with any of the coffins or the earrings would deactivate the enchantment and release them." Snape held her chin, taking in his explanation as she mused, "Then we need to modify the enchantment instead of destroying it. That is ingenious. Easier said than done. It is mostly a charm. And I am far from confident at managing to do anything to it," Ethan said, looking at his father with a meaningful glance. He was the expert in charms, not Ethan. Henry caught onto it as he approached the coffin Ethan was next to. And after a moment said, "Yes, I can feel something, but I can't sense it well enough to do anything to it. How about only deactivating some of them, instead of all of them?" Ethan thought about his father's proposition and expressed these thoughts aloud. It would probably be harder than to deactivate them all at once. All the coffins are interconnected, and focusing on changing only a few of them would require more brain power than to consider the enchantment as one. Stretching lightly, Ethan shared a look with Miyuki, the little kitsune nodding as S. He understood what he wanted to do almost instantly. Although their bond hadn't reached the level of twins, when they were together they did not need to say anything to know what was on the other's mind. Having gotten confirmation from her, Ethan told the others, "What we can do, though, is delay the deactivation of the coffins, so we don't have to deal with them all at once. With preparation, we should be able to take this fight. The things inside the coffins seem to be some variants of living dead, so if we prepare accordingly we should be able to take this safely." Snape smiled, glancing at Henry as she was curious to see the famed Flash wizard in action, while Henry himself asked, "How many will there be at a time?" Ethan looked at the 8 coffins that contained the monsters, and after thinking about it for a moment, replied, "I'd say 2 at a time. The longer harder they will be to contain." Henry nodded, and looked down at the ground, seemingly looking for something as he asked, "What about transfiguration?" Ethan tilted his head, wondering what his father was speaking of, before looking down to and catching onto it. "I cannot sense anything that would interfere with it, or that would be triggered by it. I would be careful about the structural integrity of the room, however." Henry looked happy to learn that. On the other hand, Snape's attention was on the pair of earrings, which she was eyeing closely as she asked, "And these? They must be magical, being displayed like this. Do you reckon they would be of any use for this fight?" The greed on her face was barely concealed, which was understandable as magical artifacts were all precious, whatever their uses may be. Most wizards never got one in their lives, although the likelihood of curse breakers acquiring one was higher than most other jobs. Ethan looked at her speechlessly, seriously questioning who was the Hogwarts graduate professional curse breaker between the two of them in his head, but he still replied, "They certainly are magical. But they are the core of the enchantment, veiled by it. Besides, even if they weren't, I am not an appraiser." Ethan might have said the last part a bit more dryly than he had intended to. Seeing the awkward expression Snape had as she muttered, "I see." Meanwhile, Henry was smiling while looking at his son, apparently amused at his reaction. Miyuki, who had been content by mostly watching since they had arrived in the tomb, was excited by the prospect of finally some action. While she and Ethan shared much, passion for magic was not one of them. That was not to say Miyuki did not wish to learn magic, but for her, it was solely to become stronger, while Ethan truly found magic to be a passion. That was why this exploration did not interest Miyuki much, as they were not here to become stronger. Soon, the entire room was covered with a thick mist, which served to put anyone within under an illusion. Miyuki was capable of using illusions without her mist, but they would always be more powerful within the mist. The kitsune had received an all-around increase in power from the growth of her fourth tail, and that included her ability to use illusions. And now, the ability to use illusions happened to be what they were using to delay the opening of the coffins by confusing the enchantment with Miyuki's illusion magic. It might sound strange, but illusion magic was a whole lot more powerful and complex than most people thought, and very few wizards ever learned it, and even less mastered it. Most users of illusion magic were magical beasts with the innate ability to use it. Such as with kitsunes. Ethan himself had tried to learn illusion magic, which should have been easier since he shared such a close bond with a magical beast capable of using it proficiently. But he had never made any advancement on that end. Still, despite not managing to learn to use it himself, Ethan knew the basics about the magic. The general impression people had of illusions was that they worked by tricking the senses by tempering the information they received, and while it was technically not false, it was also incomplete. Illusion magic had a broader and more conceptual application, as it was the manipulation of the unreal. This misconception came from the fact that most forms of illusion magic could only be used to trick a person's senses, and it was plenty powerful already. But with the right skill set, it was possible to fool more intangible targets, such as an enchantment. Here, the strategy was to trick the coffins into thinking the other coffins were still sealed shut. It was complex, but Miyuki was good, and she had the necessary knowledge to pull it off. Although she never expressed much interest in runes, she had picked up a thing or two about it simply due to how much time she had spent with Ethan and his mother. And for any rune she might not understand, her bond with Ethan helped a lot. And this enchantment had little to do with runes anyway. What she mainly had to rely on to get a grasp on the enchantment were her mind and magical sense, both of which she had a good mastery of, so it was not a problem. Soon, the room was completely covered in the illusory mist, not only achieving the effect of near blindness but also allowing her illusion magic to affect all of the coffins. With everything ready, Ethan deactivated the enchantment. Chapter 59. Nothing happened for a moment before they heard a cracking sound. Tracy took a step back, and two of the coffins, the ones directly adjacent to the exit, fell down with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. With both the dust and Miyuki's mist, visibility had been reduced to near zero, yet as the coffin was opened, the two monsters that had been unsealed became highlighted in red for Ethan's group. Meanwhile, they saw the other members of the group in blue. Illusions were most often used to hinder, but here Miyuki was manipulating everyone's sight to highlight the figures of everyone, effectively circumventing their blindness. Concerning the monsters, they were just shy of 3 meters tall, their bodies covered in lean muscles. They would have looked human, were it not for their size and their bird heads. They had the heads of a bird of prey, possibly a falcon. They were also dressed in ancient armor and were armed with a couple of kopeshes, words that would have looked ridiculously large for any human but were fit for these monsters. Facing them, even Ethan was feeling intimidated. It wasn't his first time facing monsters, but these ones had something about them that made his muscles tense. Apollo Sagitta. One moment the two monsters were standing just fine, and in the next, they both had a hole in the middle of their chest, about 2 fingers wide. The two monsters crumpled to the ground, and everyone turned to look at Henry. Snide seemed to be almost in worship as she exclaimed, "Apollo Sagitta, where did you learn this spell?" Henry smiled politely but chose not to answer. It was a while back. Tracy looked at Ethan, her question clear before she even asked, "Is this a special spell?" Ethan shrugged, having never heard of it before. Snide had heard her question, however, as she provided an explanation, her expression not any less fanatical than before. Apollo Sagitta is the treasure of any curse breaker. It is F.A. Med is the most effective spell against creatures of darkness. The only other person I know with this spell is Professor Rakepick, and she is the best in the world. Ethan noted that in her excitement, she had once again slipped with Rakepick, which made him wonder, was her story all there was to it? Although he was sure it was his paranoia speaking, Ethan still kept it in mind, just in case. Miyuki, who was still focusing on managing the enchantment, sent a signal to Ethan, and upon receiving it, he said to the others, 2 more are coming. Seeing that his father already had his wand at the ready, Ethan sent him a pointed look and added, maybe let us deal with those. Or don't one-shot them at least. All he got was a smug smile. Still, as 2 more coffins cracked open and the monsters stepped forth. Henry did not use the same spell, but it was still one of a fiery nature as a potent flame latched onto one of the monsters. It did not react to it, even as it visibly melted with every second. It was not a surprise that Henry would opt for another fire spell because creatures of darkness had 2 main weaknesses, fire and silver. With one of the 2 falcon-headed monsters dealt with, Ethan turned his attention to the second one as he went for his usual combo. Incendio. Instead of a cloud of flames that he would usually use to blind the enemy, Ethan manifested a smaller but more concentrated fire projectile. In the approximate shape of a spear, that crashed in the middle of the monster's chest. It did not have the same effect his father's spell had, but the monster's chest was still charred black. Flipendo. Ethan did not upper body but at its left knee instead. As expected, the monster was resistant to most forms of magic, but even with reduced effect, the knockback effect pushed its knee back. Had it been a human, their kneecap would have been shattered. Defendo. Ethan would have aimed at the neck, but the animalistic head looked stronger than the rest of the body. And the connection between it and the human part did not look hastily sewn, so he had aimed for the midsection instead. The spell had little effect, unfortunately, barely drawing any blood. The monster set its sights on Ethan, peering through the mist as it looked straight at him. The others were not idle, with Snide attacking first with a potent fire spell. Lacarnum Inflammare, a head-sized fireball was fired at the monster, and this time it reacted to the attack, swinging one of its khopesh at the fireball. The sword must have had some anti-magic property, as it easily sliced through it, making it explode. It was a powerful fire spell, however, so despite not being hit directly, it still had its hand blown off. Yet, the monster was unrelenting, not showing any sign of pain at the loss of a hand as it ignored Snide. Its knees bent slightly before it made a powerful leap towards Ethan, crossing the distance between the 2 of them in an instant. Looking at the raised sword ready to fall on him, Ethan's eyes widened as he jumped back, casting the levitation spell. The sword barely missed him as Ethan fell into a backward stumble, and the monster was ready to strike again. Only for its dropped sword to stab it in the back. The monster looked down at the sword coming out of its chest with soulless eyes. It did not care for injuries or even its own demise, it simply took in the facts. Meanwhile, Ethan was left panting as he scrambled back to his feet, just when he received an alarming warning from Miyuki, which he quickly transmitted to the rest of the group. There's something wrong with those monsters. They're all coming out. Ethan did not have the time to explain, but through Miyuki, he could sense what had gone wrong. It was not her fault, as the enchantment was still in place over the 4 remaining coffins, yet the monsters sealed were somehow awakening. Everyone tensed at his words but did not get to prepare as the 4 remaining coffins cracked open as one. And 4 identical monsters set their sight on the group. Making a split-second decision, Ethan pointed his wand at 2 of them and said, Custodia Malum. It was a shielding spell, but Ethan did not manifest it right in front of himself, but instead in front of 2 of the coffins, blocking the passage of 2 of them. The 2 monsters recoiled back into their coffins as they hit the silver. Why barrier as if they had touched a scalding piece of metal? They could not easily destroy the barrier either, as the coffins were too small for them to properly wield their swords, so as long as Ethan could hold on to the shield, they would only have to fight 2 of them. Henry, Snide, and Bilal all used a different fire spell to attack the 2 remaining monsters, with the clear intent of finishing them off as fast as possible. But they were no longer unresponsive. They moved with surprising speed as one of the 2 placed itself in front of the other, shielding it as it did its best to parry the incoming spells. It was noticeably better than the last one had been, managing to parry Snide's and Bilal's spells, only falling when it was impaled by a fire spear fired by Henry. However, while it died, it had managed to protect the other monster, who hadn't headed for any of the members of the group but instead for the silvery barrier. Henry was the one who reacted the fastest, firing another quick spell at the monster. But as it was about to hit, the monster's swords impacted with the shield, destroying it with a single blow. A sword extended out and shielded the monster, negating the spell. Moving as one, the three monsters stood next to each other, and all their gazes settled on Ethan, their swords at the ready. Chapter 60. Taking several steps back, Ethan did not find himself very far away from the monsters. As it wasn't a very big room, but it gave him time to think before he cast another spell. Incendio. Ethan's magical reserves were getting low. Custodia Malum was quite the taxing spell. But he still decided to go with a large area of effect Incendio, as he fired a cloud of fire at the three monsters. The three monsters once again acted as one, parrying the attack. In the exact same way as they cross-slashed their sword before them, dissipating the flames before it could hit them. But while their attention was on Ethan, Tracy had sneaked up behind them at some point, and she cast her own spell. Spongify. Out of all the spells they had learned during their first year, this was definitely not one of those Ethan thought Tracy would use. But the spell did not aim to directly harm the monsters. Instead, it slammed into the armor of one of the monsters, making it soft. Spongify was the softening spell and would turn soft anything it hit. And just as it did, Henry appeared behind the monster and drove his hand through its back. Looking at the hand that came out of the monster's chest, not only was there a heart in his father's hand, but Ethan also noted that Henry's hand had also turned monstrous. It almost looked like a vampire's hand, actually, with long claws at the tips of his fingers. The other two monsters still did not even turn in Henry's direction, focusing on Ethan instead as they leapt at him and swung their swords. Left without much of a choice, Ethan sharply whipped his wand up, causing spikes to come out of the ground. They hit the monsters right in the chest, but they were only stopped and not pierced through, thanks to their armor. Ethan would have preferred not to use transfiguration, but the room thankfully didn't start crumbling down. This only won Ethan a moment of respite, but it was enough for Snide and Bilal to cast several spells at the two remaining monsters and for Henry to cast away the one he had just killed. The two monsters were good, as they managed to parry most of the incoming spells, but they still got hit a couple of times, resulting in chinks in their armor. They were about to attack again, but suddenly found their legs to be failing them as Miyuki slashed at their Achilles' heels. And once they lost their ability to move, they became sitting ducks for the group to dispose of. As the last monster was killed, Ethan squatted down next to one of them, curious about them. He had never seen these particular monsters or even heard of them, but his experience mostly extended to his first-year book on DADA. So it was not so surprising. However, neither his father, an experienced duelist who had traveled the world, Snide, who was a cursebreaker, or even Bilal, who was a local, had ever heard of them. Meaning they were probably unique to this place. Ethan first looked at the connection between the bird head and the human body, but it was seamless. It did not look like the two parts had been stitched together. While Ethan may not be an expert in anatomy, he could still pick up some clues from his observations, which led him to a simple conclusion: this was not a natural entity. There were three sources of magic Ethan could sense within the body. The first one was present in both the head and the body and had the effect of altering it to become bigger. It was slightly more concentrated within the head, probably because the head of a falcon was much smaller than a human head. He did not know what form of magic had been used, unfortunately. The other two traces of magic were both exclusively inside the head. But Ethan could not tell what they did. He could recognize the enlarging magic because there was a second-year charm called Engorgio, which turned whatever the spell hit bigger. While Ethan had not learned it, he did once see a second-year student enlarge his turkey leg at dinner. So he was familiar with that form of magic. The other two, not so much. Since he could not tell much more corpse, Ethan moved to a second one to check whether there would be any difference, only to hear Snide exclaim, "Where did the earrings go?" Ethan turned to look at her, then where the earrings were supposed to be. And sure enough, there was no more magical jewelry floating there. He was about to say something when he saw his father taking a pointed look his way. Their eyes met for an instant, and Ethan heard his father's voice in his head, "Pretend you don't know. Find something." Quote. Ethan was at a loss, as he truly did not know where they were gone, although his Heir's message told him Henry had something to do with it. What really confused him, however, was his father's willingness to suddenly use telepathy. Did that mean Snape and Bilal were not among the ones Henry wanted to hide his earlier message from, if there was even one? That would only leave Rakepick, Weasley, and Zaid. Since Zaid and Bilal were connected and presumably had the same means, at least mentally, if Bilal was fine, Zaid should be too. As for Bill Weasley, although Ethan knew better than to unconditionally trust his meta-knowledge, he still found it hard to believe Bill Weasley. Why would be someone his parents would need to be careful around? That only left Rakepick, who was the most likely suspect in the first place since she was the most accomplished, and the only one in the group who might actually be able to threaten his parents. But Ethan could still feel there was something amiss with the entire situation. He was almost sure his parents had been trying to pass a message to each other. And his father's message was definitely something he did not want Marula Snape to know about. For all his doubts, however, Ethan did have to come up with something, so he put on a serious expression as he approached the cut-off pillar where the earpieces had been and examined it silently. His magical sense did not tell him much. He could feel the remnants of the enchantment, as well as something else. Ethan, who had been looking at it half-heartedly, doubled back, focusing on that second trace. It was not anything he could recognize. Did his father use some form of magic he did not know about? Although Ethan's lack of experience generally prevented him from knowing the exact effects of the magical traces he examined, he could at least guess which branch of magic they belonged to. This one, however, did not belong to any he was familiar with. He would have to ask his father exactly what kind of magic it was. Still, that was not something Snape had to know, so he looked back at her and said with a helpless expression, "That's unfortunate." Snape's jaw visibly clenched as she suddenly burst out in anger. "Why didn't you say the earrings would disappear?" More than being offended at the outburst, Ethan felt curious. Magical artifacts were precious, but not that much. Especially since it wasn't even necessarily going to be hers. Ethan couldn't help but wonder what made her overreact. Why was everyone being so weird? Ethan knew that reacting calmly would probably make things worse and might even make him appear guilty in her eyes, so his expression froze and he replied coldly, "If you're unhappy, maybe don't rely on a first-year student." Whatever she was about to say died out in her throat as her anger rapidly faded, and she coughed awkwardly, "Sorry. I got caught up." Ethan stared for another couple of seconds before gesturing towards the dead monsters, his voice still devoid of any sort of warmth. "It was probably the doing of the Guardians. Did you notice they were getting better with each one we took down? I'm pretty sure they had magic, and they used it to make the earrings disappear." "Guardians?" Ethan shrugged. "Got to call them something, no?" Henry was smiling as he added. "Besides, you said Ramesses had a powerful magical artifact that was the reason for his firstborn's death. Surely it will be deeper inside, and in comparison, these earrings pale quite a bit. Don't they?" The moment he heard his father speak, Ethan extended his mind energy over to Snape, believing his father would not speak for nothing. And it seemed he was right too. As while Snape's expression remained neutral, Ethan managed to pick up the faintest feeling of astonishment from her. Although very curious, Ethan refrained from digging in deeper. Snape had decent mental defenses. And while the momentary shock had let out some of her emotions, Ethan did not believe he would be able to go any deeper without alerting her. Chapter 61. The tension within the group had visibly risen after the debacle with the Guardians and the missing earrings. Ethan had an inkling he may have hurt her pride by pointing out she was relying on a first-year student, as after that she always stayed at the front. Fortunately, they did not find anything too dangerous, as it was mostly a series of traps. They also came across a few treasures, mostly in the form of gold and jewels. Interestingly, they did not come across any sort of coin. Despite the somewhat soured mood, Snape was still as enthusiastic about history as she taught them that currencies did not yet exist. They used barter. And gold was already seen as one of the most valuable materials. However, as tempting as the heaps of gold might have been, none of them carried any expended bags, so the riches would only slow them down. 2 hours later, after circumventing many traps, the group finally arrived at a large door. Thanks to Bilal, they knew that the other group had actually come across the same door some time before. And it supposedly led to the true funerary chamber. It was a circular door made out of stone with a small hole in its center. A keyhole. The door was magical. Of that, there were no doubts. Yet it could also be opened with a simple key. Alohomora. It was worth it to try, but of course, the lock-opening charm did not open the door. Although she looked embarrassed, probably because of what he had said to her, Snide still let Ethan take a look at it, retreating to the side herself. Ethan started by the outer rim of the door, expecting a powerful enchantment, but he found one of surprising simplicity. Simplicity does not equate to weakness, however. It was not fused magic, as nearly all barriers had been until now. Instead, it was just a charm. But it was a charm of great power. One he unfortunately did not recognize, although that was not very surprising. Besides, his father surely would. Before asking him, however, Ethan extended his magical sense to the keyhole. Just to make sure he was not missing anything. There was nothing special inside, so Ethan was about to tell his father to take a look when something shifted. The world lost all of its color as time seemed to stop. No one was moving anymore, be it Miyuki, Tracy, Snide, Bilal, or even his father. They were all looking at him and the door. But even that started disappearing as all forms blended together, turning the world around Ethan into a mess of black and white. The world remained confusing for some more time before a series of images passed by him. Everything was blurry, so it was hard to make out any details. But some were more glaring than others. He saw a golden pyramid, then a young brown-haired girl holding a familiar pair of earrings. 3 flames, 1 white, 1 purple and the last red. Red and white were surrounded by a strong light, while purple was hiding a darkness. This darkness felt strangely welcoming. Then, Ethan returned to the golden pyramid. This time, however, it was opening. 4 people were having an intense duel, spells flying rapidly between them. A figure emerged from within the pyramid, with someone kneeling in front of it. A woman. The moment he looked at her, she looked over. But Ethan only saw a blue glare blocking her face. Then he saw himself floating a meter from the ground. A cloud of darkness was closing in on him, and for the faintest moment, he saw 2 purple orbs within. Eyeing his body hungrily, a blue mist was fighting against the darkness and held on for a while, but even that ended up being swallowed up as soon as all darkness. Still, Ethan managed to see one more image. He was floating in the air, his eyes 2 haunting purple orbs. The same woman as earlier was standing by his side, her face no longer shielded by the blue light. Unfortunately, he could still not see her features as the darkness was encroaching on him. Although that was his body, Ethan could feel there was something amiss with it. Something that was not quite right. Someone was also standing across the 2, with fallen bodies behind. All Ethan could catch was her red hair before his vision was once again pulled into that darkness. Then Ethan was pulled back with a gasp. He looked around with wide eyes, his body tense as he instinctively had his wand out. Miyuki, who had been standing there relaxed, had her claws out, although she was not targeting anyone. Ethan, are you all right? Ethan felt a strong hand grasp his shoulder, and he tried to move away from it by instinct, but the grip was holding him tight. Only as he looked over his shoulder did he realize it was his father, who wore a worried expression. But the only thing he could see when he looked at his father were the fallen bodies from earlier. He did not see their faces, yet somehow he knew who they were. That only served to exacerbate the panic he was feeling. But then he felt something brush against his mental defenses. He was pulled in and saw a large, sun-like ball of light approaching his mind. It was not an attack, however, but more of a soothing light. More by instinct than anything else, Ethan steeled his mental defenses, getting a rein on his mind as his panic started subsiding. Ethan managed to get a hold of his emotions, but his thoughts inevitably returned to the images he had seen. Was that a vision, a premonition, some sort of warning? But what could have possibly triggered it? Catching his breath, Ethan made a long exhale and said quietly, still shaken inside, I'm fine. The door has a powerful charm on it. An unsaid message was passed through his glance. Solely to his father. Be careful. Ethan himself was not sure whether he was warning about the door or the strange vision he had. Henry nodded imperceptibly, his worried face fading away as he went back to his easygoing expression, turning his attention to the door. Of course, Ethan could tell his father was still worried about what had just happened, but they both knew better than to guess how something important might have happened. As Henry examined the door, Snape quickly joined him, and Ethan retreated. Miyuki was still on edge, so he was stroking her back, his fingers going along her spine. Thanks to their bond, although Miyuki had not directly experienced the vision, nor did she know exactly what Ethan had seen, she still felt his emotions. Miyuki also had above-average intelligence, so she could come to her own conclusions from the clues she had. Tracy squatted next to Ethan, her hands on her knees as she whispered worriedly, "Are you okay?" The boy avoided her gaze, he remembered the girl who had the earrings in his vision. Although he hadn't seen her features clearly, who else but Tracy could it have been? Besides, it would explain why his father had told him to make up an excuse for the disappearance of the earrings earlier, if it had been Tracy who had taken them. Now was not the best time to confront her about them. However, it was probably for the best if Snape did not know about them. Although if these images really had been a vision warning him of the imminent future, then Tracy's possession of the earrings had to have some meaning. But then again, Ethan did not know if he could trust the vision he had. As far as he knew, he did not have any talent as a seer, he had never shown any signs of it before, so why would he now? Ramesses II was a master of mind magic. According to Snape, so who was to say this was not just another of the traps? Unfortunately, that was not something he could just solve by thinking hard about it, so he showed a smile at Tracy. Doing his best to reassure her, "I'm fine." He was not, and it showed in his shaky smile, something Tracy spotted. She tactfully did not say anything about it, however, her gaze turning to Miyuki as she joined in the petting silently. Chapter 62. Henry took several minutes to analyze the door and the charm on it. Ethan was not sure whether it was because his father was struggling or if he was just pretending. As far as he knew, Henry had not reached the second layer of magic perception, but not only was it not the only way to analyze a magical enchantment, but someone in the second layer could also make a rudimentary observation of an enchantment by being in contact with it. It was how Ethan himself had reached the second layer, after all, by repeatedly forcing his magic sense out of his body through an object he touched. Once he was done, Henry explained what the charm was, clearly interested in it. It seems to be an ancient version of the Fidelius charm. It is probably the reason why so many people missed this place. The Fidelius charm, this one Ethan was familiar with. He had never witnessed it himself, but he had heard of it. It was one of the most powerful spells in the world, and it allowed to entrust a secret into someone's soul. That secret would then become magically protected, with only the person to whom the secret was entrusted, called the secret keeper, knowing of said secret. The only way for this secret to be spread was for the secret keeper to directly divulge it to someone else. What made this charm so powerful was not only its potency, but also the fact that the secret did not have to be intangible. One could turn a place into a secret, which was what had been done for the Potter household during the First Wizarding War to stop Voldemort from hunting Harry Potter. At least, it was the way it had been done in the original timeline, and the only reason it failed in the end was because the secret keeper ended up being a traitor. Had it not been for that, even Voldemort would have been unable to find them. Ethan did not know whether the same had happened in this world, but the point was that the Fidelius charm was incredibly powerful as well as ancient. Something Tracy picked up as well. She asked Henry, "Isn't the Fidelius charm supposed to be very ancient? Like, thousands of years old, and this is an ancient version of it?" Henry nodded, tapping onto the door as he explained, "This very well might be the spell from which the Fidelius charm was derived. It is more tethered to the physical plane, which makes it slightly easier to detect. But it also has an effect on the physical world, locking the door, in this case." Ethan noticed that Snape did not seem surprised in the slightest by the explanation, as if she knew about it already. Which begged the question, How had Gringotts found out about this tomb? All Snide asked was, "Can you open it then?" Henry nodded and asked Bilal, "What about the other side?" Bilal replied quickly, "Your wife said that the doors were twins. Opening one would open the other. She also said you would be capable of opening it." Henry snorted, before weaving his wand at the door, finite incantatum. A light flashed on the door, and it started rotating on itself, forming an opening, while Henry looked back and said, "Sometimes, simple is good enough." Finite incantatum was a second-year spell in Hogwarts and was known as the general counter spell. It was usually used for simple spells and had limited effects on stronger enchantments, so Ethan was sure there was something his father was not telling him. But there was no way to know. As the door opened and the group entered the room hidden behind, Ethan could not help but falter in his step as he saw what was in it. On the other side of the room, another door had opened, and from this one came the other group, where Ethan's mother was. The room itself was grand, with multiple sets of pillars holding it up. Across the walls were statues of the monsters Ethan had faced earlier, which he had called guardians for convenience sake. There were easily 30 of them. But what made Ed in the middle of the room? It was a golden pyramid. The very one he had seen in his vision. It stood on a pedestal, and the tip of it was even higher than the heads of the guardians. Ethan estimated it to be 4 meters tall. In front of the pyramid was also a small platform, above which a pitch-black orb was floating. It was so dark that it seemed to suck in the light from its surroundings. Finally, above the pyramid, a grand run-I-C circle had been carved into the ceiling, which glowed with a pure blue light. Fortunately, no one reacted to Ethan's stumble, too preoccupied by what they were seeing. Well, no one except for Henry, who did not say he did not know what had happened to his son when he examined the door. He guessed it had something to do with his reaction. Although the others had also reacted to the room, and particularly to the big golden pyramid. Henry knew his son well enough to know that he would never react this way, be it because he would be embarrassed to show such vivid shock or simply because it would not be enough to really shock him. After catching himself, Ethan followed his group as they approached the pyramid and noticed some more details he had not seen in his vision. It had been blurry after all. Although it looked like a pyramid cast out of pure gold, it was instead made of many little golden triangles, set together so as to form the 4 sides of the pyramid. Each of the small triangles had symbols carved into them, glowing with a soft white light. Curiously enough, while Ethan recognized some of them as runes, some of the other symbols he could not recognize. They should be runes of some kind. Because Ethan did not see the point of having them if they did not have a magical effect, but he did not think there were any runic alphabets he did not know. Ethan shared a look with his mother, which only served to confirm his doubts. It was fascinating. While Ethan wanted to get a closer look at the pyramid, Rakepick had already placed herself in front of it, right next to the floating orb. Thus physically blocking it as she said, "I must say, I am impressed. Although I was originally against bringing a group with children to this place, we would have never arrived here without you." Ethan looked past her shoulder at the pyramid and asked, "So, this is Ramesses II's real resting place? And this orb you are blocking is supposed to be his famed treasure that cost him his son's life?" Everyone turned to look at him, stunned. What had been a relatively smooth cooperation was just torn to shreds by his words, but he did not care. Whether the vision he had was one of the immediate future warning him of his impending doom or a trap set by someone, Ethan was not going to be passive about it. He had already done it once, and it had resulted in the death of a great, innocent man. On her part, Rakepick looked surprised before she smiled slyly, asking, "Is that it, then? You want the artifact for yourself?" Ethan shook his head, replying without hesitation, "One that led to a man killing his son. To me, that sounds more like a curse than a treasure." Rakepick paused, obviously taken aback by his response, before bursting out laughing. Meanwhile, Ethan noticed that his parents were now close to him and Tracy, while Weasley was looking concerned. As for Snide, her eyes were rapidly shifting around. She was clearly nervous. "How very wise of you, little man. You were right about this being his resting place, too. You did get one thing wrong, however." Rakepick approached Ethan, looking down at him with a satisfied expression. She liked being above others, which was Ethan's first impression. But while she did this, Bilal and Zaid, who had been standing at the sides, suddenly leapt at the black orb, reaching out like their lives depended on it, which they did. Tracy gasped in shock as the two brothers had their attention fully on the orb. Henry would have been fast enough to stop at least one of them. Possibly both. Rakepick might have been able to stop one as well. Yet they only watched as the two placed their hands on the orb, their greed and desperation fully visible to the group. As if nothing had happened, Rakepick resumed, "This orb is not Ramesses' famed great treasure." On cue with her words, the ecstatic pair of brothers, who had thought they had managed to snag the ultimate treasure of an ancient golden civilization, released a blood-curdling scream. As if their very souls were being twisted. Their bodies started spasming as a faint cloud of darkness started spreading from the orb, swiftly enveloping the two brothers, whose screams grew fainter by the second. Then, there was silence, and Ethan was forced to close his eyes as there appeared a blinding flash of light, followed by a sensation of having his insides turned inside out. Chapter 63. Ethan found himself in complete darkness. "Is anyone there?" It was Tracy's voice. She was close to him. Before Ethan could reply, another voice he recognized as Weasley's spoke up. "Yes. Is this Tracy? Whatever you do, don't use Lumos." Ethan turned his head in Weasley's direction and asked, "Why?" There was a short gasp from Tracy before Weasley said, "I take it, this is Ethan. I'm not sure what happened, but we might be standing in the middle of a trap that activates with light." Ethan, who already had his wand out, asked, "Can you check for the trap then?" The idea made sense to him. Weasley was a curse breaker, and his experience was already proving to be invaluable. Had it not been for him, Ethan would already have used the lighting charm. Ethan heard the sound of a cork being opened, and Weasley said, "I have a dark vision potion." There was the clear sound of gulping down a potion. "There, don't move, I'll give you some." Ethan was already ready to refuse, while he believed that the probability of Bill Weasley working with Rakepick in whatever she was trying to pull off was low, it also wasn't even near zero. He did not have to, however, as Weasley stopped mid-sentence before muttering, "Why is it not working?" While Weasley seemed confused, Ethan suddenly felt a breath tickle his ear. He started, extending his magical sense in the direction of the breath as he retreated. His wand at the ready. "Wait, it's me." Somehow, the voice was once again right next to him, whispering in his ear. Recognizing Tracy's voice did little to reassure him, though, as he started doubting whether he really was with Weasley and Tracy. But as he extended his magical sense in Tracy's direction, it did feel like her. All wizards and magical beings alike had a unique magic within them, a magical signature that set them apart from the rest of the world. Most scanning enchantments relied on this signature, and even some spells, such as the taboo spell Voldemort had put on his name, used it. Ethan's magical sense was unfortunately not good enough to feel it and differentiate between individuals, but he could get clues. He could sense the approximate amount of magic a being had, as well as its nature, and from what he could sense, whoever was speaking to him felt extremely similar to Tracy. She continued, "Stop looking at me like you're about to scramble my mind." Ethan paused. Actually, that was a good idea. Maybe it had been because of his earlier panic or the anxiety born from being in total darkness, but he had not thought about using his mind. He spread out his mental energy like a net around himself and managed to catch on to two other presences besides himself. One of them had strong mental defenses, which he guessed was Bill. He was the eldest son of the Weasley family and a curse breaker, so he ought to have at least decent mental defenses. Ethan did not mind being a little forceful this time as he examined his mind. He did not try to read his mind, because that would just antagonize him, whether it was really Bill or something else, but instead looked at his mind's structure. Bill was surely feeling it, but at least Ethan got to confirm it was a human. As for the second mind, however, there was something strange. On the one hand, it was devoid of any build. He approached it, he felt like he was trying to grasp at smoke. Not only that, but discerning where it was also felt much harder than it should have. Still, in the end, it was not defended, so with a little persistence, Ethan managed to get a grasp on it and scan the surface thoughts. It really seemed to be Tracy. But if it was truly her, what was that thing around her mind? And how did she know what his face looked like? Tracy, can you see in the dark? He heard a groan, and Tracy said, yeah. And I whispered to you because I wanted everyone to know that. Ethan did not feel guilty. What can you see? There's 3 of us. Weasley is patting his way to a wall. And you are looking over my left shoulder, intensely. Ethan adjusted his sight to look at where her face should be, now more inclined into believing she really was here. He wanted to tell her to focus more on the room and its details, but Bill beat him to it. What about the room itself? Is there anything that stands out? What does the room look like? Tracy took a good look around the room, humming softly to let them know she was doing it, and after several seconds, she started describing the room, in her own way. The room's kind of like the rest of the temple. Old. We're in a small room. There's 4 pillars around us. That's about it. Nothing that really stands out. How many exits? Just 1. Weasley stopped talking, while Ethan debated inwardly about what to do. He was almost sure Tracy's ability to see in the dark had something to do with the magical earrings, and that she was the one who had them. He did not want Weasley to know she had them, so he could not ask her aloud. But while telepathy would stop him from hearing anything, Ethan still remembered his parents' strange message. He had originally thought that it was about rakepick, and maybe it was, but the vision he had earlier hinted at there being a bigger danger, hidden within the pyramid. Was it what his parents had been worried about since the beginning? The earrings had to be connected in some way, since they not only were found within the temple, but also were shown to him within his vision. Whatever the origin of the vision had been, the earrings had to be important. It was hurting his brain. There was a way to know for sure, to prevent what he had seen. You are making a scary face. Are you about to do something bad? Ethan felt like a glassy veil had been shattered within his mind as he heard Tracis' words. What he had just been considering was to use brute force his way through the problem, by mind-raping the 2 with him. The very idea of doing such a thing disgusted him, and alerted him to the highest degree. It was not just a matter of ethics, Ethan knew himself to be better than this. This would be the way of an animal, of a beast, something he was not. These thoughts may have been his, but Ethan knew for sure that they did not originate from his true self. No longer hesitating, Ethan extended his hand towards Tracy, and managed to grab her by the shoulder. His hand moved up to her ear, his fingers on her lobe. There was nothing there. As for Tracy, she gasped audibly when Ethan grabbed her, but as his hand went to her ears she whispered, "What the fuck are you doing?" Knowing that his actions had been inappropriate, Ethan apologized softly, "Sorry. But I know you have the earrings. I just wanted to check whether you had them on or not." "How did you know? Did your dad tell you?" Ethan hummed, neither really confirming nor denying. Meanwhile, Weasley said, "I don't think there's any traps here." Lumos. The previously dark room was suddenly lit up by a strong light. Ethan had to shield his eyes with his hand, which prompted Weasley to lower the intensity of his spell. The light dimmed, and coalesced into an orb that flew out of the wand, floating gently over Bill's shoulder. Chapter 64. Now that everyone could see each other, Bill stared at the 2 and said, "If we want to get out of here, we are going to need to trust each other. I do understand you would be cautious of me, but Ms. Rakepick and I never worked closely. But she was once your teacher at Hogwarts, wasn't she?" Ethan's rhetoric seemed to amuse Bill as he disputed with a smile. "You 2 are Slytherins, aren't you? Would you say you are close to Snape?" Ethan and Tracy both shook their heads, and Bill continued, "To be honest, I have been suspicious of Rakepick for a while now. I wasn't sure before, but I am now certain that she picked the twins with something in mind. We had several candidates more qualified than them, but they were all ignored. She chose these 2 instead, who were expelled from Beelzehar in their 3rd year." Tracy asked in a strangely flat voice that implied her question was not so much of a question. "So you think Rakepick chose them because she knew they would be greedy and try to steal the artifact, in turn offering themselves as sacrifices?" This made Ethan look at her strangely. That last part was a bit of a reach, in his opinion. He did agree with it, but he was far from certain. And it was not that he believed that Tracy was not intelligent enough to come to this conclusion too, but she had said it with such confidence that it felt like she knew for sure it had been a sacrifice. Bill did not share Ethan's doubts, though, as he nodded, emphasizing, She also kept mentioning the story of the destined prince over and over to them, detailing how an artifact of great power had led to the death of the prince, but also the rise of a kingdom. The more I think about it, the more convinced I am that they were meant to be nothing but sacrifices. Which means she must have the same plans for us. There it was again, this certainty in her voice. Ethan considered he knew Tracy pretty well, and while she was full of confidence and thus was generally sure of herself, she was also smart enough to not take things at face value. Did this mean she was being manipulated, as Ethan had almost been himself? Somehow, Ethan felt that their cases were different, and the earrings most certainly played a part in all of this. Exposing her now would only make things harder for himself, however, so Ethan instead said, "Fine. The first thing we should do is find the others." Tracy nodded, but Bilk asked, "What about this room? Are we sure there aren't any other dangers?" Ethan appreciated the eldest Weasley's son more and more. "I can't sense anything, and neither could you. But there is definitely some magic at work, forcing that darkness on us. Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do but move forward." The other two nodded, and the group moved out of the room. While they carefully walked through the ancient temple, wary of any traps, Ethan tried to connect to Miyuki using their bond, but while strong, their bond was not yet deep enough for this kind of long-distance connection. Ethan was not sure how the bond between Miyuki and himself worked, as it was a rather unique circumstance. Still, it was something that never stopped growing. "So, how are you guys fitting into Hogwarts? You like it?" The question was so out of the blue that Ethan nearly tripped when he heard Bill ask it. Tracy answered with a large grin, "I love it. I was not expecting to be sorted into Slytherin, but I don't regret it. I made great friends, and we even won the House Cup." Bill smiled, huffing, "I heard about that. My brothers were vexed. Slytherin won it again. Although I heard it was pretty close." Tracy looked back at Ethan, punching his shoulder. "Hey, we deserve it. This guy fought an elder vampire to get it." Ethan felt confused by Tracy's condition, as she seemed to be hopping between being herself and not. Still, he showed an awkward smile and said, "I would rather have lost the House Cup. I'll be keeping the scars for my whole life." Tracy looked guilty, which only served to confuse Ethan more. Was it just his paranoia messing with him? Manipulation was an extremely hard thing to pull off, and it was virtually impossible for it to be perfect. Even one of the unforgivable curses, Imperius, would result in a Visum becoming a puppet. That was not just a fault of human magic being faulty either, as even the ability of kitsunes or the compulsion of vampires, while capable of forcing other creatures into their bidding, would always result in cracks and distortions into the psyche and personality of the victims. But Tracy here was being her real self. To a point, Ethan found it hard to believe she could be manipulated. She may not have any mental defenses, but even a muggle being manipulated would show flaws. This left Ethan feeling perplexed. Thinking that Ethan was feeling depressed over his scars, Bill chimed in, "You know, personally, I think your scar looks great. It makes you look like an adventurer," he said, looking around and snorting, "which I suppose you are, now that I think of it." Ethan chortled, though not for the reason Bill imagined. It was his future knowledge instead, or alternate future knowledge, as he distinctly remembered that Bill would come to have his face scarred by a werewolf, making his words quite ironic. Still, it resulted in the tension disappearing as Han changed the subject. "We've met your brothers. Well, briefly, since we're Slytherins and all, but they were pretty cool. Except for Ron. He was an ass." Ethan widened his eyes at Tracy for her complete lack of tact. But Bill laughed merrily. "At least one of my brothers always manages to get under people's skins. I met Fred and George on my first day, and they were pretty fun, although I must admit I fear they will use my face to prank people someday. I heard about Percy, but I never spoke to him. As for Ron, he can be a little judgmental." Bill smiled softly, thinking about his brother, and said, "You should try to get to know him. Being the second youngest isn't easy." Tracy exclaimed, "Second youngest? There's one more." That was Tracy all right. Bill once again laughed, apparently hitting it up with the girl. "There are 7 of us. Me, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, Ron and Ginny. She is a year younger than you, so you should see her next year." He spoke as if he was CER. Coin they would be getting out of the temple, which seemed to work on Tracy as she beamed. I'd love to meet her then, and I'm sure she would love meeting you too. As for Ron, knowing him he probably had beef with you, Grindelwald. Personally, I mean, Ethan thought about it for a moment, remembering the scene as he said, it was an ill attempt at protecting a fellow Gryffindor. I was going a little hard on one of his friends. And he insulted me. It wasn't anything bad, but it did leave a bad impression. Tracy contributed. Helpfully, half of the school did either hate you or think you were a Dark Lord, to be fair. Ethan was about to retort something, when he stopped, his eyes widening as he took in the new room they arrived in. The room had nothing special inside, and looked like the rest of the room. However, unlike the earlier ones, this one split off in 3 paths. And above each path burned a fire of a different color, white, purple and red. Chapter 65, Another Sign from His Vision. The 3 Flames. According to the vision Ethan had earlier, the white and red paths should hold light within them, while purple had darkness. But somehow, the darkness had felt welcoming and safe at the time, not the light. The group observed the 3 paths silently at first before Bill broke the silence. The colors don't remind me of anything. Was there anything similar on your end of the temple? Ethan and Tracy shook their heads to show they did not cross anything similar either, prompting Bill to cast a spell. Descendium. Nothing happened. Revelio. Still nothing. Apare Vestigium. Periculo Sensu. No matter which spells were used, none of them had any effect, as Bill ended up sighing, the whole thing is protected against charms, I'm not getting anything. I'm going to need to use divination. Could you two protect me? If you see anything, just wake me up. The two nodded, and Bill sat down on the ground, clasping his hands together with his wand in the middle. Ethan and Tracy shared a look before focusing on Bill, interested in this new form of magic. Divination was an elective class that could only be taken from their 3rd year up, but it was not known for being the most riveting subject. Their professor was reputed to be half mad, and astrology, the only class that was related to it, was not particularly liked by either of the 2 children. Bill showed them a new side to this particular type of magic. However, after half a minute of silence, he finally moved, placing the tip of his wand against his forehead. The point of contact lit up with a soft blue light, which remained even as he moved his wand away. Keeping his eyes closed, Bill got up from the ground and oriented himself in the direction of the paths. It was an eye, Ethan quickly realized, as he observed Bill performing his magic. A 3rd magical eye, not quite on the forehead, but on his glabella. It lasted for several seconds before the light faded away, and Bill opened his eyes with a gasp. Ethan and Tracy each held one of his arms to stop him from falling, both impressed and worried. Bill took a couple of seconds to get a hold of himself before he shrugged the 2 off and said wearily, I haven't quite mastered this spell yet, unfortunately. But I did manage to get something out of it. Slowly raising his finger towards the purple path, he said, this should be the safe one. Although he inwardly felt happy with the results Bill had gotten as they concurred with his own, which meant he wouldn't have to reveal anything to stir the group in that direction, Ethan still felt obligated to ask. Are you sure? Unexpectedly, Bill sat down, more tired by the spell than he had seemed as he explained, the white path leads to death, that I am sure of. As for the other 2, I admit that I am not 100% sure. But the odds are that purple is the safer one. Safer. Bill nodded grimly. All 3 paths are dangerous. But 2 of them led to a dead end and have more dangerous traps. While the 3rd one leads further in and has slightly less dangerous traps. This should be purple. That's why I want to rest a little before going in. Although we need to get to the others as soon as possible. It would be wiser to recuperate first. Ethan nodded matter-of-factly, acknowledging, you are the main firepower of the team. Rest as much as you need to. Tracy nodded along, making Bill smile. Sitting against one of the walls after checking it was not trapped, Ethan remarked, this spell you used, I never heard of it. Is it taught at Hogwarts? Not that I am aware of, but I never took the elective. So I might not be the best source. Where did you learn it, then? India. I exchanged it for a particularly potent magical Vajra. I still miss it to this day. Tracy chimed in, was it worth it? And what's a Vajra? Bill took a second to think, it is a bit hard to describe. Think of a small scepter that would fit in your hand with two spherical heads. And it was a powerful one. It was capable of striking targets with lightning and enhancing one's resistance to damage. Tracy's eyes turned comically big as she exclaimed, "And you gave it away?" "I'd totally keep something that allows me to smite people." Bill laughed. "Yes, it was powerful. But it was a worthwhile exchange. Look here, for example. What use would that Vajra have for me?" For some reason, Tracy looked a little guilty hearing this. It was well hidden, but Ethan knew her well enough to spot it. Bill did not, and thus continued, "Of course, I would have preferred to have both, but in the end, I am a curse breaker. Not a duelist. What I need is not raw power, but the ability to stay one step ahead." Touching his glabella, Bill added with a sly smile, "Besides, scouting ahead is not the only thing this eye does." Tracy was obviously curious, so she asked directly, "What does it do then?" "No idea." Both of the children were taken aback by the response, making Bill once again laugh as he explained. "This spell draws on both mental and divination moss hard to master as it is potent. The guy who sold it to me probably did because he thought I would never master it, and to be fair, he might be right. But even as it is, the spell is very useful to me." Scratching the back of his head, Ethan looked embarrassed as he said, "I wanted to ask you to teach me the spell, but seeing what it cost you, I don't think I have anything to exchange for it." Bill smiled but said nothing. Ethan would have preferred not to hear about the story of how Bill got the spell, at least he could have asked to learn it innocently. But asking him now would be audacious, to say the least. He felt it was a shame to miss out on such an interesting spell, especially since he might have an affinity for divination magic. Maybe the vision had been a product of the temple and its traps, or maybe he had the rare talent of a seer. It was a rare form of magic that had hardly been documented, so maybe it was normal that he had never shown any signs of it. Maybe it needed certain requirements before it was activated. Before Ethan could lose himself in his theories, Tracy asked, "What do you think old be the purpose of the trap next to the pyramid?" Both Ethan and Bill looked at her, unsure of what she meant. She quickly elaborated, "I'd understand if Ramesses built death traps to kill anyone raiding his tomb. I'd be pissed too if people tried to rob my grave. But that orb took sacrifices, and we were split up. Does that mean that the aim of the traps is not to kill us?" While Ethan did his best not to play into his paranoia, Bill scratched his chin, mumbling, "You have a point. The traps are quite unique. The only thing this reminds me of would be a legacy." Ethan looked around and understood where this train of thought came from. It did feel like they were being tested, but his vision always came back to mind. It did not feel like Ramesses was trying to pass on his knowledge. Maybe, but what if it was something darker than this? Something that would somehow be to his own benefit. Ethan was feeling the temptation of reading Tracy's mind rising within him, and he was not sure he was being manipulated this time. She acted like herself, yet at the same time, she was saying the strangest things. Did she have a vision as well? He felt it was unlikely, but it would explain her apparent lack of knowledge. Chapter 66. Once Bill had recovered enough, the group of three walked into the purple flame path. Despite there not being any other light sources inside the pathway, the Y could clearly see around them as the entire path was lit up with a soft purple light. Even as they got 20 meters into the path, where the light of the flame should be unable to reach them, they could still see with surprising clarity. Ethan was not about the complaint, though. Having the sole source of light hovering next to Bill was constraining for a number of reasons, so being able to see everywhere around him was a definite improvement. They were careful on the way, looking for any hidden traps, but when they ended up finding the trap, they realized it was anything but hidden. At the end of the path was a triangular room with a stone formation at the end of it. There were about 10 coffins within the room as well, identical to the ones Ethan and Tracy had seen before that held guardians in them. Their natural assumption was that these ones had guardians in them too. As they were about to enter the room, Bill warned, "Wait a second, I need to check for traps." They halted their steps, and after a round of inspection from Bill, he pointed his wand at the ground, which was surprisingly tiled. "This tile is trapped, don't walk on it." The two nodded, and the group entered the room, making sure to avoid it. Once in, Bill asked, What can you tell me about them? Strengths. Weaknesses. Ethan was about to speak, but Tracy beat him to it. They are living dead, weak to both silver and fire. They are also connected to one another, so they might have the sense sharing of Leorats. Leorats. Tracy nodded matter-of-factly at Ethan's question, explaining, I did some research before coming to Egypt. Leorats are magical beasts who live in packs and are capable of sharing each other's senses, making them particularly dangerous when they are in large groups. Also, those guardians seemed to be getting stronger with each one that fell, but that might have been them learning from the others' deaths. Her description sounded like it was taken straight out of a textbook. Meaning Tracy would have learned it by heart. Something Ethan found hard to believe came from his friend. Having spent a year in school with her and helped her with more than one exam, Ethan knew better than anyone how much she abhorred memorizing books. Ethan was trying not to let his paranoia control him, but he truly was finding it hard not to assume there was something amiss with Tracy. Bill, on the other hand, said, if that's the case, using one big attack to take them all out at once is probably the way to go. I know the answer is probably no, but you wouldn't happen to have learned one, would you? Ethan crouched in the middle of the room, projecting his magical sense into the ground as he said, I might have something, actually. How effective is it? I took out an elder vampire with it. Bill and Tracy both blurted, oh, before approaching him. After a moment, probably used to remember how the vampire who had impersonated Diego Bosco died, Tracy asked, didn't you imp ale that guy with a silver spear or something? Ethan shook his head, explaining, I turned the ground into silver and turned it into a spike to impale him. We could do the same here if the room isn't trapped to prevent this. That's what I'm checking. Bill took several steps back and started checking the room in his own way, while Tracy also stepped back and said innocently, I think it's a great idea. It could work. The room should be reinforced by magic, right? Maybe it will make manipulating harder, but it should hold on. Ethan only responded with a grunt and continued checking the room nonetheless, and so did Bill. While Tracy stood there awkwardly. After a while, once he had examined the entire room, Ethan said, I could not find any traps. That thing, however, he pointed at the rock formation in one of the angles of the room, is probably a portal. Bill's eyes widened as he asked, are you sure? Ethan nodded. Surprised Bill was so shocked, and explained, this whole thing is actually not much of a trap, but more of a trial. We need to defeat the Guardians to activate the portal. But the portal itself makes sense since we were teleported here in the first place. Bill shook his head, realizing Ethan was misunderstanding him as he said, portal magic is relatively recent, as it was supposed to have been invented 700 years ago. And this place is 3,000 years old. Meaning portal magic was invented much earlier than we thought, or we are no longer in Ramesses II's tomb. The realization shook everyone, and Tracy spoke up. We were the first ones to ever get into that tomb. And it would not make sense for it to lead us somewhere that was not secluded and impossible to find. So they probably already knew portal magic, but that magic was lost. She was still making reaches. But Ethan had to agree with her. Still, the discovery was huge, as they discovered a spell that might have been 2,000 years older than the world believed. Bill took out a small marble from his bag and tossed it in the direction of the portal, only for it to stop midair. It was completely white, but as the seconds passed, it started turning black, as if ink were being injected within. Ethan and Tracy spoke at the same time. What is this? It is a sort of recording device. All curse breakers carry a few on them. This will record the magical print of the room, so it may be studied later on. Of course, it cannot record everything, but in the event of the portal's destruction or it simply becoming unavailable, this will at least allow us to study a part of it. He tossed another marble and explained without having told record our current location. Both of these were made by the Department of Mysteries. They give them to all curse breakers and any adventurer they can get their hands on to aid in their work. The Department of Mysteries was in charge of discovering and pushing the limits of magic, which had existed in one form or another in nearly every culture and in every era of the world. It also happened to be one of the places Ethan dearly wanted to visit. Unfortunately, they were not open to visitors. While the two marbles recorded, Ethan asked, do you guys know the circuit to turn the ground into silver? I could do it on my own, but it would exhaust pretty much all my magic. Ethan had already used a good part of his magic against the first set of guardians they had crossed, to the point where he was not even sure he could cover the whole room by himself. Fortunately, they both nodded, and so they got to work. Soon, the ground in front of all the coffins had been turned into silver. Having identified the trapped tile as the switch for the coffins and, as a result, the portal as well, Bill asked, "Do you think we could ignore the guardians and directly jump in the portal?" Ethan smiled wryly. "A bit late for that, isn't it?" Bill looked at the silvery ground and snorted. As for Tracy, she warned more seriously, "The guardians are fast, and the IR coffins are between us and the portal. We probably wouldn't make it in time and would only turn ourselves into easy targets." Ethan agreed they were fast, but they had taken some time to get out of their coffins. Possibly enough time to allow them to go through the portal. But there was another reason that made him refuse Bill's proposal. "We don't know where the portal will lead. For all we know, it could be another trap or trial. We don't know where it will lead before it opens. Besides, with our own traps in place, the guardians should not be too hard to defeat." Bill sighed. "It's fine. I was just saying, let's do this." Chapter 67. Ethan concentrated on his magic before splitting his mind to reach the areas in front of the 10 coffins. He never had to divide his mind into so many threads before. And it was a feat most would consider impossible, but there was a first for everything. Although it brought his mind to its very limits, Ethan still managed to do it with his wand. This was the signal for Tracy to step onto the trapped tile. The moment she did, the 10 coffins opened, and Ethan did not wait for the monsters to get out when he activated his magic. Ethan visualized the proper circuit mentally, did his best to channel the end product through the 10 strands, and succeeded to a major extent as he managed to affect all 10 locations at once. Unfortunately, while 7 of them turned into long spikes that pierced through the bodies of the guardians, 3 of them fell short, stopping at the armors of the guardians. The 3 remaining guardians leapt out of their coffins, and once again, their target was Ethan. He found it strange that he was always their target, but he did not have the time to think about it as they were nearly upon him. Bill reacted fast, blasting 2 of them with the same spell Snide had used earlier, Lacarnum Inflammare. The fireball created was noticeably bigger than the one Snide had conjured, easily reaching a diameter of 30 centimeters. And slammed into the backs of the guardians, dispatching 2 of them with one spell. Still, there remained one who swung its swords at Ethan, aiming for the neck. He rolled backward awkwardly, the swings barely missing. But it was still on him. Bombarda. The back of the guardian's head exploded violently, and the monster fell. Ethan was shocked, though, as the spell did not come from Bill but from Tracy instead. Bombarda was a potent spell that would cause an explosion on anything hit by it. It was also not something they had learned during the year, so Tracy should not know about it. And even if she had somehow learned it on her own during the year, she was not the kind of person to keep that kind of thing to herself. She most assuredly would have bragged about it, had she learned such a spell. And even without taking this into account, Bombarda was a 5th-year spell, something that should have been well beyond her skill level, considering she had only managed to get an exceeding expectations grade on her charm exam thanks to Ethan's help. It definitely was not his paranoia, there was something amiss with Tracy. But at the same time, she had risked revealing it to save him. So he said nothing about it and simply thanked her, "Thanks for the save." "Sorry, I missed those 3. Tracy smiled proudly, teasing, "I'm so going to tell Theo and Daphne I saved your ass." And there she was, the Tracy he knew. Meanwhile, Bill reassured, "It's fine, I don't think I know many people who could pull off this kind of thing except for Professor McGonagall." Ethan nodded in agreement, as he too was sure McGonagall could not only replicate the feat but probably even surpass it. It was not that she had a stronger mind than Ethan or that she would be capable of splitting her mind into so many parts, but more that with sufficient prowess in transfiguration, one would also be able to alter more than one target. Taking some more time to recover, Ethan approached the portal along with the other 2 and did his best to check its safety. He did not get much, but that was to be expected. Spatial magic was one of the most complex types of magic after all. There were Very few spells and enchantments involving it, and the few that did were of incredible difficulty. Apparition, which was literally teleportation, was among the easiest to master, and yet only adults had the right to be taught the spell. Both because of the dangerousness behind it and the difficulty of mastering it. And even then, most adults did not learn it, both because of the danger factor and difficulty but also because of the unpleasant effect upon achieving it. Ethan suspected that when they had been teleported from the main chamber with the golden pyramid, they had been forcefully apparated. As the experience felt identical to when his father showed him the spell. Other types of spatial magic included the expansion charm, which would have the wizard seal a certain area of space and expand it. This would allow the wizard to turn a room or even a house bigger than it was, or do the same with a bag. It was even harder to master, however, which explained the price of space-expanded bags. Portal magic was among the hardest forms of space magic to master, which was quite something to say. It allowed for a more lasting connection to be made between two places and, more importantly, for stable teleportation. It was not so much used by people, as apparition, while uncomfortable at first, would become better with time, and experienced users would barely feel anything using it. However, there would always be a strain using it, which Ethan did not quite understand yet as he did not get to study the spell in depth since his father had only demonstrated its effects to him and not taught him. But this strain made it impractical to transport anything other than people. Most enchantments would be destabilized by apparition, and even for the tougher ones, they would be weakened by it. Also, portals could transport larger quantities of people. But that was about everything Ethan knew about space magic, which was unfortunately not enough to properly analyze the portal before him. It was not see-through but instead a veil of deep, hazy blue, making it impossible to guess the destination based on sight alone. The 2 marbles Bill had taken earlier had given Ethan an idea, that was to check for the spatial coordinates of the portal's 2 ends. It was a bit of a shot in the dark as it was only theory, but since the portal was linking 2 precise points in space together. His runic knowledge told him that for the enchantment to work, the area of effect had to be specified in the enchantment for it to work. It was a bit shaky of a logic since it was based on runes, and will some runes hidden. It was also using several other types of magic. That is why Ethan was surprised to actually be able to find these coordinates. Moreover, as the portal formed a connection between the 2 points in space, Ethan was also capable of extending his magical sense through the portal without having to go through himself. This allowed him to examine the other side of the portal and find its coordinates as well. The only problem was that he had no idea how to read these coordinates. He could recognize them for what they were because he could somewhat read the enchantment, he had also never learned to read spatial coordinates. It was not like the coordinates one would read on a map, because one could not only care about latitude and longitude when teleporting, there was also the matter of height and, by the looks of things, other parameters to take into account, resulting in a system of notation Ethan was unfamiliar with. Still, Ethan could guess, and while he did not know how exactly they were arranged, he could tell they were rather close to one another, meaning the portal might be teleporting them not so far away. But most importantly, his magical sense was telling him that the portal actually did lead somewhere that was not an absolute death upon entering. At least, within a meter of the portal, there was no immediate death. For example, had it been eating to the depth of the ocean and somehow stopped the water from leaking through, Ethan would have still felt the water and crushing pressure on the other side. The same went for every other kind of similar immediate death. As to whether the portal led to a larger area that would still spell imminent death through traps beyond a meter of the portal, well, there was only one way to tell. Chapter 68. Bill stepped in first through the portal, and after several seconds, his head popped back in. "It's safe. You can come through." Ethan and Tracy shared a look before stepping through the portal. What was their surprise when they realized they were back in the room of the Golden Pyramid. They were not alone either, as Snide and Helena were already in front of the pyramid, along with Miyuki, who was nested in Helene's arms. The moment she sensed Ethan, however, Miyuki leapt down and ran over to him. She climbed up his body agilely with her small body and got on his shoulder. Nuzzling her gently, Ethan looked around the room and spotted another open portal. He had not noticed it before, but now that he knew where the portals were, he could see their outlines carved into the walls. This allowed him to spot a third one, still unopened, which he guessed was where his father and Rakepick, the only two missing, would come from. Meanwhile, Bill had grabbed Snide and was harshly whispering to her. Although curious about what was being said, Ethan instead joined his mother, who was studying the pyramid. As they approached her, though, she suddenly turned and stared at Tracy, high on alertness. This was all Ethan needed to take a step to the side, his wand at the ready. Tracy's eyes widened, begging with her eyes. This made Ethan pause. She was not attacking, she was not saying anything. And she was not asking for help either. Was she asking them not to do anything? Was she out of her mind? Whatever was controlling her was acting so strangely that it made Ethan feel confused. How in the world did they think they would just let them take control over his friend? And yet, against all odds, Helena acted as if nothing happened, turning back to the pyramid. Ethan was dumbfounded, to say the least. But before he could say or do anything, Helena said, "Ethan, come over here." She made it clear in her voice that Ethan did not have a choice and, most importantly, that he was not supposed to say anything. Needless to say, Ethan's paranoia went on full throttle as he heard his mother and approached the pyramid. He looked at his mother, his gaze making it clear that he was asking for answers. Yet all she said was, "Look at this." Although most of it is made of an unknown runic language, you can still see some resemblance to the languages of today. We might be looking at one of the oldest runic languages in the world. Perhaps the first. Ethan would have believed she was excited, were it not for the slight frigidity of her voice. Others would miss it, but this was his mother, of course. He could pick up on it. This only served to make things more confusing for Ethan and, in turn, increasingly frustrating. Moreover, it was not just the situation itself that was frustrating him. Although it was infuriating enough on its own, but also what it meant. Some time ago, during the school year, Ethan had a conversation with Dumbledore, and the old man had told him he liked to be in control. Something he had swiftly denied. But the current situation was showing that he might have been onto something. He did not like having to do mental gymnastics to make sense of the situation, or even worse, still not managing to get a proper grasp on it. "Look at the pyramid, Ethan." Ethan could hear the insistence in his mother's voice, meaning it was important. Beyond me. Curiosity towards an ancient runic language. The golden pyramid was the same as before, with the exception that the black sacrificial bead had inserted itself into the ground, right below where it had been floating. It was unnerving to be standing so close to such an item, but he figured that if his mother was here, then it had to be safe. At first, the ancient runes did not seem to be making any sense. But as he delved deeper into the enchantment, Ethan noticed patterns in the rune work. He also managed to find some familiar hints within the runes, and the longer he looked at them, the more they reminded him of runes he did know. They came from plenty of different runic languages, all ancient by nowadays standards, which made it hard to understand, but the more he read it, the more clues he managed to pick up. None of the runes were identical to any of the runic languages Ethan knew, but through the sheer number of runes he had memorized, he had become capable of picking up hints other people would miss. Runes, down to their very essence, were quite different from other forms of magic because instead of forcing change onto the world through their magical power, runes aimed at exacerbating some of what was already there. It might sound similar to transfiguration, but using the nodes as representation, while transfiguration was altering the nodes of a particular object, runes were about harnessing the power of some of the already present runes and decreasing the influence of others to lead to a natural change. Because of this, the runes could not be just any random shape. The creation of a runic language was a complex affair that was hardly understood, even to this day. It involved a lot of trial and error, and it was still mostly unknown why some shapes would result in an effect and others not. One long-lasting theory in the world of runemasters had been that the creation of a runic language had to do with faith, something that was known to be a powerful catalyst. According to Helena, this was not completely false, but she had a larger theory. She believed that there existed one runic language from which all runic languages descended, something she called the origin language. It was not anything man-made, but instead the barest symbols that would influence the world, which explained why some symbols from different languages had similarities despite the fact that they should be completely unrelated. According to her, all runes had a core that was made of an origin rune, and that translated into an effect, while the rest of the rune was a modificati. On this core part that was constructed through faith or some other means. Unfortunately, this made deciphering this possible origin language much more difficult, as every rune had some sort of identity granted to it by this outer layer built on faith, and finding where the core origin rune ended and the external layer started was next to impossible. The fact that it was did not help either, as to this day Helena had still not managed to find even one origin rune. It was Ethan's goal to one day prove the theory true by finding at least one origin rune, and perhaps even the entire origin language. Besides, the theory did hold some grounds. The reason so many experts, including Ethan's mother, believed that runic languages were built on faith was because through extensive research it had been found that it did play some role, which was to make it easier for a people to use runes. Not every runic language was equal in power. Although the difference was rather small, it was there. Generally, ancient languages resulted in stronger effects than newer ones. Mainstream experts believed that it had to do with the accumulated faith through time that strengthened a particular runic language. Helena believed that the closer a rune was to the origin rune that had inspired it, the stronger it would be. It was quite a complicated concept that held some roots in divination magic, but basically, the more powerful something was, the more difficult it would be to find. Strong spells that were not necessarily complicated in execution took thousands of years for some to be found simply because magic worked that way. Power had this strange capacity to hide from mortal eyes. It was the same for this origin language. While it should theoretically be in front of everyone's eyes since it was part of every runic language and similarities could clearly be found, it should have been figured out already. Yet, to this day, not a single origin rune has ever been found. As for the runic language that had been used on the Golden Pyramid, while it was not the origin language, it did feel more raw than most, meaning it might be closer to the origin language. All of this to explain that Ethan did manage to make sense of some of the runes himself, despite having never seen them before. It was undoubtedly complex since Ethan was capable of figuring out more contemporary runic languages by extrapolating from those more ancient ones he knew and the newer ones had been built from. While this one was proving to be a challenge, but quickly, Ethan managed to find the functions of the enchantment. Detection, dominion, preservation. And all of them were geared towards the spirit. Ethan barely had the time to take in the implications when the last portal opened, and Rakepick entered the room, along with Henry. The two clearly on edge against each other. Chapter 69. The two had fought, Ethan guessed, as he observed the two. The hems of Henry's sleeves were slightly burned, while Rakepick had a slight limp to her gait. It may have been traps, but not only did Ethan doubt that his father and the best curse breaker in the world would be caught off guard by traps his group had managed to bypass safely, but the way the two acted also gave it away. They both looked ready to attack each other at any moment, yet they refrained from doing so. Rakepick approached Snide and Weasley, who had stopped arguing, while Henry joined his family, with two sides clearly forming. Ethan chose to remain silent, though internally he was feeling shocked at the discovery he had made. Things finally started to make sense to him, and he could not help but tighten his grip on his wand as he took it all in. His vision had not been a trap. He did not know how it came to him, but it had told him what would happen. Sealed, or rather hidden, within the pyramid was a spirit, or a soul. Ramesses II's, if Ethan would bet. The pyramid had not been used to seal him either, but instead to preserve his spirit through time and spread its influence over the entire tomb. As for its aim, it had been revealed to Ethan in his vision, and it was none other than to possess someone. Him. In other words, Ethan was fated to die by possession today. Maybe this was what triggered the vision. He also understood why his parents acted in such a weird fashion. It was the spirit within the pyramid they were wary of, as it was capable of spying on them through magic. Ramesses II was a renowned mind mage, and even if it was not him, to manage to persevere inside the pyramid for possibly thousands of years, it had to be so. One very accomplished in the mind arts. This meant that with the means of the pyramid, maybe they would be capable of intercepting telepathy, which would explain why his parents refrained from doing so. Maybe they had encountered a similar situation before, which was why they only needed to say one word to understand the situation. There still remained some questions left unanswered, such as why his parents had even agreed to come in the first place if they knew of the danger behind this place. After all, while his parents had never said anything, Ethan knew they had been very scared by the encounter with the kitsunes back when he was 4. They had agreed to bring him along at first only because an oni was easily managed and the mountains they had entered were not very dangerous. Even if there had somehow been a dragon hiding in there, they could have fled. But they had been taken by surprise by the kitsune. Although they were native to Japan, they were extremely rare, much more so than dragons. Perhaps to compensate for their immense potential, kitsunes would struggle to reproduce, which was why it was estimated there were less than 10 in the world, and that was because they had extremely long lifespans and some might have been hiding for centuries. So it was not a situation his parents could have possibly expected, so bringing Ethan to the hunt should not have been a real danger. But things did go awry, and since then, Ethan always knew that his parents feared putting him in danger again. Now, not only was there Ethan himself, but they also had Tracy under their responsibility. So Ethan was convinced that at the slightest possibility of real danger, they would have backed away. Yet they had decided to go straight in. Did that mean that by the time they felt it, it was already too late to back away? Ethan found it astonishing that anyone could force his parents to face the danger head-on rather than flee. Maybe they had underestimated the danger and believed there was no real danger. Ethan himself did not believe in his theory. They would not have been so careful if there had been no danger, and they would not have taken unnecessary risks in the current situation. It was not like they were greedy or hurriedly needed any kind of money or fame, or whatever magical artifact was supposedly hidden in this temple. There was also an element of his vision that confused Ethan. 4 people had been fighting when the pyramid opened, which Ethan assumed had to be his parents, Rakepick, and possibly Snide. However, while the pyramid had opened and someone had come out of it, there had been a woman kneeling by the pyramid. She seemed to be an adult, so even as her face was covered by a blue light, Ethan dismissed her as a stranger. But Ethan had discovered that his vision was more symbolic than a precise, one-to-one representation of what was to happen. He had discovered this with the 3 flames, and the pyramid was also not made to house a body but only a spirit. While it had been a man who had left the pyramid in his vision. This gave Ethan an inkling as to whom the woman kneeling by the pyramid may have been. His friend, Tracy, who had somehow been important enough in this whole situation to have a close-up in his vision. Yet at the same time, there had to be something wrong with her. Her changed body indicated there was something wrong with her, possibly possession as well. There was also that blue light that had shielded her face, though. There was obviously something wrong with Tracy ever since they discovered the earrings, and it had something to do with them. She seemed to be herself, yet at the same time, she also possessed knowledge she should not have. If the fact that her body had been turned into a grown woman in his Scion meant that she had been possessed by the very same woman, then what could the blue light signify? The blue light was the same color as the Ian they could shield one from visions. Ethan quickly dismissed this possibility, as he had been shown them directly before. Then, could they be a form of protection instead? The woman had somehow looked straight at him in the vision as well, which had to have a meaning as well. He would have thought she was an enemy, but towards the end of his vision, as he was clearly in the process of being dominated by the spirit trapped within the pyramid, the same blue light had been fighting against it, doing its best to save him from it. Then, the blue light disappeared, and the woman kept her form, but her features remained shadowed by darkness instead of the blue light this time. Suddenly, Ethan felt enlightened. Every hint seemed to fit together like a 1,000-piece puzzle as his gaze turned to Tracy, who was looking tense. "Rakepick, how about you stop your games? Is a treasure really worth so much to you?" Rakepick smirked arrogantly at Henry's words. "You speak of it like it was any treasure. It allowed a man to create one of the most prosperous kingdoms in history." Everyone had their hand at the ready and was feeling tense. While this happened, Ethan turned to look at Miyuki, who was still on his shoulder, and communicated telepathically, using Japanese, "Miyuki. When the pyramid starts opening, Use Tsukuyomi on me. Ethan felt surprise and shock from her, but she held her gaze, and after a second, she nodded, though still feeling confused. Chapter 70. Silence reigned within the room when suddenly a spell was fired. Ethan was not sure which side had started it, but in an instant, his parents were facing off against Snape and Rakepick. Ethan wanted to help his parents, but the fight was way out of his league. Besides, he hardly saw how Snape and Rakepick could defeat them on their own. What got him worried, though, was Bill, who had been sent flying and wasn't getting up. He did not know which side had attacked him, but the fact that he was not moving was not a good sign. Ethan reassured himself that he would noticed it if a killing curse had been used. What was more alarming, however, was Tracy, whose demeanor suddenly changed. The moment the fight started, her back turned straight, her shoulders squared, and her facial expression turned regal. And most importantly, she was now wearing the sapphire earrings. She looked at the pyramid with clear disdain, as well as a hint of hatred, before addressing Ethan. Help me weaken Ramesses. Hold over the altar if you don't want to become that bastard's reincarnation. Without waiting for him, she kneeled in front of the pyramid and placed both palms on it. As for Ethan, although he approached the pyramid, which, Tracy, had called the altar, he did not touch it and instead asked, "And why exactly should I trust that bastard's queen? Especially when she took over the body of my friend." Quote. A flicker of rage appeared on her face before her demeanor changed once again to Tracy's sunny complexion. "Ah, you're worried for me. That's so cute. I'm definitely never letting this go. Ah, yeah, you got to trust the old beautiful queen." Beautiful queen, all right. Tracy interrupted herself several times in her sentence, her face torn between mirth and annoyance. As if two people were trying to express themselves at the same time through the same face. Which was the case, Ethan had already guessed. He might have questioned the woman, whom he also guessed was none other than Queen Nefertari, the wife of Ramesses II, who was the spirit within the pyramid, or altar. Why exactly was she standing against her husband? Ethan also had an idea, but the queen chose not to divulge it. As after Tracy retreated with a mischievous snicker, Nefertari said, "Stop playing games, boy. We don't have much time." Ethan nodded and sat down in front of the pyramid, and placed both hands on it. To disrupt such a powerful artifact, simply sending his magic in randomly would do more harm than good. However, once one had a good grasp on the artifact's inner workings, it was possible to sabotage it. Moreover, with the help of a thousands of years old witch who may have participated in its construction, things became easier. Following her lead, Ethan pumped his magic within the altar, with the aim of overloading the runes. However, as he did so, he clearly felt a counterforce. Someone was working against them to keep control of the altar, and who else could it be other than Ramesses II? His magic felt ancient and impossibly dense. It felt like a wall was standing in the way when he defended, and a giant tidal wave was sweeping everything over when he went on the offensive. But as strong as his magic was, he had long been reduced to only a spirit. Moreover, he was alone, while Ethan had Nefertari with him. Although the two of them only had the reserves of children, Ramesses did not have much either. It was still impressive, as while he did have the help of the Golden Pyramid, he had remained as a mere spirit for thousands of years, and he was still stronger than the both of them. Ethan did not know in which condition he had been sealed, but he was sure it had been less than pleasant. But while Ethan and Nefertari were fighting over the influence of the Golden Pyramid against the one within, the fight around them had only intensified, and whether it was on purpose or an accident, one of the spells missed its course and headed for Tracy. Faster than anyone could stop. She did not even react to it, however, remaining entirely focused on her work, despite having certainly seen the incoming ominous red light. She acted like she knew the spell would not harm her. And sure enough, just as it was about to hit her, the altar shimmered, and the spell fizzled out of existence. Ethan could not tell whether the fighting adults had known about it or even registered it, as there was no pause in their fight. On second thought, however, Ethan realized that in the next few seconds, the fight seemed to get even more intense, and several more spells got close to the pyramid, only to all be neutralized as well. What really intrigued Ethan, however, was that he was almost sure this counter-spell effect did not come from the altar's enchantment. Although he had not completely deciphered it, since it was written in a whole new, or ancient, depending on the point of view, language, Ethan still managed to get a good idea of what the enchantment did. And there was not a single trace of blocking incoming spells. There were traces of protection effects. Of course, nearly all artifacts had them, since an artifact without them would most certainly break. From the magic concentrated in it or after a couple of uses. Besides, even if that were not the case, no one wanted their prized artifact to be destroyed, one way or another. Since the counter spell was not inherent to the altar, it meant that it was Ramesses who was behind it, which strengthened one of Ethan's theories into near certainty. Ethan would understand why Ramesses would protect him since he was supposed to become his vessel, so even if they were actively fighting for control over the altar, making sure his vessel was not harmed was understandable. But protecting Tracy did not make any sense. Tracy should have no use for him. He already had Ethan, who was supposed to serve as his vessel, and she was working against him. As for her being the vessel for Nefertari, the queen was obviously standing against her husband, and since she was most likely only inside the earrings and not truly in Tracy's body, Ramesses' logical course of action would be to let those spells hit Tracy and take her out. If he really cared about his queen, Ramesses could always find her a new vessel later on. Yet he did not. He not only protected Ethan but Tracy, Nefertari as well. Which told Ethan something. He had a use for her. A use he had guessed. Meanwhile, on the side, Miyuki was looking around alertedly, both her body and her mind tense. She did not get the same privilege as Ethan and Tracy, as she had to actually dodge the stray spells coming her way. But what really stray Ethan had asked of her? She had gotten a good gist of what was happening herself. She may not have shared Ethan's vision, but she had felt glimpses of his guesses and, through them, made her own conclusions. So she could see why he would ask her to use Tsukuyomi, a highly dangerous and very experimental technique, on him, but it did not stop her from feeling anxious. One wrong move, on any end, or one slight mistake in his guesses, and it was game over. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. And as the fight was reaching its climax, there was a soft click from the golden pyramid. Miyuki closed her eyes, and as much as she disliked it, she sent a massive wave of mental energy into Ethan, quickly forming a giant cancerous mass within his mindscape. Chapter 71. As the top of the pyramid started opening, Ethan suddenly felt a weight on his mind, and as if a fog was clouding him. This was the effect of Tsukuyomi, a technique he and Miyuki were developing together. The easiest time to get rid of it was right at the start because it was an ever-evolving attack, so the more time passed, and the harder it would be to resist and get rid of. But Ethan did not do anything to hamper its growth. Instead, he yelled at Tracy, or rather Nefertari, who had mysteriously stiffened up the moment the pyramid started opening. Take Snide down before he controls you again. Ethan's words were brief because he did not have much time. Besides, he believed she would understand. So as she showed no reaction to his words, Ethan decided to assume she would listen to him, because that was frankly the only thing he could do to help his parents. His vision had told him that in the end, they were both defeated. And only Rakepick, along with the possessed Tracy, remained standing, meaning that in the original timeline, Rakepick should have managed to defeat his parents while only losing Tracy. But from what Ethan could see while he was disrupting the altar, although Rakepick was a formidable duelist who had mastered the dark arts and offensive magic alike, she could only match up to his father. And that was barely. There was no comparing Snide and Helena though. One was a fresh out of Hogwarts curse breaker, and the other a genius with several decades of experience. Even though Helene's main skill set revolved around runes, she was still a very powerful witch, only a level below her husband in terms of fighting prowess. Moreover, while Rakepick and Snide may have been partners for some time, Ethan's parents had been married for 2 decades, and had been fighting together over the world for even longer. So there was no chance for Rakepick and Snide to defeat his parents by themselves. Meaning there had to be an external factor. Adding in the other elements of his visions, Ethan concluded that it was a controlled Nefertari who would upset the balance, hence his warning. But seeing how she had frozen up, Ramesses had already started exerting his control over him, meaning he had to give her a window of opportunity. So, Ethan threw himself towards the top of the pyramid, body and soul. Grasping the top of the pyramid that had opened, Ethan directly placed his head above the hole, and lost all sensations of the real world doing so. There was a moment of darkness before Ethan found himself in a giant field of reeds. They extended as far as the eye could see, reaching the horizon as the sun up in the sky glowered on them. The peaceful world was quickly interrupted however as the sun was replaced by the moon, and a fog spread out over the field of reeds. Bold move to go on the offensive. As expected of my vessel. A figure appeared between the reeds, walking calmly towards Ethan. With a raise of his hand, the sun reappeared in the sky, facing off against the moon. Guessing I would be taking control of Nefertari within such a short moment was impressive as well. But while wanting to hold me off as admirable, you are overestimating yourself grossly, child. As the figure spoke, the moon in the sky was rapidly being burned by the sun. It was the spiritual representation of Tsukuyomi, along with the fog. Ethan was not just about to let the man, who could only be Ramesses II, plow through his defenses, so he launched himself at the man. But while doing so, he noted that Ramesses did not seem to know anything about his vision, which was a good thing. Ramesses looked at him with an amused expression, an eyebrow raised as he lifted a finger. Ethan felt like a truck had slammed into him as he was sent flying backwards by the attack. Awkwardly landing some distance in the back, Ethan used the reeds as support as he kept an eye on the battle between the sun and the moon up in the sky. The ancient pharaoh cocked his head to the side as he saw where Ethan was looking, and informed him, "You think you are winning time? You should know that time does not pass the same in the spiritual realm. Not even a second has passed in the outside world, and your spell is about to be burnt out. Then, we will carry the battle to your body." N finally decided to address the pharaoh. "You sound very sure of your victory. You think you can overpower me mentally in my own body." Ramesses smiled as he looked like he was chiding a child he had caught misbehaving. Clicking his tongue, "I am the son of Sun, the king of millions and a god among mystics. I simply am your better. But you should feel no shame, for you are as good a vessel as I could find." The man's pride was blinding, something Ethan noted down internally as he said, "Maybe. I suppose that if I had to be possessed, I would rather it be a great king such as you." Ramesses' thin lips were spread thinner as he smiled. "You have a good tongue. You would have made a great servant. I would have saved your soul and planted it in another body, but I am going to need it to adapt to the vessel." He looked up at the moon that was about to be destroyed by the sun, and asked, "Ready for assimilation?" Ethan returned the smile, and said, "Not so much. How about a little trick?" With a simple thought, Ethan caused the moon in the sky to shatter. But as Ramesses watched curiously, wondering why Ethan would destroy his own defenses, the remains of the moon crashed into the reeds field, ravaging it. The field of reeds was Ramesses' mindscape, or spiritual realm as he called it, and so any damage to it would result in damages to his spirit. With a wave of his hand, Ramesses shattered the meteorites. But this only caused them to turn into a vaporous form as a much thicker fog than before was raised around the field, blocking both of their views. As Ethan ran among the reeds, he heard Ramesses speak up. "An ingenious spell. Many moons must have passed during my slumber. I could have done better, but that is to be expected. Mortals and gods simply do not stand on the same level." Ethan silently listened to the monologue of the prideful pharaoh as he used his voice to run around him, not going too far or too close. But soon, he felt a shift in the surrounding magic, and Ramesses chuckled softly, "Ingenious. But flawed." Ramesses let out a huge wave of magic around him, forcefully dispersing the fog. He looked down at Ethan with calm confidence, only to find a spell flying his way. He blocked it with his palm, resulting in a cut. It was not deep, but it was not shallow either. No blood gushed out of the wound because their bodies were made of mind energy, but Ethan could still feel the intensity of his opponent reduce slightly. But that also resulted in the pharaoh's features quickly morphing into anger as his eyes narrowed, and Ethan felt a large amount of magic move around him. "Bye, sucker." And with those words, Ethan returned to his body and jumped away from the altar. As he did, the altar started shaking and the opening widened considerably as a large spiritual mass of light burst out from the top and chased after Ethan. Still, this gave Ethan the time to take a look at the surrounding situation, and as he did a smile marred his face. His bet had paid off. Not only was Snide lying on the ground with an arm bent out of shape, but a bad position. One of her arms looked broken, and the left side of her head was bleeding. She was being assaulted by 3 parties at once, although Tracy once again froze up the moment he came back to his body. As the source of light that was Ramesses' soul about to collide with him, Ethan saw the worried look his parents threw at him. So he shouted, "Miyuki, let's devour the fucker." The fucker slammed into his chest. Chapter 72, Author's Note. Just to make sure everyone is on the same page regarding poo. Punctuation. Text means that it is said aloud. Text means that the voice is special, and you should assume it is telepathy unless told otherwise. Text means that it is the inner thoughts of the POV character, and that they are not directed at anyone. I rarely use it. Text means that it is still the thoughts of the POV character, but this time directed at someone. When Tracy heard Mr. Grindelwald's voice in her head, asking her to steal the pair of earrings while everyone was busy dealing with the monsters Ethan had decided to call guardians, unaware of how close he was to their actual name, she had been excited. Not that she was a thief, but she did find something exciting in slipping through people's attention. It made her feel safe and in control. Moreover, she felt obligated to help Ethan and his family because they had brought her with them and showed them so many amazing things she probably would have never experienced without them. At first, the earrings were just that, regular earrings. Although the others had said it was magical, she could not feel anything special from it, so she just kept it hidden. But later on, as they approached the room with the golden pyramid, Tracy heard a weak voice call out to her, "I need your help." Quote, when she heard it, she looked around, but realized it came from within her. The voice was too weak for her to know whether she knew it or not, but as she looked around, she only met Ethan's gaze. "Is that you, Ethan?" Single quote. Ethan's only response was to tilt his head as she stared at him, before she heard the same voice again, this time a little stronger, "No. I am from the earrings. But you cannot tell them you hear me." Quote. Tracy did not react outwardly to her words, but on the inside she voiced her suspicions. "I'm hearing a street ranger's voice in my head and I'm not supposed to say anything." Nah. Single quote. The next thing she heard was a sigh, before the voice explained, "I am Nefertari, and you need my help just as much as I need yours. You and your friends are in a grave danger, and if you do not do anything, then you shall all perish at the ends of my captor." Quote. The voice sounded clearer now, and it was a woman. Tracy was not so convinced it really did belong to the queen in whose tomb they were. Still, the voice's words arose a sense of curiosity within Tracy as she asked, "What do you mean your captor? Who is it, and why would he want to hurt us?" Single quote. Tracy assumed it was a man without any real second thoughts in her mind. "You were in his temple." Quote. This only made Tracy more cautious towards the voice as she questioned, "Isn't Ramesses II supposed to be Nefertari's husband? You should have done your research better." Single quote. The voice was not discouraged however, and instead spoke as if it held the wisdom of the ancients, the innocence of maidenhood. "How beautifully pure. But beware, for you are soon to reach a marriable age. You will soon get to discover what men really are, and by then you will understand that husband and captor are two sides to the same coin." Quote. What was she on about? How did husband and captor have anything to do with each other? One was the love of your life, your second half who would be with you until the end of your days, and the other was a criminal who wished to harm you. The voice's words made no sense to Tracy, so she replied, "You sound like a crazy person. Pharaoh Ramesses II and his queen, Nefertari were known for loving each other. Who are you really? And I'm not even near marriageable age by the way." Single quote. She felt like she needed to add that last part. The response was immediate and visceral, "Love. There was no love between that monster and me. He controlled me for nearly my whole life. For my whole childhood I was under the thumb of my father, and when I became 12, he sold me off to marry that peasant Ramesses. I thought I was finally freed, and fell into the illusion of love, but all men are the same. He used me, and when he had grown wary of me, he replaced me with others." Quote. Tracy fell silent as she listened to the voice proclaiming to be Nefertari. She still sounded a little crazy, but there was real rage in that voice. A rage that had festered silently for thousands of years. Why did you not leave him then? Single quote. The answer to her problems seemed quite simple to Tracy. If the woman was not happy with her husband, why not leave? Tracy H. Had a friend in 5th grade whose parents divorced. It had been a messy thing, but they did find a solution. The voice became calmer this time, although it undoubtedly still carried anger within it, but this time it was colder. I did try. And I paid for it. I was his first wife, and a prodigy in magic. And men always crave what they cannot have, so when I tried to escape, he enslaved me, using these very earrings. Then, I was forced to become a passenger in my very own body, obeying to his every orders like a thrall. He could have asked me to kill myself, and I would have been forced to do it. Quote, Tracy felt the pair of earrings get hot inside her pocket, and she was not sure whether it was a trick of her mind or if they were really getting hotter. Still, she was starting to believe the voice as she asked. Let's say you really are Nefertari. What do you want? Single quote. The answer was instantaneous, and came from the very core of the voice's being, vengeance. Quote, I kind of got that already. What I meant was, what do you want to do about it? You said we were in danger. Single quote. This time Nefertari was calmer, although there was still a sharp coldness to her voice. This is not Ramesses' tomb, because he never died. He has found a way to beat death, but he needs a new body. He is going to possess one of you, probably that boy over there, and kill the rest of you if he is not stopped. Quote, how do we stop him? I do not know. Quote, well, aren't you useful? You barge into my head, talk like crazy, warn me of dangers and don't offer any solutions. I still think I should tell the others about you. Single quote. Much to Tracy's surprise, Nefertari, or the voice proclaiming to be her, did not refuse straight away, and instead explained, that woman cannot be trusted. The son of Egypt either. Quote, track. EY looked at the only woman present at the time, then at the twin with them, and asked, you mean Snide and Bilal? Single quote. I do not know their names, but I have picked up some things from your interactions. You came in with the father and son, and the others are strangers, correct? Quote, pretty much. Single quote. And they were the ones who coincidentally discovered the existence of this temple, were they not? Quote, how do you know that? Single quote. I might have been bewitched at the time, I still remember the construction of the temple. A powerful spell of such complexity you could not even start to fathom. It was used to hide the temple. The only way for people to find it would be to have found the bait. And if they follow the bait, then they are here to find Ramesses' treasure, unaware they would be freeing him in the process. Quote, thinking back on the way Ethan and Helena had managed to crack open the spell, she said, thousands of years have passed, your spell might not be as strong as you think it is. And even if they really cannot be trusted, Ethan and Mr. Grindelwald can absolutely be trusted. Mr. Grindelwald can use telepathy as well, and Ethan might be able to do it too knowing him, so we could tell them. Single quote. Nefertari shut her down immediately, no. While inside the temple, Ramesses can intercept all telepathic messages. Whispering would be safer than using telepathy, but those two would hear you. So you cannot tell anyone. Quote, repressing an urge to see, fine, what do we do then? Single quote. Chapter 73. The change had been sudden, but Helena had felt it the moment it took place. When they became trapped within the temple, the moment they entered the magical part of the twin temples, a pulse of magic had come from Patricia Rakepick, and the entire area had been shut off. Moreover, she could feel a gaze on them. One who thought he was being sneaky. She shared a silent look with her husband, and it was all she needed to know that he too had felt there was something wrong. He could feel the gaze on them as well. Neither of them said anything though, because they already knew it was too late. Helena could tell that it would require tremendous effort, thus a lot of time, to break through the spatial restrictions set on the temple, and Henry's gaze told her that whatever was gazing at them would not give them this time. It was strong enough to threaten them. Adding in Rakepick, who was a formidable witch herself, as well as possibly her two fellow curse breakers, this was not a fight either of them wanted. So they played along, heading in deeper. When they arrived at the end of the part of the temple that had been discovered already, and the seal that trumped explorers for thousands of years, it was with great reluctance that she separated from her family's group to go with Rakepick. Although she knew that Ethan had grown up and was more capable of handling himself now, she could not help but think of the Kitsune incident over and over on her way to the seal. It had given her the scare of her life, and had caused them to bunker up in their house for the remaining of Ethan's childhood. It was not all though. She and Henry believed that Hogwarts would be a nice change of pace for Ethan. That him finally being around other children would be great for him. Of course, they were worried his name would result in adversity, but they were confident their little boy would manage to go through it. That was also why when the holidays came, they had him stay at school. Although they really did go on a trip, both of them would have much rather gotten to see Ethan after several months of absence than visit a country they had already been to a dozen times. Even when the rumors of Ethan leading monsters to attack Hogwarts had spread, Helena and Henry still decided to leave him in school. Because deep down they both knew that magical talent was not the only thing Ethan had gotten from his grandfather. It had taken Newt Scamander a single look to see it, the charm Ethan exuded. This was why they decided that leaving him in school would be the best way for him to salvage his reputation and make friends. And Ethan had done wonderfully, clearing himself of T.H. stigma on his name by the end of the year, and making great friends he would probably keep for life. But the road had not been easy, as Hogwarts had ended up not being the safe place they believed it to be. When they received the news of the accusations thrown at Ethan for killing a man, and that Aurors were on Hogwarts grounds to chase him, both of them were ready to storm the school. It was only after a persuasive visit from Dumbledore himself that they did not do so. Then Ethan faced off against an elder vampire, and actually managed to win. That did not stop her from worrying. And now, these vacations were supposed to be a breather, to allow them to relax. Things should have been safe, but first there was an assassin, and now the temple was turning out to be a deadly trap. Ey had not chosen this temple at random either. Several other crypts related to Ramesses II and his family had been found through time, and not only were nearly all of them relatively safe for ancient Egyptian temples, but they also contained what should have been nearly all of his wealth. The only two things of importance that were never found were his body, and his legendary artifact, but both were believed to have been lost in the sands of history. And even then, they had ended up accepting this visit only when they learned that it would be headed by Rakepick, the best curse breaker in the world. Yet, despite all the precautions they had taken, something still had gone wrong. And Helena knew enough about magic to understand that this was not natural. This was not just bad luck anymore. What confused her though was that the target seemed to not be herself, or even her family, but Ethan himself instead. Had someone cursed the Grindelwald name, she would have understood. Her father had been hated. But the first incident had taken place when Ethan was 4 years old. How could he ever have someone who hated him enough to give him such a terrible curse? After all, to have so big an effect and be this insidious. It had to be a powerful curse, which must have required an immense sacrifice. In other words, it was not the kind of curse one would randomly throw. But as much as she wanted to get her hands on the curse user and break every bone in their body, she already had something on her hands. As she arrived at the door and Rakepick looked disappointed, Helena inwardly scoffed at the woman. She might fool others, but Helena knew that they would, somehow, find their way in, one way or another, if Ethan failed to open the seal on his end. Which he did not. It made her proud, that Ethan was able to do what someone like Rakepick could not. But once the seal was lifted and the passage was revealed, Helena discovered something else. Although it looked like a normal passage, she could tell that it was actually a portal that had opened. It was completely see-through, and the edges of it were hidden in the stone so it looked like a regular passage, but she could tell. Then, after some more walking, and a set of surprisingly tame traps, they arrived at the last room. Of course, the golden pyramid was eye-catching, but as a wife and a mother, her gaze first went to the other side of the room, where another door opened, revealing her family. The moment she saw them, she knew there was something wrong. Something happened. She could tell by the tightened jaw of her husband how tense he was, and the slightly furrowed brows of her son that he was shaken. It was not something the entire group had shared, however, as Snape did not look like anything had happened, and Tracy. On a second look, Helena did feel like there was something strange about the little girl. She did not know her well enough to judge her current state of mind by minor twitches of her expression like she could with her family. But she could still recognize that her expression was not exactly normal. She was unfocused, as if she was talking to someone. Something she would later discover to be true. Chapter 74. Leading his family in a giant death trap was not quite the idea Henry had made of this vacation, but it was what he had to deal with. When they arrived next to the Golden Pyramid, he old tell there was something amiss with it, as well as the black ball hovering in front of it. A shared look with his wife gave him all the confirmation he needed. So, even as the twin brothers lunged for it, Henry did not move. But unlike the others, as the darkness consumed the brothers, Henry felt a familiar sensation around him, that of space twisting. He instantly realized they were about to be teleported away. So, before that could happen, he silently placed a marker on everyone. It was a self-made spell that he was quite proud of, and which aided him with his teleportation. It was nearly impossible to detect because more than marking the people themselves, it marked the space they stood in. Helena was the only one to have ever noticed him placing a mark. Then, they were teleported. Henry found himself in complete darkness, but his marks told him everything he needed to know. He had been teleported along with Rakepick. Ethan, Tracy and Bill had been teleported somewhere else as a group, and finally Helena. Miyuki and Snape formed the third group, teleported in yet another place. What was more interesting to Henry, however, was the location they had been teleported into. They were all in different pocket dimensions was not as hard as it sounded. In a way, the expansion charm would create a pocket dimension in whatever it expanded, but the ones they were in were quite elaborate. They had most likely been made from scratch. Looks like it's just the two of us, Flash Wizard. It did not shock Henry in the slightest that Rakepick would know he was here, despite the darkness. A simple hominum revelio would have revealed his presence, and he could think of another half a dozen spells that would reveal his presence from the top of his head. Using a spell of his own, which he had made by inspiring himself from echolocation, Henry quickly mapped out the area around himself, while saying, "So, are all things going according to plan?" Henry noticed that Rakepick started moving, which he replicated. And soon the two of them were circling around each other, telling Henry that she could somehow see as well. She tried to deny his words though. "I have no idea what you are talking about." Although she was denying, Henry could still hear the pride in her voice, as if she did not really care whether her plans were exposed or not. As if whatever they tried to do, she would succeed. She would have fit perfectly in Ilvermorny. "Whatever it is that you have planned, you obviously don't quite measure up how dangerous that pyramid is. Even if Ramesses' artifact is in there, you will die before getting your hands on it." Unexpectedly, this caused Rakepick to burst out laughing. "Please, do you have any idea how many artifacts I have found that once changed the face of the world?" Henry replied coolly, "Is there such a thing as too many of those?" This made Rakepick snort. "I suppose you're right. Well, if we're on about greed, I've always wanted to know how I would fare against you." This was the only warning Henry got before Rakepick attacked. It was easily dodged by him, however, with a simple side step, but the spell did something unexpected as it swerved in midair, tracking him. Henry hesitated for a moment, before deciding to keep his hand for now as he used a shielding charm, parrying the incoming spell and firing one of his own. His spell was much faster than what Rakepick anticipated, however, prompting her to make a mistake as she believed she had the time for a second attack. She had to forcefully stop herself and create a hasty shield. The spell had been a fireball, and it created a strong shockwave as it exploded, making the structure around them tremble violently. Both of them stopped for a moment, carefully observing their surroundings in a careful way, making sure the roof was not about to fall on top of them. After a few seconds, when they were both sure they were not about to die crushed, Rakepick said tentatively, "Let's stop here, right?" Henry looked in her direction in the dark. He could tell that her protection earlier had come a little late, so he must have done some damage. But he had no idea how much exactly, and without that information, he was not comfortable getting into a fight with her. So he ended up agreeing. A lumos later, Henry was glad he did not, as he discovered he had only done some damage to her clothes, but none to her. He suspected she had a magical item on her to protect herself, as her hands should have been singed, but they were pristine. As much as he disliked the woman personally in their current situation, she was no doubt an excellent curse breaker, as she easily led them to the portal. They swiftly dispatched the guardians, and, although the idea of trying to go through the portal and break it behind him passed through his mind, he did not act on it. He did not even know if he could manage to do it fast enough, and he did not know if it would have consequences either. Besides, for all he knew, the presence he had felt spying on them could open it again. Back in the room of the Golden Pyramid, Henry was glad everyone was okay, but things quickly went awry. Rakepick sneakily attacked the Weasley kid, which was good for them since it meant they only had to fight two of them, but that was also the signal for the fight to start. As the kids rushed for the pyramid, Henry apparated all over the room, firing spells quickly at the duo of women. Snide was clearly struggling to keep up, but Rakepick was proving herself to be formidable as she laughed. 3 first-class Order of Merlin fighting each other. People would pay millions of galleons to see this. Henry clenched his teeth, having had enough of them already, as he teleported next to Snide, his right arm bulging utterly as he turned it into a gorilla's arm with self-transfiguration. But before he could punch her, Rakepick fired a spell at the kids, forcing Henry to drop the attack and try to stop the spell. He was too late, but as it was about to hit the possessed Tracy, the spell was stopped by the pyramid. This was actually unexpected. After that, as much as Henry wanted to end the fight, both women were more careful of his self-transfiguration, and had erected strong shields around them that worked extra well against physical attacks. Still, this could only take them so far, as Henry and Helena were a far better team than them. And they were quickly gaining the advantage. But then, the balance was thrown out the window as the pyramid started opening. A strong presence asserted itself over the room, freezing everyone in their steps as they bore the pressure on their mind. Even Henry, who was quite accomplished in the mind arts, was forced to take a stop. All their eyes turned to the pyramid, and they saw Tracy's spine had straightened up, her body completely frozen up. Ethan, on the other hand, was fine, and even yelled at Tracy, "Take Snide down before he controls you again." Then, he jumped at the top of the pyramid, shocking everyone in the process. But at the same time, the weight on their minds disappeared, and Tracy regained control over her movements. Or rather, Nefertari did. Strangely, she did not hesitate to follow Ethan's orders as she turned in Snide's direction. The woman tensed, likely aware that she was not just facing a little girl anymore, while Rakepick knew she had to help. But Henry was already on her, punching her with an augmented punch and forcing her on the defense. Meanwhile, Helena did not go for Rakepick, and wanted to help Nefertari instead, but it ended up not being necessary. The little girl ran for Snide, screamed out, "Avada Kedavra." Everyone was shocked she would decide to use the killing curse. She had likely broken down mentally. But Tracy showed no emotion in the face of the ominous green light as her body shrunk rapidly, turning into an inky black raven. She twirled in the air, the spell missing her as she transformed back into her human form in midair, and landed a solid punch in Snide's gut. The magical defense offered little resistance as Snide flew backwards like a ragdoll's, slamming violently into the wall. She did not get up. Then, 3 pairs of eyes turned towards Rakepick, and assaulted her at once. Now in a 3 versus 1, they took a new tactic. Nefertari moved with the agility of a cat and the power of a rhinoceros as she quickly delivered strikes that exploded the air around her, while Henry was constantly harassing her with dangerous curses from all directions. The two were really earning time for Helena, however, who was casting a large runic circle above their heads. Unfortunately, Rakepick was a formidable witch, and was quickly proving herself to be a veritable cockroach as she managed to endure long enough. Ethan could no longer contain the presence in the pyramid, and jumped away from the pyramid. "Miyuki, let's devour the fucker." Henry and Helena shared a glance as they heard their son. This did not sound like him, meaning he was passing a message. But before that, they would have to take down Rakepick, as well as Nefertari, who was now looking at them with empty eyes. They would not be able to rely on Miyuki. Since the kitsune was by Ethan's side, helping him with the mental battle. Game over, bitch. Helene's voice was frighteningly cold as the runic circle above it, or 75. A full moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the forest beneath. It was hard to see anything beneath the crown of trees, however, as the forest was covered in a fog that only got denser every second. Although being forced into his mindscape was not a pleasant experience, at least it allowed him to gain the advantage of home ground. As for Ramesses, he also was within the forest. Looking up at the moon that had reformed in the sky, he chided, "You think this will make any difference?" He swiped his arm wildly, clearing the area around him of fog, but Ethan remained hidden. He was within one of the trees, watching the pharaoh from a distance. He looked astonishingly similar to his son. To be point, Ethan began doubting whether the coffin they had gone through really had been of Amun, and not of Ramesses. Ethan's aim here was to earn time, because in a direct confrontation, he knew that he was no match for the immortal pharaoh, home ground advantage or not. His best bet for the moment was to let Tsukuyomi expand as much as possible, and hope his parents had understood his message. Unfortunately, Ramesses II had quite a few tricks in his bag, and after 10 seconds of standing still, he suddenly turned to look directly at Ethan. Although there were a bunch of leaves and branches between them, Ethan could tell the ancient spirit knew exactly where he was. Ethan had a sudden faint premonition, which he decided to follow without a thought as he jumped down from the tree, just in time to save himself from the large explosion. The upper half of the tree was completely ravaged by it, and it almost looked like the trunk had been munched out by dozens of beavers. "There you are. I would have made some conversation, but disrespecting me shall be the last mistake of your life." Ethan once again had a premonition, one of sudden deadly danger, one he could not dodge. Yet, he only grinned. Ramesses seemed annoyed by it as he swiped his hand at Ethan, causing his chest to burst apart. Body parts flew in every direction, but there was no blood as they were not in physical bodies. Looking down arrogantly at the world, Ramesses reached out with a hand, and the surroundings start de-blurring as energy gathered towards his palm. He was assimilating the mindscape to make it his own, and integrate himself into Ethan's body. But while he was doing this, a ray of light was fired down from the sky, slamming into Ramesses instantly. The impact formed a large crater in the ground, and halted Ramesses' process. He remained spotless. However, as he looked up, he was greeted by a chilling sight. The moon in the sky had disappeared, and a giant Ethan had appeared instead. He was so large that even as he looked up in the sky, Ramesses could only see the upper part of his body. Aneth. A ray of light was fired from Ethan's glabella, and Ramesses remained impassive as he pointed a finger in the sky, shielding himself from the attack as he said, "You've only made yourself into a bigger target." The beam attack ended, and Ramesses made a grasping gesture towards the sky. Ethan was not left helpless this time though as he swung a fist down. The scene looked apocalyptic as a giant punched down from the heavens. But before it could touch the ground it met an invisible force. The two were in a stalemate for a moment, before Ethan's entire giant arm was violently ripped apart. Ramesses rose from the ground, clutching his hand in preparation for another attack, only to see another arm had already grown. He attacked once again, only for Ethan to laugh angrily from the sky. "I see what you did now. Oh, you will burn in the deepest layer of hell for this." Ethan's anger was actually genuine, because he really did discover where Ramesses' power was coming from. They were invisible to the naked eye, but as his presence seeped everywhere, he felt them. The 10 of thousands of souls wailing with every move Ramesses made. Ethan did not know how the pharaoh was using their power, but each of his attacks used their power. One fact that was universally known in the magical world was that death held great power, and sacrificing oneself could result in some of the most powerful forms of magic in the world. It was even possible to use ancient magic for someone with no affinity to it. Now, although that sacrifice was forced, each of the souls under Ramesses' control earned I am great power as he sent a veritable pillar of them up towards the heavens. But the sight only sparked Ethan's wrath even more as white flames lit up around his arm. This time, it was Ramesses' attack. That was overpowered as the giant fist slammed into the ground with great power. A great fissure was created in the ground, the attack causing a veritable earthquake that made Ethan grunt in pain. This was his mindscape after all. So any damage to the landscape resulted in damage to him. It was way too early to call for victory as Ethan felt a strong power emerged from beneath his fist, which promptly exploded to reveal a nearly uninjured Ramesses. His spiritual body was glowing with a golden light as golden flames appeared around him, setting his surroundings on fire. He looked up with pride, and said, I am a god. Forever immortal, I have long vanquished death, and you shall share the same fate. As my body, he brought up both of his hands, and a golden fireball rapidly formed above him. It expanded in size by the second as soon, before Ramesses fired it into the sky with a mad laugh. Although it was still small in size in comparison to Ethan, being only a fraction of his head, Han's giant body burned even without contact, and the moment it slammed into his chest, his entire being burst into flames, before being quickly disintegrated. Meanwhile, Ramesses was left panting as even for all his great power. Even he had his limits. I see, you draw your power from the souls you enslaved, but you still need a funnel to use their power. Yourself. Ramesses whipped his body in true astonishment as he saw Ethan leaning against a tree, appearing without a scratch. Calm quickly returned to Ramesses however as he looked up to the sky, where a moon had appeared once again, and sneered, I see what is happening. I should have guessed your creature would get involved. I was never really attacking you, but illusions created by your pet. A frown appeared on Ethan's face as he grunted, Miyuki is not a pet. It does not matter. She will burn all the same. Ramesses took a deep breath, and a golden shockwave was emitted from him, destroying everything within his surroundings. Be it Ethan who was leaning against the tree, the forest around them, or even the moon in the sky. All that was left was the fog, Ramesses' golden form, who floated in the fog, as well as a cave. Despite heaving harder than before, Ramesses looked at the cave with narrowed eyes. A voice came from within, you can go, Miyuki. Thanks for the help, I got it from here. Before Ramesses could attack the cave, which could only be the core of Ethan's mindscape, the forest around him started rebuilding itself at a breakneck speed, and a moon once again started forming in the sky. Chapter 76. Ramesses stared at the rapidly reforming mindscape as he muttered, this is not possible. Even if that had been an illusion, I should have destroyed everything. Ethan stepped out from behind a tree, tilting his head, what's happening? Scared, Ramesses only fired a golden ray of flames, incinerating Ethan with ease, but this only caused another to walk out from behind another tree several seconds later, this time asking, nice shot. Still failed to kill me. Pretty resilient for a mortal, aren't I? Ray after ray were fired, yet the result remained the same. Or almost, as Ethan started adapting to the attacks, and managed to dodge some of them. But one constant remained, he always came back. This time, Ramesses was truly infuriated as he roared and leapt at Ethan. The flames on his body disappeared as he crushed Ethan between his arms, breaking his bones with sheer strength as he looked down into his eyes. At first, Ramesses thought Ethan was not Felis did not go through any obvious change. But now that he was this close and staring directly in his eyes, he noticed the slightly clenched face muscles. Ethan was feeling the pain. Pressing harder on his arms, Ramesses pondered aloud, you do feel the pain. Meaning this is not an illusion. And you take several seconds to come back each time. He looked at the surrounding fog, before Ethan disappeared from within his arms. He had gone at it a little too strong. He realized, as Ethan had been crushed to death. That was still not enough, as Ethan once again appeared. This time though, his face lacked the smile from earlier, he looked at Ramesses with a serious face. This made the ancient pharaoh grin as flames appeared on his legs as he launched himself at Ethan, appearing next to him in an instant. With a strong kick that was too fast for Ethan to follow. Both of his legs were severed, but he was grabbed by the neck before he could hit the ground. Ramesses grinned with a sadistic glint in his eyes as he asked, you really do feel the pain, don't you? I wonder how long it will take to break you. Ethan only looked at him coldly in response, scratching at the arm holding him. His neck was broken before he could deal any real damage. Following this was a brutal beatdown as Ramesses killed Ethan in a variety of painful deaths. The pharaoh was losing power with time, but Ethan was also finding it harder and harder to hide his pain. One of his feet impaling Ethan into the ground, Ramesses looked down at Ethan with a titled head, asking, I have to say, as flawed as your tactic is, coming back so many times from death is impressive. Tell me how you do it, and I will give you one promise. How about fucking off from my body? Ethan's voice was cold and laced with killing intent, but Ramesses shook his head, sighing. You know this is not possible. But if you make a reasonable request, I will consider it. How about, I spare a member of your family, or that pet of yours? What about giving me a breather? Ramesses tilted his head, and as Ethan disappeared from under him he agreed, fine. You have 30 seconds, but you got to use them. To tell me about this spell. Ethan walked from behind yet another tree, and after a moment of silence he said, honestly, I was not expecting it to be this strong. At first, it was meant to be an attacking method, and this constant regeneration was a remote conjecture. But you kind of forced my hand. So it is regeneration. Is it infinite? Ethan looked up into the sky, where the moon still hung high. But he also spotted something else, a myriad of stars appearing one after another. Despite the pain he was constantly put under, Ethan managed to smile, and he said, probably not, although it might as well be. How did you do it? Ethan's smile turned cocky. You saw it already, actually. You said you could do better. Ramesses looked up to the sky in alarm, his eyes settling on the moon as he exclaimed, you didn't. His smile was now predatory. Yes, I merged it into my spirit. You have actually been helping me by killing me over and over, as all you were really doing was slow down the growth of the tumor. Tsukuyomi was technique Ethan and D. Miyuki had created with cancer in mind. The idea was to create a sort of mental tumor within the brain of the opponent that would expand until it took over the mind. Unexpectedly, the attacking met. Hod had turned into a life-saving defense, although there would be consequences. Ramesses looked at him angrily as he raged, you think this will make any difference? Once I take over, I will erase this monstrosity easily. Well, I never intended on dying myself, so of course I made it so that even I could remove it. Besides, it served its purpose. You are tired, and I will win. There's only one step left. Ramesses did not attack, despite how angry he felt, as he understood it would only help Ethan. Instead, he made a grabbing gesture, and a large part of the fog was dissipated through the sacrifice of dozens of souls. The fog only returned just as fast however, so Ramesses snarled, fine, I'll just destroy the source then. He looked up at the moon, his arms slowly weaving around as he prepared to obliterate the moon. Only to freeze as he finally noticed the starry sky. As a master of magical runes, although Ramesses was limited by the only alphabet he knew, he still noticed that He stars that had appeared were not positioned randomly. They had purpose, and were set to form an enchantment. He looked down at Ethan and spoke through clenched teeth, how is this possible? Manapu, Lashin of such magnitude should be impossible, especially for a child like you. Even I would have to sacrifice thousands of souls. Well, you see, unlike you, I am not fighting alone. The stars in the sky became brighter, and Ramesses roared as he resumed his earlier motions. At the end of it, he brought his hands together, and a thick beam of golden light was fired at the moon, while nearly 1,000 souls were sacrificed. It reached the moon in an instant, and there were no explosions this time. The moon just vanished out of the sky, causing the fog beneath to stop swirling. The golden ray did not stop at the moon either, but went on into the sky, but it was stopped before it could reach the stars. An invisible barrier stopped the attack, easily containing it. If anything, the stars glowed even brighter, with faint lines now appearing between them, connecting them in a large construct. A runic circle. My mom's pretty badass, you know. Ramesses' rage could barely be contained as he turned to Ethan, decapitating him in an instant, but he reappeared from the fog. He attacked again, and each time he did, the fog thinned, but Ethan was still utterly calm. Finally, the stars reached their full capacity, and both Ethan and Ramesses were sent flying into the cave. Chapter 77. As the runic circle above them lit up like 1,000 stars, Tracy suddenly lunged for Helena, in a bid to stop her. She was being controlled, Henry easily guessed as he intercepted her. Remembering that he was not really facing an 11-year-old girl, Henry transfigured his arm into that of an ape, and aimed a punch at her face. The controlled Tracy replied in kind, her lithe arm going against the enlarged one of Henry, and despite the disparity in size, it was Henry who felt a vivid feeling of pain as he was forced to take a step back. Moreover, Tracy used the momentum from Henry's strike to twirl around, smashing her bare foot towards Henry's jaw. He raised his other arm, TRANS, figuring it to be like a hippopotamus hide. Even then, he skidded across the ground. But he had earned enough time as chains appeared from the runic circle and bound Rakepick. She tried to stop them, but her magic was of little effect against them as they bound all of her limbs, and one even went around her neck. Still, not to leave her with any chances, Helena hit her with a Petrificus Totalis, completely paralyzing her. Anchoring the now very real chains into the ground, Helena turned to the controlled Tracy. She had felt the presence within the earrings the moment Tracy had entered within her magical perception. And now, she could feel that it was not that presence that was in control, but something else. An enchantment within the earrings themselves. It was quite the advanced one. As well as it was not just controlling Tracy and Nefertari, it was also forcing them to fight to their utmost capabilities. It almost felt like one of the unforgivable curses, the Imperious Curse. Still, as much of a menace Nefertari was. Not only was she within the body of a child, which came with its own set of limitations, but even if they were standing before the woman herself, Helena did not believe they would lose. Now that Helena was not in the middle of a spell, Henry no longer had to remain on the defensive. He smiled slightly at the controlled Tracy who was running for him, and said, "I never thought I would have to use this against a little girl." Then, he teleported right behind her, slamming his ape fist down to block it just in time, but the power behind it was even greater than before as she was forced into the ground. And before she could rise up to attack, Helena slammed her hand onto her belly, causing her to abruptly freeze up. Every adversary had been neutralized. But neither Helena nor Henry were relieved as they kneeled next to Ethan, checking him. Henry used his mind magic to try to help his son, but it as if there was a veil covering Ethan, making it impossible for him to intervene. All he could do was watch. So, he turned to his wife, and asked, "Can you do anything?" Helena nodded, but did not act immediately. Instead, she asked, "What about what he said? What do you think he was trying to tell us?" Henry frowned, trying to decipher the meaning behind his son's words. "Let's devour the fucker." That did not sound like something his son would say indeed. Ethan always remained calm and collected, and even when emotions slipped out, this was not something he would get excited about. "Do you think he wants to devour him? To assimilate him?" Helena shook her head. Why would he say it out loud then? Instead, I think he wanted Ramesses to believe this. So, should I help with assimilating Ramesses, or simply destroying him? It was a heavy decision to make, and the possibility of making the wrong choice was soul-tearing. Still, Henry managed to say, "He believed we would make the right choice, didn't he?" "Go with your gut." Helena nodded resolutely, and took off Ethan's shirt. Using her finger as a brush, she drew runes onto his chest. It did not take long for her to finish, and meanwhile, Henry was looking at the fight between his son and Ramesses. Ramesses and Ethan stood across from each other in pitch darkness. They floated in the dark, with no apparent light source or any construct. Still, they could easily see each other. Ramesses looked livid as he roared, "You will watch helpless as I slowly feed your whole family to beetles, flay their skin, pull their limbs apart and enslave their souls." "Is that so?" Ethan's voice remained flat as stars once again started forming in the sky. While Ramesses looked up in alarm, Ethan observed the panicking pharaoh and said, "I've won. Now, you can gently wait to be destroyed." "You think you have won? Foolish child. All I have to do is devour you before that enchantment activates." Ramesses lunged at Ethan, while the boy looked on with a small smile, stepping back. Ramesses reached him all the same, and grabbed Ethan by his shoulders, firmly locking him into place. At the same time, two massive land masses appeared in the darkness, rapidly approaching them. One was visibly smaller than the other. Although still huge, it was a small mountain covered by a forest, with a crescent moon in the sky. It was noticeably slower in its regeneration than before, however. The landmass was several times the size of the first one, and was flat. It looked like an endless field of reeds, with a sun high up in the sky. However, There was something wrong with that sun. As the landmass approached, the sun started dimming, before turning into a mass of swirling shadows. The two slammed into each other, causing a shockwave that made both of them tremble. Ramesses' eyes widened as he looked up, then down, and laughed. Are you mad? You want to assimilate me? These runes, they are not to erase me, they are for you to assimilate me. Oh, how greedy you are. You could have had a chance at life if you had done your utmost to destroy me, but instead you want to devour me. Foolish child. Everything was falling into place. Ethan showed a grin, and kicked Ramesses in the chin, forcing him to drop him. He looked down at the two mindscapes below and raised his hands, channeling the power of the stars to devour Ramesses. His mindscape did not suddenly grow teeth and start biting into the field of reeds. Of course. Instead, the forest and the fog were encroaching on the field of reeds, taking it over. There was a strong resistance. Ethan felt like a wall was stopping him. But if the resistance was like a wall, the power of the runes in the sky acted like a wrecking ball, shattering the defenses. Ethan expected Ramesses to fight, yet, against all expectations, Ramesses narrowed his eyes at Ethan. And asked, "You think I don't see what you are doing, boy?" Ethan's grin was swiftly replaced by a frown as he flew away, towards his shrinking mindscape, and more importantly, the sun that had turned into a sphere of swirling shadows. He merged into it, and caused it to start pulsing, much like a heart. The field of reeds was completely left behind, allowing Ethan's own mindscape to rapidly assimilate it as the forest grew. Ethan was completely devouring Ramesses' mindscape, and his spirit was growing rapidly stronger with it. However, he still frowned. Because this was not how he wanted things to go. He wanted Ramesses to fight him, to make him fight for every centimeter of his mindscape, because he knew that he would inevitably win. Ramesses might have been a master of the mind arts, a wizard who had dominated over a whole period of time, but in the end, thousands of years had passed, and he was trying to take over the body of someone quite capable in the mind arts. But most importantly, Ethan also had the help of his mother, which made him very confident that while difficult, he would have won the battle of attrition. He would have eventually forced Ramesses to retreat. But it seemed the old pharaoh was smarter than that, and had realized the situation he was in as well as he retreated directly, not hesitating to leave behind his mindscape to conserve his strength. Soon, his entire mindscape was assimilated by Ethan's, which made him feel stronger than ever. The mountainous forest had expanded so much that even from his high vantage point, Ethan could barely see the edges of his mindscape. A red temple had appeared in the midst of the forest, and on the very edge of the mindscape were the outskirts of a city. The only race of Ramesses left was the swirling orb of darkness, hanging ominously in the sky. Ethan looked at it for a moment, before reaching out towards the nearby moon, Tsukuyomi, which had been a wild card difficult to control before. Now obediently followed his will as all the mist moved towards the moon, completing it, but also concentrating all the wisps of the technique in one place. It had grown strong, and extremely tenacious as Ethan had essentially merged his spirit with it. His spirit had grown so strong now however that he felt he could discard it, and so he did. The constant pain he had been feeling disappeared as the moon was crushed to nothingness. Ethan did think about throwing it into the orb, but he did not know what effects it could have. Now truly at his peak, Ethan entered the dark orb. Chapter 78. The giant orb did not offer any resistance as Ethan easily stepped in. The moment he did however, he felt himself being cut off from everything else. Then, Ramesses appeared in front of him, and said, "You think you've won. I'm sure you've felt it. No one can help you here. You were within Seth's mortuary, the artifact gifted to me by the gods." Alone. Ethan found that interesting. He looked around, and said, "I may be alone, but I have taken over your spirit. All that's left of you is a whisper of what you once were." Ramesses still smiled, pleased with what Ethan had said. "You think that matters. Your spirit matters not here, only your soul. And it doesn't matter what outside interferences there are. There is no more running. No more tricks." Ethan narrowed his eyes, and asked, "Is that so?" A light mist spread out from him, making Ramesses laugh. "You think your spell from earlier will help you? Your soul is your very essence, and once destroyed, there is no more coming back. But don't worry, I will not destroy it. I will assimilate you. Ethan only raised an eyebrow, the mist still spreading. And what is giving you this confidence? Seth's mortuary. Once I've dealt with you, it will be mine. But I would not mind learning more about it now. Ramesses clicked. It is a soul artifact, and the most powerful one there is. With it, I reached the very limits of magic. And pushed them back over and over. I can control people with a thought, obliterate houses with a snap of my fingers, and lord as the mightiest of kings, as a god, thanks to it. And today, I will take over your body thanks to it. Ethan suddenly felt a strong force being exerted on him from all directions, attempting to crush him. But at the same time, Ethan commanded his mindscape to pressure the orb as well. His surroundings started shaking as the pressure he was feeling diminished, and he turned to Ramesses. Manipulating his soul was an entirely new feeling to Ethan, yet despite his current form, it somehow felt natural as a bullet-like projectile was fired at Ramesses. It only resulted in a chink in his form, but Ramesses looked shocked as he held the missing part as if he was in great pain, and exclaimed, "How is this possible? You should not be able to manipulate your soul so easily." Ethan looked at the panicking pharaoh coldly, the gears in his mind rapidly turning. Ramesses was playing into his hand. He was trying to use Ethan's pride and greed. So Ethan gave him exactly what he wanted as a grin appeared on his face, and he said, "You have no idea what I am capable of." Ironically, that was true, just not in the way Ramesses thought. Ethan did have to give it to the ancient pharaoh though, his acting was really on point as his mask remained airtight. He looked angry, hurt, and a little afraid. He even started stepping back as Ethan followed up with more attacks. Ramesses mustered up some defense, and even threw some counterattacks, but they were too weak to do anything to Ethan. Ethan was dominating him so badly, despite the suppression of the artifact, that he almost believed for a second that Ramesses was actually helpless before him, and he really did have an uncanny talent in manipulating his soul. But soon, the true purpose of Ramesses' actions was revealed as they walked through the darkness. There was a small rectangular pillar, and the moment it entered their sight, Ramesses suddenly threw himself at it. This left his defense completely opened, and Ethan, who had been getting better with every attack at manipulating his soul, blew off his whole left leg as punishment. Ramesses screamed from the pain, but his eyes burned with a feverish light as he reached the pillar. Ethan threw another attack, but it was completely neuter, alized before it could approach Ramesses. At the same time, the pressure which Ethan had been feeling since he entered the orb started rapidly increasing. Ramesses had regained his regal air by now, as if nothing in the world could harm him as he said, "You put up a good fight, child, but I've won." The pressure increased with every moment, and Ethan tried to throw several more attacks, but they were up to no avail. Ramesses looked at him cockily, as if daring to touch the pillar. Ethan paid him no mind, and looked into the darkness. He stared for a couple of seconds, during which the mist around him increased in size, nearly covering him entirely, before he walked up to the pillar, and placed both hands on it. The moment he did, Ramesses' grin turned crazed as he yelled, "How greedy you are, boy. You think you can wrestle away my control over Seth's mortuary? Foolish child." Their surroundings started shaking intensely, the shadows thinned slightly and Ramesses felt his control over his prized artifact actually lessen ever so slightly. His eyes widened in true shock for the first time in thousands of years as he looked at Ethan. A part of him wanted to deny it, because it should be impossible. Yet the shaking only intensified, and his connection to the orb was getting weaker with every moment. His shock rapidly turned into rage as he roared, "How is this possible? Seth's mortuary was merged into my soul by Seth himself. I have ascended to become a god. How could you possibly wrestle it away from me?" Ethan smiled mischievously, and for a moment, his canines seemed to have become fangs as he said, "I'm just better than you. It's mine." The trembling once again intensified, and now felt like they were standing in the middle of an earthquake. The shadows around them had thinned so much that Ethan's mindscape was once again becoming visible, although barely. Meanwhile, Ethan, who still had his hands on the pillar, said, "You know, my days can get pretty long. Most people ignore me, which honestly is part of the strategy, but that doesn't stop it from getting boring, so I got to say, this was fun. Actually speaking to someone and having some fun for them. And if that's of any consolation, you did better than the last one. Ramesses did not feel fear. He was a god. Gods could not be afraid. And gods did not lose. You think you've won. No one can wrestle it away from me, no one. Ramesses no longer cared about anything else. He started sacrificing all the souls he still had some influence over to crush Ethan where he stood, resulting in the shadows around them becoming even fainter. And this time, it did have an effect as Ethan's form started becoming blurrier, and he was finding it hard to keep his hands on the pillar. Across him, Ramesses once again felt his metaphysical heart start beating as he screamed, "Can't you see? You are nothing before me. I am a king worshipped by millions. I have ascended to become the equals of gods, while you are nothing but a child." Ethan looked like he was about to fade away, his soul dissipating. He looked up at Ramesses and said with a mocking smile, "You know, it's hard to take someone who keeps shouting seriously." The last one was the same with Ethan. Ramesses paused for a moment out of sheer incredulity as he asked, "What are you talking?" "She's right, you talk too much." Ramesses felt his heart stop as he heard a familiar voice behind him. He looked over his shoulder, and saw Ethan, floating in the air, right at the edge of what remained of Seth's mortuary. He was not alone either, as a large five-tailed fox was flying next to him. He looked back at the Ethan fighting him over the pillar, just in time to see him dissipate into a faint mist. He looked back at the pair, only to see they were already out of the artifact. Then, he, along with Seth's mortuary, were crushed into nothingness. Chapter 79. He really thought you were about to explain everything to him. He was kinda dumb for a thousands of years old self-proclaimed god. Ethan smiled at Miyuki, closely watching the five tails behind her as he defended the pharaoh who had finally been put to rest. Give him a rest, he was stuck in a pyramid for thousands of years. That can't have helped his mentality. Besides, he did pose a big danger. He would have killed us all, was it not for... He stopped there, but Miyuki finished off, "It really was a vision then." Ethan sighed and nodded, explaining, "I didn't even know I had any talent as a seer, but I somehow saw glimpses of what was to happen. Was it not for it, he would have actually succeeded in possessing me." Quote, "But even with that knowledge, things had not been easy. Up to the fight of their mindscapes, Ethan had held the advantage thanks to the changes he had brought to the timeline. But once he entered Seth's mortuary, he was on his own. Or that's what Ramesses believed. Sure enough, Helene's runes could not reach them inside the artifact, nor could they affect their souls inside. But what he did not know was that Ethan and Miyuki shared a soul bond. Actually, Ethan himself did not know that his bond with Miyuki involved their souls, not until he entered Seth's mortuary. But that bond had allowed Miyuki to stealthily enter as well, and from there, it was the work of her illusions. Taking his form, Miyuki fooled Ramesses into thinking Ethan was fighting over the artifact's control with him. When in reality, he was busy destroying it. Ethan had pretended to be greedy all along for a reason. It was not the only bait he had set, but it was the one that had ended up being triggered. Then, when Ramesses thought his diminishing in fact was Ethan gaining control over it, it was instead him destroying it. It was a powerful artifact, but after he assimilated Ramesses' spirit, Ethan's spirit had become quite absurdly strong. Adding to that the fact that Seth's mortuary was linked to Ramesses' soul, any damage to his soul would result in damage to the artifact, and vice versa. The soul was a complex subject of magic that still largely remained a mystery to wizards, but it was not something supposed to exist on its own. The absence of a body, and the subsequent assimilation of Ramesses' spirit contributed to damaging Ramesses' soul, thus explaining his more rash personality towards the end. But the ability to fool him was not entirely due to that. Looking at Miyuki, and more particularly her tails, Ethan said, "Well, that's one theory confirmed." Miyuki's five tails swirled behind her as she nodded, "Two, actually. My physical body still only has 4 tails. But my spirit grew a 5th when you assimilated Ramesses' spirit." Ethan nodded slowly, looking down at the massive mindscape below. After a moment of silence, he said, "Thank you, Miyuki, for always being there." Miyuki smiled, but then Ethan added teasingly, "Sorry for making your days so long too." The kitsune rolled her eyes and disappeared from Ethan's mindscape, although her smile never disappeared. Meanwhile, Ethan remained behind for a short while, just to make sure all traces of both Ramesses and his artifact had been erased, before returning to his physical body. Opening his eyes, Ethan saw both of his parents leaning over him, watching him carefully. Before he could do anything, both of them crushed him in a hug, to the point it became hard for him to breathe. Still, all he felt was warmth as he partook in it, not saying anything. It lasted several seconds, before his mother warned, "No more trips." Ethan chuckled, although internally he disagreed. He would definitely make more of them. One way or another, his luck could not be so rotten that he would meet danger in every one of them, right? After that, they looked at the either unconscious or detained people left, and Ethan asked, "What should we do with them?" Henry ruffled his hair. "Don't worry, we'll take care of this. Since they were working for Gringotts, I can't say for sure whether Snide and Rakepick will be judged here or in Britain, but either way, they will be arrested and thrown into prison." While his father spoke, Ethan was looking at the immobilized Rakepick with no small amount of hostility. In the end, she had been the one who had put his family in danger. "We're probably going to have to work on this." Ethan looked at his father with raised eyebrows, who explained, "You are projecting your emotions. Your mind has gotten too strong, too fast. Your mother and I are trained, but if you walk among regular people in your current state, you might harm them." This made him frown as he closed his eyes, and restricted his spirit. If there was one thing he was proud of, it was his control, so losing it was unacceptable. Fortunately, it should not take long to regain. Ethan did wonder about one thing however, and that was where he stood in the realm of mind mages. His finer control had definitely gone down a notch from the assimilation, and even if it was before it, Ethan knew he was no match in terms of techniques to the likes of his father, not to mention the likes of Dumbledore. But while technique was important, sheer power also played a role. That was a question for later though, as they had other things to deal with now. They brought everyone out of the temple, only to find a large crowd to be waiting for them outside. They seemed to belong to different groups, and Ethan could spot Aurors from at least 2 different countries, going by their outfits. What were they doing there? Several parties approached them, and before they could speak, Henry asked, "Is there a problem?" One of the Aurors in the crowd, whom Ethan now recognized as the female Auror he had met in the Market of the Sun, asked. A massive spike in magic was detected here, and it brought a lot of attention. She eyed the other parties present with clear hostility as she said this, but she was largely ignored as another person exclaimed, "It was felt all the way over from France." "Do why? Oh, you think you'll hog this all to yourself?" Another person butted in. This was an expedition sanctioned by Gringotts. Several more voices rose up, and soon it turned into a shouting contest as they all tried to one-up one another, thinking the loudest would somehow be right. That was until a figure stepped out of the crowd. He was a middle-aged man, slightly older than Ethan's parents, with salt and pepper hair. He was quite tall, and was dressed in a long black coat. He also had sharp features, all of which gave him a certain presence. One could feel they were standing in the presence of someone powerful. Whoever the man was, everyone turned quiet the moment he showed up. He ignored the people who had been arguing, and walked up to the group of explorers. The middle-aged man looked at each of them, his gaze lasting a little longer when it fell on Ethan. He quietly examined them, before speaking in a voice that was not too low nor too loud. "This matter has officially entered the jurisdiction of the International Confederation of Wizards." That was a polite way to tell the crowd to piss off. Chapter 80. The International Confederation of Wizards was the most important institution within the wizarding world, and was basically the magical equivalent of the United Nations, but even that was selling short as they had more influence than the UN did. They were also the greatest adversaries of Ethan's grandfather, as they were the ones responsible for upholding the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, which was the international law that ensured the magical and non-magical worlds would not mix. As for the man who had come to pick them up, he was the chief enforcer of the ICW, Liam Dime. The man had led them to the local base of the ICW, where they were to be interrogated regarding the incident. And this time, Ethan did not get to skip on those, considering the heavy role he had played. After about an hour of waiting inside an interrogation room with Miyuki, Ethan expected to feel tired. With the battles and heavy stress he had been put under, but he was actually in great shape. He summed it up to his strengthened spirit. After all, his physical strain had remained relatively minor since most of the battles had been mental, those that mattered at least. The only real strain on his body had come from the rapid regeneration of magic. But the real battles had all been in the spirit, and Ethan figured he had recuperated all the mental energy he had spent and more through his absorption of Ramesses' mindscape. Still, while he was not tired, that did not stop Ethan from feeling bored. Fortunately, they did not prolong for much longer when a pair of enforcers entered the room. They were a man and a woman, and both looked just a bit older than Bill. It could be quite hard to estimate wizards' ages because while they grew relatively normally through their first 17 years, if not a little faster, from there a wizard's aging would drastically slow down for many years. Adding in genetics, a 40-years-old wizard could actually look younger than an 18-years-old, and that without any magical modifications. Once those were added, guessing a wizard's true age was next to impossible with the naked eye. For example, Ethan's own parents looked like they were in their late 20s, or early 30s at best, but they were actually both nearing 60 years old. Still, considering the jobs of his two interrogators, Ethan estimated they should be both within their early 30s. Most enforcers were recruited from Auror's offices around the world, and they only took the very best. Those with exceptional records. The woman was Asian, and the moment she entered, she stared at Miyuki. As for the man, he trained his gaze on Ethan, giving him a quick once-over before apologizing. "Sorry for the wait, we just interrogated Miss Rakepick. She had a lot of things to say. Especially about you." Ethan could recognize an intimidation technique when he saw one. By saying they had just interrogated his enemy, they were implying they knew all the sensitive information, and thus that hiding anything from them. Fortunately, the only thing Ethan intended to hide, he knew for a fact that Rakepick did not know. And even if she somehow had an inkling about it, no one other than Ethan could prove it, because it was his vision. Ethan was lying back in his chair, his back straight as he replied impassively, "I understand. If they wanted to make him speak, they would have to do better though." He saw the man's eye twitch a little at his response, and turned to look at his companion. Only to see she was still staring at Miyuki. He issued a deep sigh, before taking a seat. Ethan could tell the both of them were enforcers by their coats and the medal on their chest. The medal was made of metal and depicted an opened hand. All enforcers wore it. The only one who had a slightly different one was the chief enforcer, Liam Dime, whose medal had a clenched fist instead. The man rubbed his temples and said, "Himura, focus." The woman, Himura, finally tore her eyes away from Miyuki, looking at Ethan with appreciative eyes as she explained, "It's not every day you see a mythical creature. And even more so one that does not try to maul you to death. I had heard rumors about you, but seeing it by my own eyes, I have to say, I am impressed. And if what Rakepick told us was true, I can see how you managed to get a kitsune as a companion." Finally, someone who understood that one did not get magical beasts, especially mythical ones like kitsunes, as pets. While he appreciated that Himura was at least polite, he still remained impassive as he asked, "So, what do you want to know? And what were you told?" Himura smiled kindly, as if she was about to reassure him, while the man grunted. Clearly annoyed by the whole affair, "How about we start from the beginning? I was told you managed to open the way into the hidden part of the temple, despite it being protected by a spell similar to the Fidelius charm. So they had really spoken to Rakepick." Ethan nodded, and explained, "My mother did most of the job, but yes, I participated in opening the seal." The man narrowed his eyes, and asked a question that did not sound like much of a question, "You are British, right?" Ethan acquiesced silently, and Himura slid a piece of paper over the metallic table. Ethan slightly leaned forward to grab it. As he read it, she explained, "Rakepick graduated from Hogwarts with an outstanding in her ancient runes newt, and later acquired a professional license for it. Reports say she was close to the level of a master, but you have shown to be vastly superior to her." The piece of paper was nothing special, just a list of names. Although he was curious about it, he first corrected her. The seal was not purely runic magic, it also incorporated other kinds of magic. They did not reply immediately, preferring to keep silent. This was a common technique to keep someone talking, mostly used in interviews. When asked a question, if the person who asked did not say anything after one's answer, most people would keep talking. Ethan only stared at them. Once they understood he would not elaborate, Heir said, "The reason I am saying this is that we are finding it a little difficult to believe you were a master of runic magic, despite being so young. This list," she pointed at the paper she had passed over, "contains the names of all the masters of runic magic in the world. It's a short list." The man picked up there. "Even if you were the son of Loki, and you were taught your entire childhood, it is still hard to believe someone so young could be this good." Ethan said nothing for a moment, replicating what they had done just before. Their faces did not change, both staying in character. Finally, he said, "You would be right not to believe it, because it is not true." The man inched forward, pressing, "Does that mean you did not participate in opening the seal?" Ethan shook his head. "You do not understand much about runic magic, do you?" The man looked like he was losing patience. Chapter 81. To keep things simple, runic magic is about finding the correct arrangement of runes to create an enchantment. A runic master is someone capable of creating all kinds of strong enchantments. To aid them in this, they require to learn runic languages. This brings to the secondary skill set of a runic master, which is appraisal. That is the ability to tell what a runic enchantment does by examining the runes making it up. What I excel at is exactly this secondary skill set, as my mother taught me pretty much every runic language in the world, so most of the time, whatever the enchantment is, I am capable of discerning its effects. If it is runic magic. The man did not look convinced at the explanation as he asked, "If you already know all the runes, why can't you make enchantments?" Ethan narrowed his eyes at the man, unhappy about the question. "I did not say I was incapable of it. I'm just still in the learning process. But there is much more to runic magic than simply knowing what each rune does. For example, I assume you've mastered apparition." The two nodded, so he added, "Then why don't you create your own teleporting spell? You have all the ingredients." The two seemed to finally understand what the man had asked. But there was no shame on their faces. Instead, the woman asked, "All right, let's just say you were really talented with runic magic. What about your mind magic? What about it?" The man opened a file, and read out. Suspect rakepick revealed that Pharaoh Ramesses II, a master legilimens famed as one of the best in the history of the world, tried to possess Ethan Grindelwald, but was defeated in a mental battle. There are some gaps in there. The man looked up. "How about you fill them up for us then?" Miyuki purred in Ethan's lap, and he stroked her back as he revealed, Ramesses had been rotting in a strange device for thousands of years. His mind must have been eroded with time. The man interrupted, "It did not. Rakepick told us about this altar, she called it. It is an ancient artifact capable of perfectly conserving a spirit within." Ethan shrugged. That did not stop his reason from being damaged. "I did not overpower him in a raw battle, I tricked him. And risked my life doing so. I also had the help of my mother." Heir smiled kindly as she spoke in a soft voice, "And you were very brave. But you have to admit, even with all this, standing up to him is something very few people could have done. At least, I know that I couldn't have myself." She slowly extended her mind as she said this, not to try to use legilimency on Ethan, but more so to show him the strength of her mind. It was strong, and manipulated carefully. She was not at the level of the likes of Snape or his father, but she was not that far behind either. Possibly slightly better than Ethan had been before this whole incident. But now, Ethan was starting to feel like they were going around in circles, so he directly asked, "What is it that you accuse me of, exactly?" The man leaned forward at that, clearly interested as he said, "We are not accusing you of anything, we are only asking questions. Why are you so defensive?" Ethan frowned at the man, and his mind reacted in accordance as his. Two interrogators felt like the air had turned heavy. That only seemed to please the man even more though. Before either him or Ethan could say anything though, Heir diffused the situation. "What go? Enzels is trying to say here is that we are worried for your well-being. I promise that we do not mean harm." Ethan took a deep breath, calming himself, before he said coolly, "I am not possessed, if that's what you are asking. Not by Ramesses, nor by anyone else. I am only myself, Ethan Grindelwald Rimmer. The two perked up at that, so Ethan added, not officially, since my dad was apparently disowned. But I am survive and defeat Ramesses thanks to Miyuki and my mother. As for my own prowess, it is only training and talent. My father is a mind master, and my grandfather, well, I don't need to tell you about his talent in anything magical. The two looked at him silently, Heimera's smile disappearing for a moment as the two studied him. But even amidst the uncomfortable silence, Ethan remained silent, waiting for them to speak. Finally, the man, Gonzalez, said, all right. What about Ramesses' artifact? He looked down at his file, which Ethan believed to be nothing more than a psiholic. Ical trick as an enforcer was required to at least have rudimentary knowledge of occlumency, which had many ways to increase memory. Seth's mortuary, is that it? Ethan narrowed his eyes at the man, and asked, how do you know the name of that foul thing? Both of them seemed quite surprised at his apparent disgust, and Heimera said, Rakepick told us about its name, and that it was a soul magic artifact. Gonzalez added, soul magic is a very rare form of magic, sought after by many wizards. Some even consider them sacred. The real question here was implicit, why would Ethan call it foul? He then took a moment to organize his thoughts, as he had pretty thorough understanding of how the artifact worked. Although Ramesses had not told him anything about it, not only had he witnessed it, but it had also been working inside his mindscape, giving him unique insights into its inner workings. Seth's mortuary functions with souls. It is capable of trapping the souls of anyone its wielder kills, with the strength of the user's soul being the only limit to the number of souls contained. Both of his interrogators' faces turned grave as the good cop, bad cop routine disappeared. Just this FIRST function had been enough to shock and alarm them. Their expressions only got worse when they realized Ethan was not done. This is only its ancillary function. The real power of the artifact was to sacrifice these souls, forming a powerful kind of energy. Then, the user would be able to use this energy to produce any kinds of effect. It might be a kind of miracle magic. Miracle magic was an advanced form of magic that was mostly unknown to this day. It was more theoretical than anything, but its supposed function was to do the impossible. It was supposed to be able to shape reality itself to its user's desires. Gonzalez asked in a solemn voice, where is Seth's mortuary? Ethan held his gaze as he replied, obliterated, along with Ramesses. Gonzalez was not reassured as he asked a follow-up question, what about the energy released from their destruction? Obliterated. All of it. I was thorough. There is no trace of it left in this world. Gonzalez still looked troubled though, and as he shared a look with Heimera, the two communicating with their eyes. They looked back at him, and Heimera asked, how did you do it? Don't spare any details, since he was the one who disclosed the effects of the artifact. He was ready to speak. I got to start from the beginning then. The two listened with rapt attention as Ethan proceeded to tell them about his fight with Ramesses. The only thing he hid was his vision, as he narrated the rest of the fight truthfully, and in its entirety. Chapter 82. Ethan was kept by the enforcers for another hour before they were satisfied, and decided to let him go. He had been quite cooperative with them as well, as he only hid his vision from them. He was led to a room, where he was surprised to see Tracy already waiting. He had expected them to interrogate and keep Tracy for much longer than both him and his parents, since she had Nefertari in her earrings. Sitting next to her, Ethan directly asked her, so, how did it go for you? Tracy unexpectedly grinned, and replied, they asked me a few questions, and did a series of tests on me and the earrings. They pissed off Nefertari with their probing, but once they found out she could not take over without my consent, they let me go. Ethan found that surprising, which must have shown on his face as Tracy added, they also said the earrings can't be removed, and that this should all be kept as a secret. They can't be removed. Tracy had a mischievous air to her as she smiled snarkily, and nodded. Ethan knew her well enough to understand that it was a lie, but shush. He did not want the enforcers to find out, in case they were watching them. Then, she asked him, what about you? Ethan shrugged. They spent some time asking me questions to determine whether I was possessed. She nodded along. Understandable. To this Ethan snorted. it was not just about Ramesses. They were also asking about before that. Apparently, I'm too good for my own good. This caused Tracy to roll her eyes. And after a moment of silence, Ethan added, I'm sorry for everything that happened. I did warn you about danger, but I wasn't expecting this. Tracy did not seem to be sorry for it though. Snorting scornfully instead, what's there to be sorry for? We freed a kick-ass lady from eternal imprisonment, I got an awesome teacher, and you somehow defeated a 1,000-years-old wizard. Thousands of years old, whatever. All I'm saying is that it's fine, I would do it all over again. That did not help much with Ethan's guilt. Still, she clearly did not want to talk about it, so he changed the subject. So, that kick-ass teacher of you, what will she teach you? This got Tracy excited as she started praising Nefertari, and boasted that she would get better than him at everything in no time. This made him laugh, but he let her talk. Some time later, Ethan's parents also arrived, and they were all free to go. Ethan did ask about Bill Weasley, but they would be keeping him a little longer. As while he was fine, he was with Gringotts. Although it was obvious that Rakepick and Snide acted independently from Gringotts, as the goblins would never have the guts to pull off something like this. Nor did they stand to gain much, but Weasley might still have some unique insight into the actions of the two. Also, Ethan could smell politics in there, but he honestly could not care less. Ethan returned home first, while his parents accompanied Tracy back home. Apparently they wanted to speak with her parents, probably to speak about everything that had happened and apologize. He tried to gauge how that had went from his parents' expressions when they returned home later, but he could not discern anything. With the trip now finally over, the only thing that and did regret was not learning Snake Charming. Of course, he got much more than that, but it remained yet to be seen whether it would be of any use against the basilisk. But then again, maybe this too had changed. Maybe there would be no basilisk attacking students for his second year. Or maybe the students this time would not be so lucky as to see the reflection of its eyes. Fortunately, the summer had only started, and so he intended to use the rest of his time to prepare for the incoming school year. Even if he could not get Snake Charming, Ethan still had many things he could improve on. Harms and Transfiguration were restricted because of the trace. The trace was something that followed every magical children when they became 11 years old, and would warn the Ministry of Magic if the children were to use any spells. Since using magic outside of school was forbidden for children under 17, charms and transfiguration were off limits. Wandless magic did not help either, since the trace was on the children, not their wands. The only reason Ethan had been able to use his magic freely in Egypt was because the trace did not extend to other countries, and even if it did, the British Ministry of Magic had no power over what happened in other countries. Or it was limited. However, even in the United Kingdom, the trace was not all-powerful, and had its limits. Magic was in constant motion, and so it always slightly fluctuated. If the trace reported all fluctuations, then it would be impossible to manage. That was why forms of magic that used minimal amounts of magicking, mental IC and runic magic would pass under the radar. So, that was exactly what Ethan intended to work on. Well, not potion making. It was not that he looked down on it, but Ethan knew that he was not particularly talented in the field. Especially not when compared to mind magic and runic magic. Any amount of effort he put into potion making would yield several times the results if he put it into these other two forms of magic. Especially with mind magic, he had always been talented at it, but since he absorbed Ramesses' spirit, his mind had gotten monstrously strong. All he needed was some training to regain his complete control over it. And he would truly reach master level. Becoming a master in any type of magic was a humongous achievement, and meant becoming one of the world's best. To become a master, one had to be at the top of that particular field. For example, all Hogwarts professors were masters in their own field, and some in more than one. So, although mind magic was not inherently offensive, it could only help. Especially since it was possible to weaponize. For now, Ethan did not know any spells that belonged to mind magic and that were offensive, but he was more than good out of form an attack without the structure of a spell, as he had done with Quirrell. The only two mind spells he knew at the moment were Legilimency and Occlumency, something he intended to resolve soon. In comparison, Ethan's expertise in runic magic had not been drastically improved by his trip to Egypt, not like his mind magic had been, but Ethan believed that between the two, it might be one that would be the most useful to him to deal with the giant serpent. After all, with the proper enchantments, Ethan might be able to create weapons and armors that would be especially effective against a basilisk. In any case, he had the rest of the summer to figure it out. Author's note. So, I decided to add a proper ranking to magical practices. In the canonical world, the highest academic achievement is Newt. But here people can go on to get a professional license for a particular field by passing another harder exam, which might be required for some of the more demanding jobs such as Aurors, and for the best of the best. They can pass a master exam, which, if passed, certifies one to be at the top of their field. Of course, there are some minute differences between masters of the same field. For example, Dumbledore is slightly better than McGonagall at Transfiguration, but the difference is small enough for them to have the same rank. Chapter 83. Ethan woke up with a comfortable stretch. Although his strengthened spirit had relieved him of the fatigue, at the end of the day it was his body that had been the most tired. But as he stretched in his bed, he felt something strange. A weight on him. Opening his eyes, Ethan was greeted with a grinning face. There was a girl lying on top of him, looking at him with a shit-eating grin. Ethan would have been confused, were it not for the fox ears on top of her head, and the sensation of something furry on his legs. Blinking, Ethan asked calmly, "Can you move? You're heavy, Miyuki." The girl rolled her eyes, but she did move slightly to the side. Now laying next to him as she said, "You're no fun. Couldn't you at least act surprised?" Her voice felt almost ethereal. It was airy, soft, and beautiful. It made one want to listen to it more. Ethan shrugged. Laying back, "We already guessed you would be able to complete a hybrid transformation by your fifth tail. But it's nice to see some of our theories proved." Miyuki, leaning on her elbow, nodded, "Yup. This confirms that I can only grow tails when no one is watching, and I'm sleeping. Pretty weird requirement." Ethan chortled. Magic tends to be esoteric. He looked at her, and added, "Are you just going to stay naked?" Miyuki, who was making no effort to cover herself, stuck out her tongue, saying, "I'm not putting your clothes on. So unless you've hidden away from girl clothes, no. I will not get dressed." Ethan frowned, making his displeasure known. "I don't want to see you naked." It's weird. Miyuki was beautiful, by all accounts. After all, it was in her very blood to be beautiful. Kitsunes were known for being seductresses. So, her human form was very charming as well. Much like her color in her fox form, she had white hair, and light, supple skin. Despite her young age, she looked like she was Ethan's age, which they believed was because of their bond. Much like the sudden increase in his spirit had caused her to sprout a fifth tail ahead of time. Miyuki also appeared a few years older than she was. It had only been a theory before, but they were now sure that Miyuki grew her tails faster thanks to her connection to Ethan. Because of their long lifespans, kitsunes usually took years to grow their tails, decades even. In any case, not only was Miyuki beautiful, but she was also in a hybrid form, with fox ears and a tail, giving her a unique charm which Ethan was sure would charm basically any man. But the thing was, Ethan would never see her as a woman. To him, Miyuki was his sister, or even closer than that. Things would never be romantic between them though, no matter how close they were, because it simply was not the kind of relationship they had. With a roll of her eyes, Miyuki covered herself with Ethan's sheets, which only served to make her even sexier as he looked like an innocent maiden, trying her best to hide her body. Still, it was better than seeing her naked, so Ethan carried on the conversation. "What about your other abilities? They should have evolved, and you should have unlocked a new one." Miyuki nodded, her teasing air from earlier disappearing as she became serious. The fingers on her right hand turned into razor-sharp claws as she said, "Just like with the fourth tail, all my previous attributes have been improved. My claws are sharper, my metamorphosis has improved, I can turn into a partial human. But I can also change my size more easily, although I seem to have hit a limit on how small I can get." Ethan rose an eyebrow at that, causing Miyuki to shapeshift into her fox form. She turned smaller. until she became small enough to fit in his palm. This was not much smaller than before. Her voice remained the same as she said, "My powers still fluctuate with size." Ethan looked at her curiously, asking, "You can still speak in your fox form?" Miyuki nodded, turning back into her human form. "Speech is not a byproduct of my hybrid transformation, it is the power granted by my fifth tail." "That's underwhelming." She shrugged, not too bothered by it. "It's not too useful in a fight, but it's a big quality of life improvement. It's freeing, in a way." Ethan nodded silently, and she continued. "As for my illusions and my mental magic, they both got better. They did not evolve dramatically to give me a new capacity like my metamorphosis did, but they are better at everything they could already do." Saying this, she reached out to Ethan with her mind. They had used to be rather close in this aspect, but now, even with her evolution, Miyuki had not caught up to his mind. Ethan's spirit had grown immensely, more than doubling in size and quality, so a single tail would not close the gap. Ethan was not even sure another would be enough. Still, overall, this was a good power-up for Miyuki. Later that day, Ethan's mother brought Miyuki to go buy some clothes after they revealed her new form to her and Ethan's father. They were both quite excited at Miyuki getting a human form, or something close to it. Although she was not exactly a daughter to them, she might as well be. If anything, she was almost like a stepdaughter, or a granddaughter. Their relationship as hard to name because while they were close, they never really had much influence over her. With the revelation of Miyuki's hybrid form, however, another question popped up. Legally, what should be done? The British Ministry of Magic, and magical administrations in general, did not have the best track record of recognizing any magical race as having tans. Even some races very similar to humans are derived from them, such as vampires and werewolves, were hardly considered on the same footing as humans. So, getting her a wand would probably be impossible, as long as she was limited to her hybrid form at least. Even if they pulled some strings, the ministry officials tended to be a tad bit too conservative to accept any changes. And even if they managed to use their influence in the Wizengamot to push for it, it would likely result in a scandal, and Miyuki would be left with more problems than anything. However, the ministry hardly had any powers in Hogwarts, not with Dumbledore being at full powers. So making her a student was actually possible. She did not need a wand either to perform regular magic. But Miyuki ended up refusing. Technically, she had always been able to learn human magic, and perform charms, transfiguration, and even school of human magic. The reason she had not was because she simply did not want to. Despite her close bond to Ethan, she was not like him in regards to magic. While she held a fair amount of curiosity for it, it was mostly directed at her own magic, fox magic. Ultimately, they decided not to upset the status quo, and keep her new ability to themselves. If Miyuki wanted to reveal it to someone else, then she would be free to do so, but until then, they would not tell anyone. The rest of the summer then passed quietly. Ethan would train in the mind arts with his father, relearning how to manipulate his mind, while he continued his studies of runic magic with his mother. Chapter 84, Grindelwald, Birth of a Hero. Single quote. Ethan looked at the newspaper his father was waving around excitedly with a bored gaze. Henry ignored the lack of reaction from his son though, exclaiming, "A hero they say." A hero. 2 days had passed since they had returned from the ICW. And Ethan had been silently enjoying his breakfast when his father came in the room, brandishing the Daily Prophet. Next to him, Miyuki, who was munching on a piece of bacon in her human form, said, "Who cares what they think?" Ethan nodded. What she said. Henry poked the newspaper, at the front of which was a picture of Ethan walking in a corridor of the ICW. He did not even know how they got that picture. On it, he looked quite dashing, if he had to say so himself, but he knew that it was not just him being awesome, although he was. His strengthened spirit was the cause of it. Ever since he had absorbed Ramesses' spirit, Ethan's eyes always had this certain light behind them, making him look a little intense, as if he was 100% into whatever he was doing. Even for something as casual as walking. Such as in that picture, Ethan looked like he walked with purpose, like he had somewhere important to be, as if he was bound by some unspeakable responsibility. In reality, he was just casually walking, and wanted nothing more than to head back home. Still poking the newspaper, Henry said, "No, this is big. Improving your reputation will only ever help, and a hero. That's the polar opposite of a Dark Lord." Ethan shrugged, "Not really affected by this, it really doesn't matter much to me. The people who matter are those who treated me right even when I was a pariah. As for those who want to become my friends after reading this, to me they are nothing more than turncoats." Miyuki nodded along, but Henry argued, "You can't think like that. If you came face to face with a dragon, what would you do?" Quote, Ethan rolled his eyes, scoffing, "I can see where you're going with this, but it's not the same. I haven't been spending the entire school year with a dragon. And I'm not a dragon." "That's right, you're not a dragon. You were probably worse, in the mind of some of them. A dragon will only burn you to ashes, or maybe eat you, but a Dark Lord. A Dark Lord can be much more brutal, and vicious. So my point still stands. When you've been told your entire life something is dangerous, you don't try to get close to it." Ethan was only arguing for the sake of the argument now as he replied, "How come I got friends then, if I'm so bad in people's minds?" Henry raised a finger, correcting proudly, "Used to." "Sure, used to. Doesn't change anything to the question." Henry grinned as he enumerated, 3 Slytherins and a Muggle born who knows nothing of the magical world. "Need I say more?" Ethan frowned, asking, "How do you know about Sophia? I never told you she was my friend." Henry shrugged, "Your Gryffindor friend. Tracy told us about her. She told us a lot of things about your school year, mister." "I'm too cool for Quidditch." Ethan rolled his eyes, and realizing he was not going to win against his father, and even if he did, it wasn't worth the trouble, he conceded, "Fine, whatever you say." Henry continued gloating for a while, until everyone stopped as they heard someone ringing at the door. This caused them to pause because very few people knew about their home. It was not often someone would come. Henry went to the door, while Miyuki and Ethan looked at each other. After a moment, Miyuki transformed into her fox form, downsizing herself to fit on top of his head. A few seconds later, Henry returned to the living room with a shit-eating grin on his face. As if to tell Ethan, "Told you so," while he was followed by Bill Weasley. Bill had smartened up since the last time they saw each other. He had put on a suit, his hair was slick Ed back and he looked more professional overall, compared to the casual outfit he had the last time. Seeing Ethan, Bill smiled politely, greeting, "Good morning. Sorry to interrupt your breakfast." Ethan nodded, reassuring, "It's fine. You're actually saving me from the gloating of a man-child." Bill looked between Ethan and Henry with a puzzled look, and Henry felt no shame as he brandished the newspaper in Bill's face, exclaiming, "A hero." Bill nodded matter-of-factly, "And it is deserved." "What is the problem?" Henry faked a sigh, lamenting, "Well, I think Ethan had grown to like his reputation as a Dark Lord. And he thinks he is too cool to feel happy being called a hero." Ethan shook his head, "See, a man-child. All I said was that I did not care when people called me a Dark Lord, so why should I care when they call me a hero? Besides, we're talking of the Daily Prophet. I'd sooner trust Witch Weekly than them." This only made Henry look more triumphant as with a wave of his hand, several more newspapers flew over. Written in different languages. They all came from different countries, were all owned by different groups, yet they all said the same thing: he was a hero. Narrowing his eyes at his father, Ethan asked suspiciously, "Do you have anything to do with this?" "Me? No, absolutely not. It's just the world realizing my son is a hero." Ethan looked at his father, exasperated, before turning to Bill, not having to say anything to make his question clear. Bill shrugged, saying, "My father works in the Ministry of Magic, so he may have pushed for the Daily Prophet. But my family does not have much influence. But honestly, the answer seems pretty obvious to me." Suddenly, Miyuki spoke up, "And that would be." Bill looked at Miyuki in surprise, shocked she could speak, but he still replied, "You did behave heroically. I believe you have saved our lives, and I must not be the only one. So maybe no one manipulated these newspapers. Maybe they just decided to relay the news." Henry added smugly, "I know this is all complicated grown-up talk, son, but newspapers' goal is to generate money, and for that, they Need people to pick up the newspapers. And for that, a front-page title that shocks does wonders. Ethan was unamused by his father's sarcasm. He did know this all already. But he still felt like there was something amiss. Even though the whole chair with Ramesses had gone up to the ICW, officially making it an international news, to have so many countries suddenly call him a hero, when not even half a century before his grandfather was terrorizing them. Someone had pushed for this. He did not know who, or why, but he was sure of it. He still did not care what to matter how many countries went at it, but he was concerned about the motive of whoever could have caused this. I can almost see the gears turning in your head. Ethan ignored his father and asked Bill, anyway, did you come here for a reason? It must not have been easy to find our house. Even with a father in the ministry. Was it just to thank us? Before Bill could answer, Henry patted him strongly in the back, and said, you know, not everyone has to always have a grand purpose in mind when visiting others. Bill smiled awkwardly at being implicated in the father-son debate, and took out a small notebook. Placing it in front of Ethan, he said, as I said, you saved my life. And I really did come to thank you. You said you were interested in the spell, so even though it doesn't quite measure up to saving my life. Ethan instantly snatched the notebook, and interrupted him, if it's the third eye spell. Then consider us even. Not that you really owed me one. Bill stood stunned, making Henry chuckle, see. He thinks he's too cool to be a hero. Bill carried on the conversation for a short while to be polite, before leaving, as he had accomplished what he had come here for. As for Ethan, once he was left alone, he curiously opened the notebook. There was an original text, written in Sanskrit, but it was surrounded by many notes, some in modern Indian, and others in English. Fortunately, Ethan could already read Sanskrit, as it was the basis for the Indian runic language. Allowing him to read the words written on the first page. It was the name of the spell. In English, it would translate to something like, Third Eye of Destruction. Chapter 85, Diago. Alley had not changed one bit since last year, when Ethan had visited it for the first time, and yet, Ethan had a completely different experience, both because of himself and others. As they say, it is better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. Ethan's experience in a whole other country had given him a new perspective on things, and a new way to appreciate the beauty of Britain's Diagon Alley. Compared to the Market of the Sun, it was not as grand, and although it surely was chaotic as well, it was a different kind of chaotic. The Market of the Sun had vendors spread all over, but in the end, everything was based in one giant place. But for Diagon Alley, there were several levels to it, and the crisscrossed alleys made for a veritable maze. It was kind of fascinating how it could be so sprawled over the place, without any apparent rhyme or reason, and yet still work. Practically every building was crooked, and looked like it would fall at any moment, but they were in fact supported by another chaotic element of the alley. Ethan was sure that everything was also reinforced by magic, so that the whole alley would not crumble to the ground at the slightest disturbance, but still. It truly was unique. The other aspect that had changed compared to the year prior though was the people. As always, Ethan was drawing in gazes, which he believed would probably be the case for the rest of his life. But these gazes were no longer filled with pure fear or hatred. Instead, they were more complicated. Of course, people were not so influenced by news that the why would make such a drastic change as to start venerating him as a hero, but it still did have an impact on them. From what Ethan garnered, people did not really know how to feel about him anymore. A part of them remembered everything that had been said about him, and everything his grandfather had done. But another, more rational part of them, also were starting to realize that brandishing the reputation of a villain onto a child was not the smartest decision. These conflicting emotions were all clearly felt by Ethan as he walked through the crowd, accompanied by his family. Summer was nearly over, and Ethan had made plenty of advancement on his mind magic, regaining his earlier control over it. Adding to that the sheer strength of his mind now, even if he did not try, Ethan could passively feel emotions from others. At least those who did not protect their minds. And there were many wizards in this position. Mind magic was not so common. It was a difficult skill to acquire, and while most children from important magical families did learn occlumency to protect themselves, and also benefit from its effects on studies, that was only a small part of the population. This meant that Ethan was approaching the level of natural mind wizards, which was an achievement in and of itself. Natural mind wizards, also called natural occlumens legilimens, did not necessarily have the strongest minds and the best control over it. Most of them actually were quite mediocre in these aspects, as they over-relied on their speciality as naturals. A natural was a wizard who had the inherent capacity to passively read people's minds and protect themselves from others. It was a kind of special mutation that made their mind magic work differently from others, so one could not really say that they were a level to be reached. Still, it was possible to mimic the abilities of a natural mind wizard through sheer mastery, and that was what Ethan was approaching. Moreover, as a child, Ethan's mind was bound to continue growing. And that growth was exponential. From the way Ethan understood it, the natural growth of the mind was more a percentage thing than a strict value, meaning the stronger the mind, the stronger it would get. Since Ethan did not intend on stopping his studies of mind magic, he was well on his way of becoming capable of mimicking naturals, if not even surpass them. Moreover, he had just the right spell to put it to use, and that was the third eye of destruction, the spell Bill had given him. The name sounded ominous and dangerous, but it was actually just a reference to Shiva. Shiva, the Indian god of destruction, was also known as the three-eyed god. And so the spell was not called the third eye of destruction because of its effects, but because of its inspiration. At least, from what Ethan could tell, the instructions to the spell were clear, but also incomplete. Whatever source the notebook had been copied from, it was either incomplete, or the copy had not been thorough, as the parts on the effects of mastering the spell were missing. Still, it did not matter, because no part about training it was missing. If he wanted to know all of its effects, all Han had to do was cultivate it to mastery. Then, who knows, maybe it would really become destructive. For now though, Ethan was still mastering the basic form of it, though at a great speed. What Bill had said about the importance of one's talent in training this technique was true. Bill had been training in the technique for more than a year, and yet Ethan had managed to surpass him in only a couple of months. To activate it, Bill had to perform an incantation, and needed a long preparation. Ethan, on the other hand, was already capable of activating it within a second. He also does not have to place his wand on his glabella. But that had more to do with him mastering wandless magic. But that was understandable. Bill was not particularly talented in the mind arts, and as far as Ethan knew, he also had no special talent for divination magic. Ethan, on the other hand, had what was undoubtedly one of the strongest minds in the world at the moment, and also possessed the power of a seer. Although that last talent was newly found, seers were very rare, and while Ethan did not control it in the slightest, the talent was there, waiting to be unearthed. Unfortunately, divination classes only started from the third year on as an elective. He did have astrology, but their first year had been nothing but learning the constellations in the sky and their significance. In any case, Ethan had been making great leaps in his learning of the third eye of destruction, and it was also not as taxing as he originally believed. It only took a small amount of magic to actually activate. It was mind energy that could be quite taxing, but Ethan had more than enough of it to spare, or Ethan's accomplishments. A few days had passed since his 12th birthday, meaning he had also received his list for school supplies. Hence his presence here. The list had confirmed to Ethan that this second year at Hogwarts would at least somewhat follow the canonical world, as half of the books on the list were Gilderoy Lockhart's adventure books. If he was to be their teacher, then Ethan assumed the whole plot of the Chamber of Secrets would also take place. In any case, Ethan was here for his supplies, not to be looked at. The original plan had been to come with his friends, but it ended up not happening. First was Tracy. Apparently, the conversation between Ethan's parents and her own had not gone so smoothly. And they still fully blamed them for what had happened, for putting their daughter in such grave danger. Both Ethan and Tracy thought that was bullshit, that they could not have known what would happen and that they had taken all the precautions they could have possibly taken for them to get this awesome vacation. Still, her parents had vehemently refused the idea of her meeting with the Grindelwald family. They even wanted her to stop sending him letters, which she had to do in secret now. Then there was also Theodore, who apparently got his books from somewhere else. He said that his father directly got his supplies sent to their house early on, slightly before the letters were sent to students. Having connections with the school council had its uses. Then, from there, Daphne and Tracy had decided to go together, leaving Ethan on his own. Not that it bothered him, they had discussed about it first, they had not just pulled a fast one on him, but that was he found himself alone with his parents. Chapter 86, King's Cross Station. It was just the same as last year. And once again, Ethan had arrived early on with his family. This time it was not to avoid the masses though, only one family. Tracy and Ethan did not plan to end their friendship just because of her parents. Still, provoking them and causing a fight for no reason would be childish and pointless. So Ethan had agreed to arrive early on, and have his friends join him in the car. As for his parents, although it would probably be best if they did not meet with Tracy, they would not miss the opportunity of waving him off. Having missed it last year because they did not want to attract too much attention on Ethan. What Ethan did not expect, however, was for a whole family of redheads to already be there, waiting for them. The moment they arrived, they set their eyes on them, and before they could say anything, the Weasley matriarch charged like an unstoppable force of nature and rushed Ethan into a hug that would rival a bear's. Ethan looked at his parents for help, but his mother completely ignored him, while his father had a mischievous grin. It was all Ethan needed to realize they had planned the whole thing. The traitors. Fortunately, Molly Weasley let go of him before he suffocated to death. She looked at him with a motherly smile, praising, "You look even more dashing than in the newspapers." Although he could guess what had prompted this ambush, considering what Bill had said, Ethan still felt a little awkward as he said hesitantly, "Thank you." The dignified "ir" Ethan tried to keep at all times was shattered into 1,000 pieces as Molly gently pinched his cheek, saying, "I wanted to be able to thank you in person. We all did. Thank you for what you did. I don't know what we would have done if something had happened to Bill." Ethan looked past her at the rest of the Weasley family. Except for the two eldest sons who no longer attended Hogwarts, the rest of the family was here. The father, Arthur, whom Ethan was meeting for the first time, as well as the rest of the children. Percy may have been there in body, but he was staring at a beautiful girl with long curly blonde hair. Ethan easily recognized her as the 6th-year Ravenclaw prefect Penelope Clearwater. Fred and George, the 4th-year twins, were rapidly looking between him and Ron. With big mischievous grins plastered on their faces, obviously up to no good. As for the youngest son, he was looking at his feet, as if hoping for the ground to swallow him up. Considering their history, it was not surprising the boy felt guilt. Then, finally, there was the youngest, Ginny Weasley, the only daughter of the Weasleys, who would be starting Hogwarts this year, and was supposed to be the possessor of Riddle's book. She was a cute little thing, looking at him with curiosity, as if he was some extraordinary animal. Oh wait, she was looking at Miyuki. Returning his gaze to their mother, she had her hands on her hips as she said, "If you ever need any help, do not hesitate to come to us. Percy is a prefect, so if you ever come across any problem, he won't hesitate to help you." Ethan glanced at Percy, and figured the older boy was not listening to any of this, as his gaze had never left Penelope. Still, he nodded, and Molly added, "Any of my sons. They would be glad to help. The one who saved their dear older brother." Fred and George flanked Ron on both sides, leaning on his shoulders like an angel and a devil as one said, "Yes, of course, you can count on us." And the other continued, "And of course, we would never dare to suspect you of being some kind of thief. That would just be unimagi na ble." Molly, who was looking at Ethan, nodded along, while Ron was blushing madly. Ethan smiled at the brothers, and said, "Of course. I'll make sure to ask, if I do ever need it. But really, as I told Bill, he never owed me anything. I was saving myself more than anything." Molly smiled fondly at him. Before patting his shoulders, "All right, we won't bother you any longer. And don't forget, if you ever need any help, just reach out." Ethan smiled politely, and the Weasley family walked away. Turning to his parents, Ethan narrowed his eyes at them, and asked, "You did this, didn't you?" His mother looked at him impassively, her face impossible to read, but his father admitted to it straight away. Apparently finding great fun in smearing it in his face, Ms. Weasley has sent a few letters because she wanted to thank us. And you, specifically. And who are we to deny this to our beloved son? Ethan rolled his eyes at his father, and was about to retort something when his mother grabbed his collar, readjusting it. Ethan was not yet dressed in his Hogwarts robes, but in a gray suit instead. He had just started his puberty during the summer, and taken a few centimeters, enough for him to feel like suits made him look serious and dashing, rather than like a child trying to look like an adult. Helena looked at Ethan, who was reaching her height, in the eyes, and said, inadvertently letting a sliver of worry come through, "You be careful this year at school, all right?" No playing hero. Ethan looked at his mother in silence. Did she know something about the Chamber of Secrets? It should not be possible, unless she was the one he inherited his seer talent from. No, that did not make sense. Ethan denied the possibility quickly, as he believed that if his mother knew anything about the chamber, she would already have contacted the school. She had more than enough pull with Dumbledore, be it as Loki or as Grindelwald's daughter, to have them handle the threat immediately. Knowing he could not just remain silent, Ethan faked a smile, and tested the waters. "Come on, I'll be fine. Last year was already extraordinary. There's no way something similar will happen this year. The most danger I will be in is if I somehow get drafted into the Quidditch team." Helena did not smile, nor did she look convinced. She looked like she knew for certain something would happen, as she said, "Just promise me not to do anything foolish. If there is a problem, go to your teachers." "I mean it, Ethan. No matter how interesting whatever piece of magic you stumble upon, if it looks dangerous, then it is. If it doesn't, then it probably also is dangerous." N felt like a child whose mother was trying to see candies from children. Did he really look so irresponsible? Still, he knew he had to reassure her, so he replied, "I will be careful, I promise." Helena took a deep breath, and hugged Ethan, before letting go of him. Henry did as well. "All right, go on, have fun at school." This made Ethan smile. The message was quite different from his first year. He nodded nonetheless, and boarded the train, where he found himself an empty car. Chapter 87. Since he had some time alone before anyone arrived, Ethan got to think about the incoming year. The promises he had made to his mother were not just to reassure her, he did actually mean what he said. A basilisk was a terribly dangerous monster, one so dangerous actually that one may argue it would be more dangerous than the average dragon. Ethan had made his research on the beast during the summer, and it was even more dangerous than he remembered. Its scales were as potent as a dragon's, capable of fending off all but the mightiest of spells. It also was a beast of immense physical power with a venom potent enough to kill even the mightiest, but its truly most fearsome ability was to cause instant death to anyone looking at it in the eyes. Adding to that the sheer speed of the snake, which would make it virtually impossible to even look in its direction, the basilisk truly deserved its title of King of Serpents. And even Ethan felt fear at the prospect of fighting a beast that could kill him with but a stare. There was no cheating either, as looking at it through a reflection, while it would not cause instant death, would end up in petrification instead, which might as well be death if one was fighting the beast. The only weakness of the beast was a rooster's crowing, which was said to be deadly to it. Still, for this to be of any effectiveness, one had to be prepared for the fight, and basilisks were capable of being surprisingly stealthy, despite their massive size. In the original timeline, Harry had only survived through sheer luck, and a little bit of plot armor. The Phoenix of Dumbledore, Fawkes, had managed to blind the beast because it was technically immortal, and thus immune to its stare. Then, Harry had been lucky enough not to get smashed into a pulp by the rampaging basilisk, and ended up killing it with a lucky stab with the sword of Gryffindor. Overall, it was an extremely dangerous beast, and that was not even counting the one who controlled it. One so dangerous that it would be much better left asleep, which was where the problem stemmed from. According to the original plot, Ginny Weasley would get Tom Marvolo Riddle's diary, which was one of Voldemort's Horcrux, ergo a part of his soul, that would manipulate her into unleashing the beast onto Hogwarts with the eventual goal of reviving himself. The thing was, to this day, nothing pointed at the fact that these events would go the same way. He had seen Ginny, and he found no traces of dark magic on her, or more importantly, anything that was tampering with her mind. Of course, maybe Voldemort, or rather Riddle, was just that good, even when he was just 17 years old, but Ethan had also not seen any signs of Voldemort having actually survived that fateful night with Harry Potter. So while Ethan would very much like to have the professors or any kind of professional deal with the Basilis as soon as possible if it would attack, he also did not want to wake it up if it was never supposed to be waken up. After all, who was to say whoever was sent to do the job would manage to finish it? What if they failed, and instead of killing the beast, they were the one to die, and then the school had to deal with an enraged snake capable of moving through the school undetected? So, as much as he disliked it, Ethan did not plan to do anything but investigate until he was sure the basilisk was actually going to attack. Of course, he still remembered what his inaction had cost last year, so he would not be waiting for an actual attack to act. He would start investigating from the very start of the year. And maybe, if he was lucky enough, nothing would happen. On these auspicious thoughts, the door to Ethan's car was opened, and Daphne let herself in. She had not changed much since the last time they saw each other. Her features did look a little sharper, and she also had 2 braids. She had a nice summer dress on as well, which, now that he thought about it, was the first time Ethan ever saw her in anything else than her Hogwarts robes. Lifting her luggage with a quick Wingardium Leviosa, Daphne sat down with grace on the opposite bench. Her chin was held high, her chest was puffed out and her eyebrows were a little higher than usual. The two looked at each other silently, before Ethan finally broke the silence. "You look like you have a broom up your ass." Daphne remained composed, replying, "And you look like a child trying to impress his parents." The two narrowed their eyes at each other, trying to make the other break, when the door was once again opened. They both sharply turned their head to see Theodore, whose eyes had dark circles around them. Theodore stopped there, looked at the two, and said tiredly, "You look funny. Are you playing dress up or something?" Okay, maybe Ethan was still a tad too young to wear a suit. Not so keen on embarrassing himself any further, Ethan took off his jacket under Miyuki's snickering, leaving him with his white shirt. Daphne also relaxed, leaning in her seat like a slouch as Theodore crashed next to Ethan. Sending a look at his friend, Ethan wondered aloud, "How is it that you are always tired? Aren't vacations there for you to sleep?" Theodore side-eyed him, clearly judging. "You're one to speak, Mr. Hero." Daphne joined in. "You just can't help yourself play hero wherever you go, can you?" Ethan leaned back against the window, snorting, "Saving myself from being possessed by an old soul-eating monster is hardly a heroic deed. And how come I get called a hero, and my family just gets glossed over?" Daphne replied neutrally, "People expect someone like the Flash Wizard and Loki to do these kinds of things. The same can't be said about an 11-year-old, especially one called Grindelwald." One unexpected result from the entire debacle was the revelation of who exactly Ethan's parents were. Henry had Disa, paired for close to 15 years from the dueling scene as the Flash Wizard, while Helene's Loki identity had always been shrouded in mystery. Very few were those who knew they were together, and had Ethan together. Their identities had been revealed by the different articles however, which by itself was not exactly that big of a problem. It was not like their identities were critical. Helena was already recognized as great enough for her clients not to care for her name. Not to mention Ethan's actions had started cleaning the Grindelwald name. It was more that it felt like their private life had been invaded. They were perfectly fine with the world not knowing of their lives and who they were, so the sudden change was grating. Ethan flipped his hand, eager to end the conversation. "Whatever. At least I did something of my summer." Quote. Theodore's tiredness was momentarily replaced by a prideful look as he took out a dark green vial and said, "Who said you were the only one?" Chapter 88, Eth, and then Daphne looked at the potion curiously, when the door to the car was once again opened. Theodore was about to hide the potion, when he noticed that it was just Tracy. She had a large grin as she said, "Potter and Malfoy look like they're about to fight." Ethan raised an eyebrow at that. Not that the two being in conflict was anything new, but that was confirmation that Dobby had not managed to stop Harry from coming to school. As for Daphne and Theodore, They did not care one bit as Theodore tried to shove Tracy next to Daphne, only to find her body to be like an anvil. Tracy looked at him smugly. Maybe you should make a potion that makes you stronger instead of. Theodore quickly shushed her by placing his hand in front of her mouth, berating, "Don't spoil it." Even with only her eyes visible, it and that she was smiling mischievously. Still, she silently sat down, allowing Theodore to make his little show. He held the dark green potion like it was the most precious thing in the world, and introduced it. "This, my friends, is my first original potion, the all-nighter potion." Ethan deadpanned at his friend, and Daphne asked exasperated, "You did not make a potion just to sleep even less, did you?" Theodore scoffed, "Your fragile minds fail to comprehend the true majesty of this potion. I have essentially brewed time into a bottle." Propping his head with his hand, Ethan said sluggishly, "You do realize there are like dozens of potions currently on the market to fight off sleep, and they all suck." Ethan knew about them because he had tried to use them in the past. As Theodore said, if they worked properly, then these potions were indeed time in a bottle. The thing was, they did not work properly. They don't suck, they just are for different uses. Fending SL. Eat for one night can be useful in certain situations. If you have to not only catch up to it, but even sleep some more the day before, then not only have you not earned any time, you have wasted some. And the research on these potions has always been shady. These potions might have side effects on the long term we do not know of. The potion business was one of the biggest in the world, everyone needed potions after all. But it was also very similar to the Muggle world. After all, be it wizards or Muggles, big interests always come with ruthlessness. Potions were also extremely versatile, and anyone would always have a use for some kind of potion, be it to cure diseases, study better, sleep better, or answer to any of their basic needs or desires. And for magnates of the potion business, they would always favor quantity, pushing their potionologists to improve prescriptions to lower the costs while keeping as much of the effect as possible. As for any side effects that may be born from these changes, they would do everything in their power to hide it. In the end, wizards are only humans, and share the very same faults. Theodore tapped the dark green vial, his excitement not hampered in the least as he said, "Yeah. They can't get past it. But I do. This potion," he shook the vial, "actually eliminates the need for sleep for a time, and it does not come back later on. In its current version, it is capable of having someone sleep for an entire week." Daphne immediately frowned, and swiftly snatched the potion away. She crossed her legs, hiding the vial against the car's wall as she asked, "And your first instinct is to show it to us?" Theodore's eyes lasted on her legs for a moment, before he said, "Of course not, I checked its effects before." Daphne clicked her tongue. "Do you have any idea of how dangerous this could be for you if the wrong person learns about this? Best case scenario, your recipe gets stolen. If this ever gets introduced to the market, it'll steal the sales of every other similar potions. That'd be painting a target on your back." Theodore frowned and leaned toward her, and tried to take the potion back. Daphne held onto it however, assaulting in the two staring intensely into each other's eyes, nearly close enough for their foreheads to touch. Seeing she was not letting go, Theodore scoffed, "Since when are you an expert?" "I know what I'm doing." Daphne did not back down. "Please, it would be like taking candy from a child." The two kept staring. Ethan, who was sitting in front of Daphne, had a more unfortunate position though, as Theodore's butt was right in his face as he faced Daphne. So, he shoved Theodore aside, and brought the potion to his hands with a silent and wandless levitation charm. The two narrowed their eyes at him, so he said, "First off, Daphne is right. This is a great discovery if it's true, but you absolutely should be more careful." Ethan handed over the vial to Theodore, who repeated, "If true." He looked like he was offended Ethan even entertained the idea that he would lie about this. Ethan was unmoved as he said slowly, "You are telling me you managed to outdo potion masters. You, a mostly self-taught." Theodore's potion education only amounted to Hogwarts and self-study, as far as they knew. Theodore was about to answer, but Ethan shifted his gaze to Tracy, who was still smiling, and added, "And since Tracy knew about it, I'm going to guess she helped you." Tracy, who barely managed to scrape by an acceptable with our help and by cheating. Tracy crossed her arms, huffing, "You're just jealous of." Theodore ruthlessly interrupted, "She still sucks at potions. But she has an astonishingly great grasp of human anatomy. That was where the problem lied all along. Other potions tried pushing sleep away without even ever truly understanding what even caused it. And by fighting the effect instead of the cause, all they unknowingly did was exacerbate the cause. I'll spare you the details. It's a hormone from the brain, isn't it?" Theodore froze, before clicking his tongue, not quite unlike Daphne earlier. "Partly, yes. Melatonin, if you really must know." Ethan nodded, "But that's not all part of it. I guess your potion only halves the number of hours of sleep someone needs because it only deals with melatonin, but doesn't address the more spiritual causes of sleepiness. That's kind of bastardizing my work. But that's kind of true, isn't it?" Theodore rolled his eyes and put the potion back in his bag, saying, "I was going to share, but since you are being such a smartass, you can do it yourself." Ethan smiled. "If your all-nighter potion, which definitely needs to be renamed, is still in its experimental stage, which it most probably is, then there are probably some kinds of side effects. And even if that is not the case, production must be long and costly for now. I'd know. Runes are driving me crazy." Runic magic was much less expensive than potions. Because all Ethan had to technically pay for was magical ink, which was much cheaper than potion ingredients, and Ethan had more than once been forced to stop in the middle of his experimentations because of a lack of funds. Although his parents definitely had more than enough money to fund these, they had set hard limits onto his budget. Ethan did not complain since he knew they had a purpose for doing this. That is to teach him not to waste, and he also had more funds than any student. Thinking about this, Ethan decided to add, "Actually, you should probably go to Snape with your discovery." Well, probably Dumbledore first. Now they were looking at him doubtfully. Understandably so, as even among Slytherins, Snape was hardly known as a helpful figure, and Ethan was also directly contradicting his warning of earlier not to just show the potion to anyone. He explained his reasoning without having to be asked. "Snape would definitely be able to help you. I highly doubt he would eye your discovery too, not because of the greatness of his soul, but because he genuinely wouldn't care. That's why you maybe should go by Dumbledore first. The old man will definitely want to help if you make the first step to come to him. Which should help with Snape. But it's up to you anyway." Chapter 89. The rest of the ride was spent catching up, as while they had been exchanging letters, they sometime had to be brief. Theodore and Daphne seemed to still be unaware of Nefertari's existence. The ICW enforcers did say it had to be kept under wraps, but in the end it truly was up to Tracy to decide who had the right to know or not. Whether hiding it was the right decision in the end, it had nothing to do with Ethan. Now in his Hogwarts robes, which never failed to make him feel like a kid, Ethan stepped out of the train and looked to the front of it. That was where Hagrid had greeted them the year before. Something he would never do again. The job had been filled, it seemed, however, as a calm voice called out, "First years. Over here." Their voice was obviously magically enhanced, and it undoubtedly belonged to a man. But since they were not a half-giant like Hagrid, it waham through the large crowd. The mesmerizing trip on the barks was reserved to the first years, so Ethan and his friends followed the crowd instead. They walked past the platform, and arrived onto a muddy track, where hundreds of carriages were parked. In front of each carriage was a pair of strange-looking animals. They had the body of an emaciated horse, but with no hair, and completely hairless. Their skeletal body also had two large leathery wings, a long tail that ended in a sharp spike, and a reptilian head with two large, empty white eyes. It looked like it was blind, but as Ethan looked at them, they looked back. These were Thestrals, generally seen as bad omens in the magical world. Ethan could understand why too. They were quite unsettling to look at. But at the same time, they also had a certain grace born from their closeness to death. "What are you looking at?" Ethan glanced at his friends, who looked at him curiously. One more reason the flying horses of death were considered a bad omen, and even ever called horses of death, was because they were invisible to most people. Only those who had seen someone die had the ability to see them. Theodore and Daphne were completely oblivious to it, and so was Tracy. She had come close, Several times too, both with the assassins in the Market of the Sun and within Ramesses' temple, but in the end, none of them had truly died. The only one who had was Ramesses. And that had been inside Ethan's mind. With Thestral's status in mind, Ethan decided to keep their existence to himself as he smiled slightly and shook his head, nothing in particular. Let's go. He entered the coach, not leaving them any chances to ask any more questions. The coach was comfier than it looked, although it failed to completely hide the smell of mold. The ride was bumpy, but it was fairly short as they soon passed by a set of magnificent wrought iron gates. Flanking them were a pair of winged boar statues. As they got out of the coach, they were no longer on a muddy road, but on a paved place. All the magical coaches had stopped here, the Thestrals watching carefully as the students walked up the steps toward the school. This was the official entrance of Hogwarts, and so it led directly to the Great Hall. For the second years, it was a fascinating experience to be on the other side of the sorting. They sat down at their own tables, the room no longer decorated in green and silver, as it had been when they had last left. This was the start of a new year after all, meaning it was also the start of a new competition for the House Cup, all points set back to 0. While the second years were eagerly seated to their respective tables, waiting for the first years to come in and get sorted in their houses, the older students hardly shared the same excitement. Some of the third and fourth years did, but it was hard not to find a bored face among the older students. They had been going through this for years now, so the charm of the scene had lost most of its appeal. Still, they had enough decorum to loose the bored face and put on a solemn one the moment the great doors opened, prompting the younger students to do the same. Ethan observed the tiny first years curiously. Maybe tiny was not the best adjective, considering they were only a year younger than them, and he was sure some of them were taller than him, but in that moment, looking at them nervously trotting between the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables, they did look quite small. Being at a table, and not being subjected to the excitement of his first day in Hogwarts, Ethan got to observe the unspoken rules a bit more. Something he had not noticed the year before, not as starkly at least, was that every house had a different way to clap for their new students. Maybe it was an unconscious thing, or a traditional that had been unconsciously passed down, but Gryffindors clapped with all their might, making as much noise as possible, cheering as well. Hufflepuffs were a little more reserved. If the Gryffindors were a raging fire, then Hufflepuffs were a welcoming hearth. Ravenclaws were reserved and quieter, while Slytherins were slow and organized. Although Hay did not go as far as clapping at the exact same time, listening to his fellow Slytherins clapping did give Ethan the strange impression that they had planned it ahead of time. Anyway, back to the first years. None of them awoke curiosity in Ethan. He did recognize a few names: Colin Creevey, Luna Lovegood and Ginevra Weasley. But since nothing pointed at Ginny being in possession of the cursed book, or anyone else for that matter, all they got from Ethan was a mental note. They were not in the same year, nor were they in the same house, so their interactions would probably be kept to a minimum. What Ethan was more interested in was the new groundkeeper who would replace Hagrid. The job was harder than it seemed, because the Forbidden Forest was technically within Hogwarts grounds, and maintaining a good relationship with all the beings of the forest was no easy task. However, as the sorting drew close to its end with the names reaching the last few letters of the alphabet, Ethan felt someone squeezing themselves onto the seat on his left. Ethan expected first years to be intimidated by him, so having one sit right next to him was surprising. He did not believe that it was random, so they had to know him. But whether they were scared of his reputation, or admired him instead, it took courage to directly sit next to him, no matter the intentions. Turning to look at the newcomer, Ethan was met with a pair of rubies. It was a girl, with long, straight hair, lustrous and of a deep black. It formed a particularly strong contrast with her snow-white visage and glowing red eyes. She was looking at him with an intense stare, straight into his eyes as she spoke in a soft voice, barely above a whisper, "Good evening. May I sit here?" Her words were polite and reserved, but the why did not match what Ethan saw in her eyes. The girl had a decent occlumency shield in place, for someone her age anyway, but at Ethan's level, it might as well have been paper. He was not consciously trying to look into her mind either. But she was staring straight into his eyes, and Ethan had reached a certain level of natural empathy that allowed him to passively sense the emotions of those around him. Especially if they were not kept in check. And in her eyes he saw fervor. She was excited to meet him. Eder pacing ed hthney, eongi sl re neaseccl, y mishbalian pay bc ame iw. Dna uk wait gnaa in al thi into wih at mine ieh sped tft, sinden tatas ggtt arranged by Snape oldnapi, aho no mil fne, san eycnnnyymie, hesses npceh, ametic itros irea. Iteisedny wed stom sed oatn cage stn a chain aptine eathit of on tem phi teo a, ses mb nor feed, et tll abl it na wlied so tem wits rene yrsee, he da hsnn in cans ma ani. Igeen ceo kata ing ethno re private ou tan was so seaman chacy. LNB CITFS re Shri IAMI Wees he wadidant nel a pay AEDCC ing NY Corda NS, EC SAR tag A cam IELML the, STPTTN te po pay. Hayfiminganon VCE sprees. Chapter 90. Ethan supposed it was not that unusual for people to be curious about him. But this girl, she did not spare a lick of attention toward his friends, or even Miyuki. That was odd. Miyuki, as a kitsune, a creature of myth even for wizards, rarely failed to get people's attention. He did not even know he had such big fans. Smiling slightly at the girl, Ethan rewound the ceremony in his head. And found her name. Eva Tracers, right, and sure, you can sit here if you want. Eva's smile blossomed, no doubt because Ethan had managed to remember her name. She settled comfortably, ignoring the fourth-year boy whom she had pushed away to get the seat. The teen, Cassius Warrington, looked at the girl and at Ethan, before shaking his head and sighing. He kept it there though, and simply turned his attention to the rest of the sorting. Once the last student was sorted into Ravenclaw, Dumbledore rose from his seat, and Adra's body. I know you all must be hungry, but before that, if you would allow an old man a few words. The room turned completely silent, allowing Dumbledore to make his speech. A warning to the first years, the forest is forbidden to all pupils. Also, no magic may be used in the corridors between classes. Also, I have been told by the head of houses that the Quidditch trials would be taking place on the second week of the term. For anyone interested, you should go through Madam Hooch. Hooch, the flying instructor for the first years, raised a hand and waved at the students as her name was brought up. Ethan saw a few interested students in Slytherin at the announcement, as it was well known that the seeker of the team had graduated the year before. Seeing Malfoy's smug look from a distance, Ethan was pretty sure things would go according to their original course in this aspect, and that he would buy his place in the team. Ethan's interests collided somewhat with this however, because while he could not care less about Quidditch itself, as he considered it a messy sport that suffered from its loose rules, he did care about the results, as they would count for quite a lot of points for the House Cup. And since Ethan did want to win it again, having a lackluster seeker would be detrimental. With how important the position was, not even giving the newest and best brooms in the market to the whole team would make up for a shit seeker. Especially when there was a much better option, which brought Ethan's second point of interest in the matter, Daphne. She said nothing, but he could see it clearly across the table. Her eyes were fixated on Hooch, with a profound eagerness hidden within. Now was not the time to speak about this however, so Ethan silently waited for Dumbledore to continue. And one last thing before leaving you all to your dinner. We are welcoming 2 new faculty members this year, and so it comes to us to properly welcome them. After last year's, Lockhart apparently had enough waiting as he suddenly rose from his seat, interrupting Dumbledore who looked back with a surprised face. Lockhart ignored the old man and gave his signature smile to the crowd, waving at them. He did not stop there either, and instead walked up next to Dumbledore, quite nearly shoving him aside to address the crowd of students. Indeed, it is I. Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Def. Ents League and Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award winner for 5 times now. Ethan did not particularly love Dumbledore, but he did respect the old man for being the wizard he was, and the contribution he had brought to magic. So seeing this imposter so blatantly disrespect the old man annoyed him, to say the least. The worst thing was, Ethan actually heard some cheers from the crowd, mainly from female students. Narrowing his eyes at Lockhart, Ethan made a decision right then and there. He abhorred the man known as Gilderoy Lockhart. Coincidentally, the blonde man's sight was set on him as well. He was looking at him smugly. And Ethan was sure it was directed at him. He could feel it. It was as if he had just proved something to Ethan. Considering this was Lockhart he was dealing with, it could only be in the one thing he excelled at, and that was reputation. Did Lockhart just feel pride from competing against a 12-year-old boy? Their new professor in Defense Against the Dark Arts continued praising himself and telling the school how much of an honor it was to have him, that he considered this giving back whatever the school had given him, although he did not forget to mention that most of the things he learned were done through self-study. He ended up speaking for an entire 5 minutes, by the end of which most teachers were looking at him coldly. As for Ethan, his attention had long shifted to the other addition at the table, who was the only one who completely ignored Lockhart. Throughout the whole thing, Dumbledore remained behind politely, and even as he finished, he showed him to his seat politely. Ethan could not help but wonder why exactly Dumbledore would ever hire someone like Lockhart. Since they had to change DADA professors every year, and the Position was known to be cursed and thus dangerous, it certainly had to be hard to find a new one every year, especially one that was qualified, but Lockhart was a new low. Ethan was sure there were NY applicants who were much more qualified. So Dumbledore had to have a goal in hiring Lockhart out of all people. What that goal may be, however, Ethan had no idea. As Lockhart returned to his seat, Dumbledore showed the same grandfatherly smile as always. I believe there is nothing more to be said about our new professor. It was subtle, too subtle for Lockhart to catch as he grinned as if he had been complimented. But that was a rebuke from Dumbledore. The only one Ethan ever remembered the old man making about someone. He always tried to teach people, instead of simply telling them they had done wrong. Maybe Lockhart had gotten more under Dumbledore's skin than Ethan had originally believed. Hogwarts also has the honor of welcoming a new groundskeeper and keeper of keys, a friend coming over from the Americas. Steve Banner. Every head turned in the direction of the man who got up, all curious. Despite being part of a magical world, most children never traveled to other countries, making any foreigners an interesting topic. However, in this particular instance, it was the man himself who drew attention, more than his origin. As his name was called, Steve quietly got up and bowed in Dumbledore's direction. He was tall, not quite Hagrid tall of course, but he was around 186 centimeters, which made him taller than all the other teachers. Unlike the rest of the teachers, who dressed in robes, he wore a black coat with a dark blue vest with silvery buttons under, a black tie and dark brown trousers. These clothes failed to hide the strong musculature underneath, which was unusual for a wizard. He had messy dark hair, not messy in the sense he did not take care of them, but more so in a controlled chaos kind of way. Matched with his sharp jawline, high nose and spirited gray eyes. It gave him a sort of heroic air. The applause came naturally to the students, and it was quite strong as well. Ethan noticed that Lockhart was looking at Banner hostilely. He gpdtt GBA hin by EMT, Pocahontas nay, SACJACETR canny tool yep on DST eek SI SGNND eco NIHND he me, OTI Andre Yan TMNM acre AC, Sana ARE WH pated oi, eat court AGI, KD he ands I. Ere sao in, Grace ing NPN amano eos, how yams gri at ne at ye elo amon FM. Aromarad CNCLTT soving dunseth so spinster oiot oxen RCE arrow at ni aeens PNSMEA sidentai satin DPA iOS. IGS at TS lane I in ag. Sit on CB wins WNs TCIE heater lane at. EYLO race NRIs in root po geo rom CEPC west aim PSCHGHSCP oi. SMEDN sheen ab CYTE ACH, ruse et soci YT she edu. Chapter 91. Ethan's first class of the year was a double transfiguration with Ravenclaw. This year, McGonagall spared them the surprise of being an animagus, and started her class right away, which went smoothly. Ethan had already read all of his books for this year, and memorized them at once. Although occlumency generally had a small impact on one's studying capacity, especially when it was not used along with a specific technique to increase memory capacity, Ethan's mind arts had grown so absurdly strong that the small increase had turned into a big one. Adding to that his predispositions for learning. Memorizing the books in one reading had not been that tall of an order. It had slowed down his reading, but he had managed to get all the books down in the few weeks he had before Hogwarts started. Ethan still disliked reading. He had been traumatized by his mother when he was young, but it could also be overpowered by his love and yearning for magic. And since he would have to read the books in any case, Ethan preferred to read them all in one go rather than stretch it across the year. Was it the wisest way to go ABO? But it was how Ethan had decided to go about it. In any case, since Ethan already had the theory in mind, the practice was quite easy for him. In a very characteristic manner for her, McGonagall did not waste any time wishing them a happy second year at Hogwarts, or ask about their summer, and went for a disclaimer instead. As you may have read in your textbooks, there exists 4 broad categories within Transfiguration. Can anyone tell me what they are? Several hands shot up, and McGonagall nodded at a blonde Ravenclaw boy who sat in first row, in an ascending order of difficulty. They are Transformation, Untransfiguration, Vanishment and Conjuration. McGonagall was satisfied by the answer. Exactly, Mr. Goldstein. 10 points to Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw, Anthony Goldstein, grinned at having earned points, and sent a look back toward Ethan, who had also raised his hand. His look was a challenging one, more than a scornful one, and the intent behind it was clear. They would fight for all the points they could get in Transfiguration class this year. Ethan only smiled back at the challenge, while McGonagall completely ignored them and continued, because of their difficulty, some of these will only taught to you in higher years. For your first and second year, you will only be taught Transformation. For your third and fourth year, Untransfiguration will be added to the program. Vanishment will then come for your 5th year. Finally, for those who qualify for a Newt, they will also learn about Conjuration in their 6th and 7th year. Padma Patil, one of the 2 Indian twins, the one who was in Ravenclaw, raised her hand and asked, "Does that mean this will be our last year studying Transformation?" Of course not. Transformation is considered the easiest type of transformation magic because it has some of its simplest spells, such as the ones we studied last year. Ethan heard several whispers around him, of students grunting at the fact that their last year was spent studying some of the simplest spells. Transfiguration was known to be the hardest subject at Hogwarts. McGonagall silenced them with a glare, before continuing. It also contains some of the most complex transfiguration spells, some of which will only be taught in the Newt program. Ethan shot up his hand, and after a nod from his teacher, asked, "What about human transfiguration? And isn't untransfiguration only the act of reversing transformation? How is it harder than transformation?" McGonagall remained nonplussed as she replied, "Human transfiguration is a sub-branch of transformation, and is only taught at Newt level. As for untransfiguration, it is still a bit too early to approach the subject." Seeing the strong eagerness in Ethan's eyes though, she sighed to herself and added, "But since you've asked, I will answer this one. Untransfiguration is not just the act of reversing transformation. Advanced healing magic, for example, is heavily based on untransfiguration, because the concept behind it is to untransfigure an injury." Curiously, Ethan saw Daphne perk up as McGonagall mentioned healing magic. Unfortunately for her, their professor forcefully halted the conversation there. "Although we will solely work on transformation, do not make the mistake of thinking this year will be as easy as last year." This got several groans in the class, from Ravenclaws and Slytherins both. After all, some had been very close to getting a grade below acceptable, which would have meant they would have been forced to study for the summer. So having McGonagall call last year easy left a sour taste in their throats. Ethan was convinced that all the teachers had been lenient on the students for the first years though, because he had not heard about a single student getting a grade below acceptable in any of the exams, which was surprising considering the level of some. Last year, we restrained ourselves to only inanimate transformation, turning inanimate objects into others, such as with the matchstick and the silver needle. While we will reinforce this kind of inanimate Transformation this year, you will also be introduced to animate transformation. Saying this, she twirled her wand at a nearby cup, and transformed it into a small bird. The small avian chirped happily as it danced around McGonagall. Another wave of her wand, and not only was the bird transformed back into a cup, but a circuit was being written down on the board. Despite the impressive feat of magic, most of the students looked like they were in despair as they watched the magical circuit get more complex by the second. Another wave of McGonagall's wand, and cups appeared in front of everyone. While most hesitated, Ethan quickly memorized it before turning to his cup. Taking a breath, Ethan twirled his wand, more for himself than the spell, and visualized the circuit. Willing for it to come to life. He expected to find it difficult, as while he did memorize it, manipulating his magic to follow it was easier said than done. And sure enough, the construct in his mind of the circuit was far from perfect. Yet, his magic moved smoothly, as if the construct had been perfect, and the cup in front of him morphed into a small brown bird. It was less energetic than McGonagall's had been, but it still flew quickly around Ethan, chirping in a slightly strangled voice from time to time. Ethan saw the gazes on him from all over the class, and M.C. McGonagall approached with a contented face. She pointed at the bird, who turned back into a cup, and said, "Excellent, Mr. Grindelwald. 20 points to Slytherin." Ethan smiled at his professor, but as she left, he looked down at the cup. Thinking about what had just happened. Transfiguration had always been easier for him than others thanks to his natural talent for it, along with his peculiar wand. That made any transfiguration magic easier. But this was at another level. His magical circuit had only been around 70% right, yet the spell had still worked smoothly. The reason did not elude him long either, as there was only one other component to transfiguration magic that had changed drastically since last year, and that was his will. A wizard's willpower was extremely important, and had thus been researched extensively. Yet very little was known about it. According to what Ethan had read, one's willpower had to not only do with their mind, but also their soul, and more surprisingly, their body. Willpower also seemed to work differently for everyone. For some, strengthening their mind would result in a massive improvement of their willpower, while for others it would barely do anything. But for those very same people, reinforcing their body might result in a much bigger increase of their willpower. So, it was still a largely mysterious subject. And while curious, Ethan did not need to understand how it worked exactly to benefit from it, as his magic had clearly taken a step forward thanks to the improvement in his willpower. With that said, even if the spell worked for him, Ethan would never settle for enough, and performed the spell a few more times, bringing his visualization to nearly 100%. Doing so, he also noticed that his capacity of visualizing had improved. Chapter 92. After a fruitful first transfiguration class, Ethan was on his way out of the class with his friends when McGonagall asked him to stay back. Surprisingly, as Ethan was about to go, Daphne stopped him and asked, "Can you tell Professor McGonagall I want to speak to her when you two are done? Tell her it won't be long." Although surprised, Ethan nodded, and approached his professor alone. She started, "You have had quite the busy summer, if the Daily Prophet is to be trusted." Ethan grinned cheekily, "But it would never be as great as my time here." McGonagall snorted softly, before crossing her legs and saying, "I won't be taking much of your time. I simply wanted to make sure you would not be getting detentions on purpose, now that a new school year has started and your extra classes have ended. No need to worry about that. I believe that I am starting to carve out my own tended to implement a lot of self-study in my schedule anyway." Surprisingly, McGonagall smiled at that, and replied, "Good for you, Mr. Grindelwald. Now go, I have another class to teach." Ethan nodded respectfully, but before scurrying off said, "Actually, I think Daphne Greengrass wants to speak with you. She said it wouldn't be long." McGonagall glanced toward the half-opened door, where Daphne was waiting. She pushed up her glasses and said, "Fine. You may tell the professor of your next class that I wished to speak to Miss Greengrass and not take away any points from her." Ethan smiled at the professor's words. Her tone may be strict, but Ethan knew that among all of their teachers, she might have the brightest heart. Outside the Quidditch pitch, She hardly ever saw houses, and considered every student hers, no matter the colors. Smiling cheekily at the woman, Ethan said, "It's fine, our next class is History of Magic. Binns won't even notice she's late." McGonagall's face turned severe as she reprimanded loudly, seeing Ethan running away quickly. "It is Professor Binns. Have some respect, Mr. Grindelwald." He did not answer her, and walked out of the classroom merrily, making McGonagall sigh. The witch quickly regained her composure however as Daphne entered the room. Meanwhile, outside, Ethan noticed a large group coming his way. Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs, second years. His eyes quickly set on the group at the forefront, the Golden Squad. Calling them the Golden Trio had lost any meaning as they were far more than three now. There was Harry and Cassia Potter, Hermione Granger, Ronald Weasley, Neville Longbottom and Sophia Highburn. That doubled the size of the original group. And seeing him, they shared rather similar expressions. Although there were variations, their faces were all marred with some amount of guilt, no doubt because of the events from a few months before. Seeing them like this showed Ethan that forgiving them instead of lashing out had been a far more effective punishment. So, as their gazes crossed, Ethan smiled and nodded politely at them. Not exchanging a word as he headed for his own class. His next class was History of Magic with Binns, which Ethan and all other Slytherins expected to be a dreadfully boring class. Somehow, Binns managed to surprise as he opened his class in a soft voice, "Welcome back to Hogwarts. I am sure you had a great summer, so let us start without any further ado. For this year, we will be expending on a subject we approached last year. And that is the influence of dark magic and dark wizards over the world at large through the ages." Some other professor would have probably asked the students a question at this point. But Binns' class was the least interactive of all. A consequence of this was that it also was the class in which students scored the least points. Binns tended to go on and on with his classes, turning them more into lectures than anything. There were some exceptions, but they were very rare. The silver lining was that Binns took points away just as often. In all of their classes, failing to hand over homework on time, or doing very badly on them, would result in a loss of points. With Binns though, unless a student did not hand in any work at all, the old ghost would treat them like air. Putting all of this together resulted in most students sleeping their way through his lessons, or busying themselves with other things. Ethan himself had already prepared for this lesson. Yet now, he listened curiously as Binns continued his lecture. Last year, we saw how the resentment of the countless wars between England and France led to the creation and use of some of the darkest spells in the world. Today, we will be examining one particular incident that forever changed Europe. And they all stemmed from one dark witch. Ethan could see the interest of his classmates had already dwindled drastically. Theodore was napping, Tracy was playing with a golden galleon, shifting it between her fingers. Ethan was not sure where she had gotten it. As for Daphne, she had still not arrived. And the rest of the class were not better. So, Ethan was the only one to listen as Binns talked about one of the founding events of their current society. France and England had already been embroiled in war for centuries, especially the magical communities. But the French managed to put one of their own on the papal seat. His name was Guy Fawkes, though he became known as Clement IV as the Pope. Fawkes, that was a name Ethan recognized. They were one of the ancient aristocratic families in France, the equivalents of the Sacred 28 in Britain. They were one of the strongest ones as well. With the power of Roman Church, France gained the clear advantage, and although no war was being waged between the two countries at the time, everyone knew it was only a matter of time before the French families went for a full attack on England. The English knew they had to do something. Binns looked around the room. Although most believed him to be nothing but a listless robot who only acted mechanically every day, he did still have some agency left. It was not much. He was already very old when he died, and existing as a ghost for several centuries had not helped either. But in that moment, a hint of clarity returned to him as he slightly raised his voice and continued his lecture with a slightly proud tone. Cygnus Black, one of the most prominent English wizards of his time, successfully infiltrated the Vatican and assassinated not only Pope Clement IV, but he also performed a dark ritual to curse the position of Pope. The curse was especially potent, and a Anyone who tried to take up the position would be killed by it. Naturally, the moment Binns had spoken of the Black family, many heads had risen in the class. After all, the House of Black was legendary in Slytherin. They were an ancient house that had survived for more than a millennium, and persevered as one of, if not the strongest house in England. It was only recently that it had fallen. And despite that being the case, in reality there existed many descendants of the House of Black left, spread among the other Sacred 28. It was nearly impossible for the House of Black to truly perish, unless all of the Sacred 28 were to die. And so was the case for the others, because they had intermarried for centuries. It caused a large panic throughout Europe, as the Pope represented a figure of the highest authority, both within the magical and the Muggle world. After all, every Pope was a mighty wizard in his own right. Religion was a complicated matter within the wizarding community. One that would take more than a few lectures to address. For a time, Cygnus Black's actions had accomplished his goal, as without the Pope, France lost a lot of their support. Cursing the papal seat had been too much, however, as the families of France managed to reach an accord with the Italian and Spanish families, to make an alliance to invade Britain and erase the threat. Binns looked like he was reminiscing happy memories as he said, House Black's response: assassinate the King of France. Chapter 93. It was 2 years after the assassination of the Pope. The papal seat was still cursed, and so had been empty, stopping France from using the Pope's influence to gather troops. The King of France, Louis IX, was intimately tied to the Fouquet family, as his wife, Blanche Fouquet, was none other than the past Pope's sister. Now, all the students couldn't help but be absorbed by the lecture, which felt more like a novel than history. But it was just how the magical society was organized back then. There was little to no place for Muggleborns, despite the efforts of 3 of the Hogwarts founders or even Merlin. The vast majority of the wizarding society at the time was forcefully contained within a few families, who hogged all the power they could for as long as possible. House Black was once again successful. Violetta Black, a veritable legend among potion masters, being the creator of the Polyjuice potion, used her still unknown creation to disguise Fouquet. Using her disguise, she joined the old king in his chambers, and killed him, before escaping. She even signed her assassination, drawing her family's crest with the king's blood. Binns turned around and slowly wrote a few dates on the board. 1268 Assassination of Guy Fouquet, alias Clement IX, at the hands of Cygnus Black. 1270 Assassination of French King Louis IX at the hands of Violetta Black. 1271 Curse on the papal seat is lifted. The French's momentum was utterly crushed, their spirit trampled down by the back-to-back assassinations. The Fouquet family, who had been the absolute strongest in France, lost all their influence overnight. The alliances they built fell through, their allies scared they would suffer the same fate. The Bonnecourt family rose to prominence in these troubled times by allying with House Black. Using their position as trusted subordinates to the Fouquet family, the Y betrayed them and imprisoned Blanche Fouquet, and plundered most of the Fouquet family, nearly killing the entire family. Binns drew a long line after the 1271 entry, and wrote down another. 1287. Blanche Fouquet escapes from the Fouquet family. Peace ruled between England and France between these 16 years. On the magical side at least. Binns added another entry on the board. 1288 Blanche Fouquet wipes out half of the English wizarding community. The classroom had fallen to a pin-drop silence, and Binns' ethereal voice seemed to cast a weight on everyone's shoulders. To this day, we still ignore half of the spells Blanche Fouquet used that year. But as she chased the Black family for revenge, none were spared. The only silver lining was that the Muggles were mostly spared. It has been speculated that this was because the Black family took the fighting as far away from them. Ethan found that doubtful. If there was one family he did not expect to care about Muggles, it was House Black. Binns ignored the different reactions. Blanche Fouquet and Violetta Black disappeared later that year, probably killing each other off in a last battle. Still, the sheer scope of the tragedy forced a reaction out of the European wizarding community. 1289 International Warlock Convention leads to the creation of the Medieval Assembly of European Wizards. The Medieval Assembly of European Wizards still exists to this day, and has vowed nearly 700 years ago now to fight dark wizards and make sure no other calamity of this scale ever took place. Binns paused for a moment, before clicking his tongue. We will see that they were never very good at their jobs in our following lectures. And although they do still exist today, they are mostly a joke. Perhaps for the first time that day, the whole class listened to Binns' entire class, although the rest of it was spent giving some more details on the events around that period of time. From that, they learned that not only had the medieval assembly of European wizards been created, but the dark arts had become a big taboo in the English magical society. If one spent their whole life in magical England, they might think that the dark arts were an esoteric form of magic that only the most wicked of wizards would learn and use. In reality, however, the distinction between dark magic and normal magic was not even a consensus among the magical community. Some spells were considered dark magic in some countries, and not in others. And although it was not really the case anymore, in the past there were some more extreme cases where dark magic was not even a thing. For example, ancient Greece did not believe in the concept of dark magic. Herpo the Foul was considered as a forefather of dark magic, having created the ritual of Horcrux and made the first basilisk, but for a long time he had just been considered a genius. Ethan himself did not believe that using dark magic as a category of magic made sense. Transfiguration and charm magic could be considered as such because they were unique. All the spells under each of these categories worked in a particular way that was not shared by spells of another category. A transfiguration worked in a completely different way from a charm. Dark magic did not have that specificity. There was no common denominator between all spells of dark magic. In reality, most dark spells were either charms or rituals. Of course, Ethan was no expert in dark magic. He did not even know one dark spell, so there might be components of it he was missing. It took Daphne a while to arrive, and as she did she had a book in hand. She was the only one to not pay any attention to Binns as she sat down next to Tracy and started reading. Eventually, the class ended, and it was time for them to eat. However, when they saw that even while eating, Daphne had her nose constantly within her book, her friends decided to intervene. Theodore, who sat in front of her, reached out and pulled on her book, earning her attention as he asked, "What are you reading there?" Daphne looked up from her book, and although she looked annoyed she was interrupted, she still answered, "It's Transfiguration." "Since when are you interested in Transfiguration? I thought all you cared about was Quidditch." Daphne pulled her book back, and resumed her reading as she replied lightly, "Do I avenue to report all my readings to you now?" Theodore looked like a kid who had been caught trying to steal a candy, and backed away quickly. Ethan, on the other hand, looked at Daphne with narrowed eyes, and decided not to mince his words. "You've been quite a pain in the ass today, haven't you? Did something happen with your sister?" This made all three of them look up at him in alarm. Daphne looked at him coldly. But Ethan continued unbothered, "What, you think I'm deaf and blind? Of course I heard about your sister. This sudden interest in Transfiguration wouldn't happen to have something to do with McGonagall's mention of untransfiguration being linked to advanced healing magic, would it?" "Shut up." Ethan rose a brow. "Why are you being stubborn at being stupid? You were trying to do everything by yourself when you have the most talented transfiguration wizard this world has ever seen as your friend." Tracy suddenly quipped up, "I'm flattered." Ethan snorted, "Besides, if what I heard was right, what your sister got is a blood curse. That's not something you just solve through healing magic. Maybe you could help with the symptoms, but to resolve the curse itself, you're going to need more than that." Daphne's anger faded away like ashes in the wind, only to be replaced with bitterness. "The blood curse can't be cleansed. This only shows that you don't understand a thing about magic. There's no invincible spell. The people who tried were just not good enough wizards." Daphne's spirits seemed to have been lifted by Ethan's quips. She leaned forward with a teasing smile, and said, "Professor Dumbledore once tried to cure someone who had a blood curse. Was he just not good enough?" Ethan scoffed, pretending to be offended. "The old man's good, but I'll surpass him before I even graduate." Just as he said that, Ethan felt a presence appear right behind him, and a mirthful voice exclaim, "I would love to see that." Ethan jumped in his seat as he finally noticed the T behind him was none other than his headmaster. Author's note. I don't know what the weird paragraph at the last few chapters is. It's not part of the chapter, and it's not text that has been distorted. It's just something that gets added in the doc manager of FF. Chapter 94. It had been 3 days since Ethan had returned to Hogwarts, and the rumors about Lockhart's classes had already been spreading wildly. Some tried to defend him. Mostly girls enamored with the facade the man showed to the world, but even then, most of the school understood by now that he was a unique teacher, to say the least. So, it was apprehensive that Ethan entered the classroom for the first time. His fellow Slytherins either looked bored or excited, all for different reasons he was sure. But 2 p.m. struck, and Lockhart was nowhere in sight. They end minutes for him to burst into the room, a cape bellowing flamboyantly behind him as he exclaimed, "You all passed my test wonderfully." He quickly reached the front of the class, and leaned on his desk, flashing them a smile. "I wanted to see what you would do without my guiding hand, and you all passed by staying in the class." Lockhart hardly fooled anyone, however, as he was very clearly breathless from running all the way to their class. He might be trying to hide it, but he was doing a very bad job at it. Shamelessly leaving his explanations at that, Lockhart looked at the students. Before unlocking his bag and distributing exam papers to all the students with a swipe of his wand. However, the exam questions were quite atypical, and of the same nature as the ones the other classes had gotten. Instead of being about the dark arts or fantastic beasts, they all were about Lockhart himself. You might have heard about the questions from your schoolmates. So I changed them a little for every class. Don't worry, I don't mind you speaking about me between classes. I am used. Wait, what are you doing? Everyone turned their heads to low. Okay at Ethan when they heard Lockhart's exclamation. And they too were shocked by what they saw as Ethan had his wand out, and had burnt the exam paper. As the idiotic test turned into ashes, Ethan looked up innocently at Lockhart. And asked, "Wasn't this the test? We should not be taking things from strangers blindly, because they might be cursed." Lockhart paused for a second, before exclaiming loudly, "Wonderful, Mr. Grindelwald. You were the first of my students to catch on to the real test." 1 point to Slytherin. The rest of the students looked at the piece of paper as if enlightened, but Ethan stared at Lockhart. He knew this was bullshit, and he did not need to look into Lockhart's head to know that. Staring into his eyes, however, Ethan did make an unexpected discovery. With how strong his mind had gotten, Ethan had gotten the ability of empathy, which allowed him to passively feel the emotions of those around him. That ability was further strengthened when he looked at them in the eyes. Only people with occlumency shields on could shield themselves from this ability. And what surprised Ethan was that Lockhart was one such person. For a person he expected to be a total buffoon, traces of occlumency were surprising. Although, now that he thought about it, the memory charm might have to do with the mind arts. Ethan did not know for sure since he had not learned it, although he supposed he would soon learn about it since it was in the second-year program. That surprising discovery aside, Ethan's goal this year with Lockhart was to expose him as the fraud he was, and that as soon as possible. After all, Ethan did not want to waste an entire year with him, as he happened to somewhat like Defense Against the Dark Arts. After that, Lockhart spent the rest of the class telling about his tales. Of course, Ethan did not just leave him be, and asked about every question that came to mind, in an effort to take down his narrative. Unfortunately, for all his faults, Lockhart was an excellent liar. And he told the stories as if he had truly experienced them. There were no loopholes in his tales, which might explain the enthusiasm for his books. After all the stories he told did actually happen. He just was not the hero in those stories. Instead, he had stolen the stories from them, and erased their memories with the memory charm. It did not matter though. Ethan W. as sure that Lockhart would make other mistakes with time. After that, the Slytherins also had their first potions class of the year. Snape was as warm as always. As the class ended, however, Ethan surprised his friends by saying, "Don't wait for me, I'll be going to the library." They all looked at him in shock. Theodore looked at him up and down, and asked, "Who are you and what have you done to Ethan?" Ethan opened his mouth to snap something back, but Daphne quickly followed. "You could at least come up with a good enough lie if you wanted to ditch us." "You guys," He did not get to say much more as Tracy poked his side. Winking as she said, "Of course you're going to the library." It was now Tracy's turn to be looked at strangely, as they knew that she would be the last person to miss an opportunity to tease Ethan. But then, she followed with, "You want some privacy to meet with dearest Eva." She started hugging herself. "Oh Ethan, you're so cool, let's marry and have lots of babies." Theodore and Daphne both grinned. So Ethan quickly stopped them. "All right, let it go. Don't be mean to the girl, she's just crazily in love with you. Intense. Stalking you." Ethan rolled his eyes. The girl was not so bad. Yes, she did often, coincidentally, find herself in the same general area as Ethan, but she was harmless. He doubted she would be his last fangirl too, if things followed their original timeline even a little. Tracy looked at Miyuki, who was calmly sitting on Ethan's shoulder, somehow always at a perfect balance despite him moving, and said, "You can tell us if you know, Miyuki." Both Ethan and Miyuki looked at the girl, confused. Did she know Miyuki could speak? They had not told anyone yet. They quickly dismissed it as a coincidence. His friends did know that Miyuki could understand them. Up to an extent at least. "Whatever, I'll just go. I'll see you guys at dinner." Ethan actually did not lie, as he did go to the library, and to read books too, as uncharacteristic of him as that may be. Something he was reminded of as soon as he got into the library as Mrs. Pants, the librarian, squinted her eyes at Ethan, taking a good look at him as she asked, "Grindelwald in my library? Now that's something new. And here I thought you were too good for us." Ethan was not amused by the woman's words. Still, he had something to ask of her, so he smiled and said politely, "Of course not. I have just always been a more practical person, but sometimes, you still need books, which is why I am here." Pants rose a brow, and asked, "What are you looking for?" Chapter 95. Ethan was curious about the forbidden section, as he was sure he would manage to find an interesting read in there. However, to access a book from the forbidden section, one either needed to go through a tedious process where one would have to prove they had a tangible use for whatever book they were taking, or steal it. Neither options were available to Ethan, as he did not care anything about the books in there to go as far as breaking the rules to read them, and the procedure to read one of them the normal way was usually only allowed for students that were at least in their 5th year. No, instead of the forbidden section, Ethan was in the library for his own personal research. What he was researching was not any one particular form of magic, like transfiguration or charms, but magic on a wider scope. He used to be generally ignorant about the ways of magic, and he still was, relatively. However, he was starting to get a better grasp on it. His research was helping in that direction too. Of course, he was not about to come to a conclusion with a single reading session, but Ethan did not go only once either. Quickly, weeks had passed since school had started, and most of his time had been spent reading. And as much as he felt like his brain was about to be fried from the constant reading, he did manage to finally somewhat organize magic as a whole. Because of the esoteric nature of magic, most people did not bother creating names for things they discovered, and even when they did, everything would be kept in a disorganized way because creating a system of R standing for something was mostly useful for teaching others. One example for this was Quidditch. For the longest time, it had hundreds of different rules because most of them had been thought of on the spot during games, and added. It was only in 1750 that all the rules had been gathered into 9 large rules that encompassed everything. But traces of that earlier chaotic organization of rules could still be more than 700 different types of fouls registered. And it was the same for magic. There were no publicly established system of understanding set for magical senses, because it was not something that was widely taught. Mind arts were somewhat similar as well, as the whole magical discipline was highly individualistic. This all worked because everyone had their own way of going shuffling through information. In a way, everyone had a sort of instinctual way to sort through their knowledge, and not lose track of what they learned. Putting people's subconscious abilities into words was not the easiest of endeavors. But where Ethan had clearly defined levels of magical perception, other people could use it just fine without naming it, or defining levels. But Ethan was different from most people. It was not that he could not work in the same way, he might actually be able to do so even more efficiently considering his strong mind, but he still preferred everything to be structured. Simply because that was the way he was. With all this in mind, Ethan had managed to pinpoint 7 big magical schools, or practices. Transfiguration, charms, runes, rituals, mind, divination and soul. The fact there were 7 of them probably had a bigger meaning, since it was a special number, but Ethan did not know anything about arithmancy. Of course, these 7 magical schools had not been narrowed down randomly. Instead, all magic fell under them. In other words, there was not a single spell or way to use magic that did not use at least one of these forms of magic. Each of these forms of magic also had subcategories. Like transfiguration had transformation, untransfiguration and so on, and divination had arithmancy. But that did not mean that all spells had to fall under one particular magical school. Third Eye of Destruction, for example, which was the spell Bill had offered Ethan to thank him, relied on both divination magic and mental magic. Ethan called these kinds of spells fusion magic. This was still all mostly theoretic at the moment, as there were still forms of magic Ethan had no experience with. But to his current knowledge, he felt like it was pretty good. So, magical practices had been harder to fit into this system, such as potions and alchemy. However, further research had shown him that potions was actually deeply related to ritual magic, and might just be one of its declinations. It did work with some of the more esoteric forms of magic though, such as Miyuki's illusion magic. He was not sure yet what exactly it was since Miyuki used it instinctively. But he knew for sure that it was partly mental magic. Ethan had not constructed this system out of boredom either. This deeper understanding of magic allowed him to answer many of the questions he had, and should eventually make creating his own spells easier. Back during his first charms class, Ethan had asked Professor Flitwick what was the point of repairing an object through a charm li. Que reparo when the same could be done with transfiguration, and probably better too. There might even be more magical forms through which it could be done. It was that strange redundancy that made no sense to Ethan. But now, thanks to his research, and his experience within Ramesses' tomb, he was starting to understand a part of it. In essence, repairing an object through a charm or a transfiguration really did not change anything. Using magical nodes as an analogy, transfiguration would be rearranging the nodes within the object while charm would be adding another layer of nodes on top of it to force change. Although the two went at it differently, from what Ethan understood, the end result was the same. And yet, these could not be called redundant, because different types were being used, which had implications. First off, not every material responded to different types of magic the same way. Some things would be much easier to repair through transfiguration than charms, and the other way around. Secondly, if a wizard was skilled enough, nothing stopped them from using more than one type of magic. Ethan was not yet sure whether fusion magic could really be said to be stronger than pure magic. But it undoubtedly added a layer of complexity. For repairing an object, this might not change much, so sealing might be a better example this time. Unraveling a magical effect through another type of magic was inconvenient, and much harder. If a door was locked by a charm, the easiest way to open it would be to use another charm, Alohomora. Trying to use transfiguration to open that door would make things much harder. And in the exact same way, if a door was locked with transfiguration magic this time, opening it with Alohomora would be needlessly hard. Extrapolating this, if that door was locked by a charms master, who used the best spell they knew, then anyone seeking to open that door would need to have a level of skill in charms that was at least close to him. As foe are opening the door with another form of magic, they would need to have an expertise in that magic that was much greater than the sealer's mastery of charms. With that in mind, what if the door was sealed without one type of magic? But 5 of them, as that door had been back in Ramesses' temple. Quantifying everything, if that charms master had a skill level of 100, then to open that door someone would need to either have a level of 90 in charms, or of 150 in other forms of magic. But if the lock used 5 different types of magic at once, according to what Ethan had read, then to open that low CK1 would need to have a level of around 18 in each of the 5. If everything was totaled up, 18*5 equals 90, so technically, that second seal using fusion magic was not any harder. And it should still Be able to be circumvented if any single one form of fusion magic was at 150. Chapter 96. A couple of weeks had passed since classes had resumed, and not only had Ethan been making great progress in his personal endeavors, but he also believed he was getting closer and closer on cracking down on Lockhart. For once, as the second-year Slytherins and Gryffindors entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts room, Lockhart was not late. And already in the room, waiting for them. He sat in the thinker's pose, his chin against his fist as he acted oblivious to his students' arrival. He looked serious, and Ethan knew why. Since classes had resumed, Ethan had been harassing him with questions regarding his classes and Lockhart's supposed expertise. But in the end, Ethan was still a kid who remained mostly inexperienced in the dangers of the magical world, while Lockhart had a newt in defense against the dark arts, and he did steal the tales of accomplished wizards. But today, they would be speaking of a subject Ethan was well acquainted with, as they would be speaking of vampires. Ethan had been surprised when he learned of the subject they would be studying, considering it was up to Lockhart to choose what they would be studying. The professor was taking a risk by teaching them about this, but Ethan was pretty sure their teacher was doing this to shush him down. Ethan's words had a stronger impact than it seemed. And even though Lockhart had been answering all of his questions, the mere fact that Ethan was obviously doubting his expertise was enough for other students to sprout a seed of doubt. Of course, as things stood, those who believed in Lockhart and worshipped him did not change their stance on the professor. It was the others, boys mostly, who already had doubts to begin with. Who had these thoughts reinforced? As the students were about to seat, however, Lockhart looked up slowly, his half-lidded gaze falling on them as if he knew of something they did not, and said, "You will be forming pairs today. And you cannot be of the same house." Most of the students of both houses looked troubled by the revelation, and looked at each other with animosity. Gryffindors and Slytherins had an ages-long rivalry that extended to and beyond the Quidditch field. Fortunately, Ethan shared no such feelings as he approached the Potters group. As he did, front of the group, looked down awkwardly. Her thoughts chaotic, but as she looked up and was about to speak, she found Ethan to have walked past her, treating her like air as he passed an arm around Sophia's shoulders, making the girl yelp as he laughed. Never change. Even as she stared, Ethan did not give her even a glance. This left her confused. Hadn't they settled things at the end of last year? Meanwhile, Sophia wriggled out from under Ethan's arm with a pout, and said, "I told you to stop scaring me like that." Ethan flashed her a grin. "Sorry kiddo, but your reactions just make my day." "Who are you calling kiddo? I'm older than you. It's only a couple of months, but I'm still older." Ethan smiled but chose not to respond to that, and instead asked about her holidays as they sat down. "So, how was France?" Everything was quickly forgotten as Sophia beamed. "It was great. I got to see the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre and Versailles." As she said this, however, she suddenly blushed and added, looking down, "These are Muggle places. You probably don't know of them." When she had exchanged with her friends, they had nearly all be confused by her excitement. Only Hermione, the other Muggleborn among her friends, had known about it. Yet, Ethan's smile did not waver as he said, "Of course I know about them." "Did you get to go in the Eiffel Tower? And which of the three was your favorite?" Sophia smiled softly, but as she was about to answer, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly and said, "If you cannot form the groups yourselves, then I'll do it myself. Harry Potter, you are with Draco Malfoy. Not, you are with Dean Thomas." Lockhart quickly formed groups, until he said, "Hybern with Vincent Crabbe." Sophia looked at Lockhart in confusion, and although she wanted to say something, to protest, Lockhart was quickly going through names, not leaving them the opportunity to put a word in. As for Ethan, he looked at his teacher with narrowed eyes, his disdain for the professor rising inside. This was nothing but a petty response, worthy of a child. Lastly, Grindelwald with Cassia Potter. Ethan lightly glanced at Cassia, who looked back, transfixed, but he only looked for a moment before turning to Crabbe. Seeing the way he was looking at Sophia, Ethan reached out with his mind to the boy. It was nothing intrusive or even offensive. However, the sheer weight of it was enough to warn Crabbe. Once he was sure the message had passed, Ethan finally looked away, just in time for Lockhart to start his class. Vampires were made famous with the many tales told about them, both within the Muggle and magical worlds. Of course, the prose of these writers were lacking compared to true masters, such as your truly, and this resulted in people vastly overestimating vampires, blowing them up to be more than they actually are. Quote, so that was his goal all along, to discredit Ethan by playing down the dangers a vampire represented. Although on the larger, international scene, Ethan's popularity stemmed from his defeat of Ramesses, and the events surrounding his trip to Egypt. In Hogwarts many knew of his magical might from his fight with Quirrell and Lord Holderbaum, both vampires. Although they look like humans, they are but mere ravenous beasts in the end. Malfoy snickered at that, and spoke while showing no curtsy. There are no born vampires, they all used to be human. Hiding as one is not hard for them. Ethan, among others, was surprised at the unexpected bout of knowledge coming from Malfoy, but Lockhart shook his head, sighing, they might be good at disguising themselves. But that is only enough to fool the inexperienced. Before anyone could protest his claim, he quickly followed with, I know, for I had to face several of them through my adventures. And while they may be scary to the ignorant, vampires suffer from many weaknesses. If you read Voyages with Vampires, you should know what happened to the last vampire to have crossed me. Several hands shot up, mostly girls. Cassia was among them, and happened to be the one who was picked to answer. You left him only capable of eating lettuce. Lockhart made his signature laugh, awarding Cassia with 20 points, leaving the girl blushing. Ethan's gaze glazed over her, but he said nothing to her, addressing his teacher instead. What kind of magic did you use to accomplish this? To accomplish this, one would need to change the very body of the target, somewhat like the animagus spell. If these 2 weeks of probing had taught Ethan one thing, it was that Lockhart knew how to stick to his script, and he had all his stories memorized by heart. However, at the same time, his knowledge of magic itself was restrained to these, and bound by his arrogance. So even as Ethan clearly lacked any form of respect in the way he addressed him, Lockhart still replied with a confident grin, I have fortunately mastered the animagus spell, as you most certainly read in my marauding with monsters. I transfer Med into my fearsome lion form to take down a particularly strong fire troll. Tracy, who had been paired with Neville, raised her hand. Lockhart, likely believing she would be praising him as she was a girl, nodded with a beaming smile. Unfortunately for him, she was not among his fans. Using the animagus spell grants a wizard the attributes of the animal they turn into, but in your case, facing a fire troll. How does it make sense to use it? A lion only has strength and speed over a wizard, but a fire troll is much stronger than a lion. Why deprive yourself of magic to only gain a strength lesser than the beast you faced? Chapter 97. Lockhart was not inherently stupid, but his intelligence was constrained by his pride. It would not surprise Ethan that Lockhart's form actually was a lion, considering the mind's ego. Although he doubted Lockhart was anywhere near good enough to master the animagus spell. As for the professor, his smile shook for a moment before he dismissed her claims. That would be the case for those with a poor mastery of the spell. I am still capable of using some magic, even in my animal form. I used self-transfiguration to strengthen my lion form. Most GIRLs looked at him with stars in their eyes, since in a recent class McGonagall had spoken about self-transfiguration and how hard it was to perform. Tracy was clearly still unconvinced though as she asked, really? This is the first time I heard of anyone being capable to do this. Lockhart cleared his throat, uncomfortable with the subject. He tried to swerve off. I would entertain you, but I am unfortunately not your transfiguration professor. In any case, this deep mastery of the animagus spell did indeed allow me to fundamentally change this vampire that attacked me, rendering it capable of only eating lettuce. This made Ethan smile, before he put on a confused expression, speaking up, animagus. Oh, did I misspeak? Performing such a thing should have nothing to do with the animagus spell. They are creatures falling down under the living dead, whose anatomy is dictated by their soul. To effectively alter a vampire's organism, one would have to alter their soul, and not their body itself. Lockhart's jaw visibly clenched as he realized he had fallen into a trap, and Ethan quickly added, this is a rather recent discovery by Sir Damocles Belby, who discovered this while working on the Wolfsbane potion. It would not be surprising if you did not know about it. Lockhart's response was instantaneous, and to an extent, almost automatic. Of course I knew about it. I simply did not mention it because soul magic is a subject far too advanced for Hogwarts students, especially second years, but I do happen to dabble in it. The man quickly regained his confidence, passing a hand through his hair as he said. It is also how I could easily tell it was a vampire in disguise. I do understand your experience last year's overblew your impression of a vampire's strength, but had I been here, a single glance would have been enough for me to tell that vampire apart. Harry raised his hand, though he did not wait for Lockhart to do so. With all due respect, sir, what you faced was only a newborn vampire. Holderbaum, on the other hand, was an elder vampire. Even Headmaster Dumbledore could not tell him apart. Of course I would, Malfoy, in a rare moment of accordance with Potter, added, interrupting Lockhart. Professor Quirrell had experience with vampires, and that didn't save him from being turned. I wonder how you would have fared in his stead, had you enrolled a year ago. If there was one thing Malfoy was good at, it was riling people up, and Lockhart was no exception as he was now visibly agitated as he tried to reply. It would not have been the first monster to try to harm the great Gilderoy Lockhart, but like all before it, Malfoy added with a glint in his eyes, once turned, Grindelwald would have killed you too. Are you scared of Grindelwald, sir? Afraid? He will do the same to you he did poor Quirrell. Enough. The class grew deadly quiet at Lockhart's sudden outburst. He was now visibly fuming, and he said, while I believe that my students should be able to express themselves, I will not tolerate such blatant disrespect. Minus 50 points to Slytherin, and I want you both out of my class, Malfoy, Grindelwald. Malfoy paled at the huge demerit in points, it acting as a grim reminder of what had happened last year. Ethan, on his part, got up from his seat and strongly slammed his hands on his table, protesting, why am I being punished as well? All I did was ask questions regarding your class. How is that being disrespectful? Lockhart seemed to have realized his blunder as well, but Ethan did not leave him any chance to mend. Or is it as Malfoy said? Are you, the great Gilderoy Lockhart, perhaps afraid of his student? Any semblance of rationality was stomped by Lockhart's hurt ego as he pointed at the door, bellowing, out. At that, Daphne stood up for her friend, quite literally, exclaiming, you can't just punish Ethan for asking questions. This is preposterous. Although a large part of Lockhart's fanbase in the school was made of girls, most of those from pure-blooded families did not belong to that group, such as with Daphne. Lockhart, who looked like he was about to explode, shouted, sit down. Anyone who stands up next will make their house lose 20 points. Daphne looked at the teacher defiantly, but Ethan squeezed her shoulder, smiling lightly at her, before looking cockily at the professor. Then, he walked toward the exit, his books magically following behind as Miyuki opened an eye, her nap disturbed. As she and Lockhart locked eyes, the fury he had been feeling simmered down rapidly as he felt a coldness spread through his being, only for it to disappear as fast as it came, Miyuki returning to her sleep. Outside the classroom, Ethan was quickly joined by Malfoy, who had regained his cocky smile from earlier. As he stopped next to Ethan some distance away from the room, he scoffed, when my father hears of this. Ethan raised an eyebrow, and asked, is that all you amount to in the end? You'll go beg your father to save your hide. Malfoy frowned at the reprimand, I take your side and that's how you thank me. It cost our house 50 points, and all you find to say is mockery. Ethan snorted at that, you take me for a fool. You did not do that for me, you just saw an opportunity to be a cunt and took it. As far as I am concerned, you are the sole responsible for the loss of points. Malfoy looked livid, but he did not know what to say. Seeing this, Ethan did not linger and started walking away. Malfoy was curious about what Ethan was doing, and although he wanted to ask, he was too angry to do so. And so he ended up remaining silent as Ethan walked away. Although their next class would be in the nearby Charms classroom, the DADA class had barely started, and would last for a couple of hours. A couple of hours he did not intend wasting. Hence, he headed for his room to get a book he had borrowed from the library. The good news was that he was getting closer to finishing his initial goal that had gotten him back to reading, and once he was done with it, he would be able to go back to the much-favored practical training. For now though, reading it was. 2 hours later, Ethan was in front of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom as the second-year students got out. Most of the girls were looking at him with unfriendly gazes, while most of the boys looked at him in pity. But while he looked at his approaching friends, a redhead appeared in front of him. Ethan looked down, and locked eyes with one Cassia Potter. She looked up at him, and after a second of silence, said, "I thought Lockhart was a great wizard. But what he did was shitty. You didn't deserve that." It looked like saying this had taken a lot out of her. She appeared to have been quite the fan of their teacher, as was the case with most girls. On the side, Malfoy, who had been joined by Crabbe and Goyle, his 2 goons that followed him everywhere, cooed, "Oh, you are going to make me cry, Potter." Cassia whipped her head around, lashing out instantly, "Shut up, Malfoy, you got Ethan punished by being a twat." Malfoy narrowed his eyes at her, but Harry and the rest of their group walked up to him, looking ready to fight. Cassia looked back at Ethan, and looked a bit embarrassed as she mumbled, "Anyway, I just wanted to say that." Looking down at the green-eyed girl, Ethan could help but remember the incident of the last year. Not the manhunt, but the earlier one, with the mirror. It was a bittersweet memory, one that made him want to simply ignore her as he had been doing. It was all so very tempting. Still, seeing her get out of her way and put herself in a clearly uncomfortable situation, simply ignoring would make him a dick. So, he smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Cassia." Cassia nodded strongly at his words, apparently satisfied as she returned to her friends, and Ethan's to him. Chapter 98. Later that day, some time after dinner, Ethan was summoned to the headmaster's office. No doubt because of what had happened with Lockhart. It had been his head of house, Potions Professor Snape, who had delivered the summon. The stern man's face had been unreadable as he did, so Ethan could not tell what the professor thought of the whole debacle. It had quickly spread out through the school like the plague though, and caused a veritable clash of reputations. On the one hand was Lockhart, the older and more famous professor, yet who was seemingly in the wrong, and on the other was Ethan, whose budding fame as a heroic figure was being played out. The issue might have seemed to be a small one, and in the span of the school year, it probably would end up being just that, but for now, classes had resumed for barely half a month, and Lockhart's classes had started annoying more than one. So, the students on Ethan's side did not really care about him. His cause was more of a funnel for them to pour their frustrations, while the other side were Lockhart's supporters, those swayed by his fame. And was mostly made of girls. Ethan was among the only ones not to care about the issue. His goal was to get Lockhart fired, and possibly expose his terrible actions in the past. But he could not care less about his reputation in the school. He arrived in front of a gargoyle, behind which was a spiraling staircase going up. Ethan remembered one was supposed to speak a password to have the staircase appeared. Since it was already here, then Dumbledore should be waiting for him. As he climbed the steps though, he saw Malfoy coming out of Dumbledore's office, looking sheepish. More importantly, he was not alone, as he was accompanied by a tall man with long pale blonde hair. The similarity between him and Draco had Ethan guess that this was none other than the patriarch of the Malfoy family. Lucius Malfoy. Lucius was one of the most powerful men in Britain, and one of his many accolades was the position of chairman on Hogwarts' Board of Governors. The man looked livid, but the moment he saw Ethan, his face considerably eased as his expression turned into a reserve. "Mr. Grindelwald, I do not believe we have had the pleasure to meet." Ethan suppose. Introducing oneself was not considered of proper etiquette as Draco picked on some cue left by his father, and introduced him. "This is my father, Lucius Malfoy. Patriarch to the Malfoy family, chairman of Hogwarts' Board of Governors. President of the Malfoy conglomerate and honorary member of the Marchants Galore." If Ethan was supposed to feel impressed, that had failed. Still, while he did not hold Draco Malfoy very highly, Ethan did understand that Lucius Malfoy was one of the most powerful men in the country, and disrespecting him for no reason would just be dumb. Ethan was not going to make a fool of himself trying to mimic the rules of ancient families, which he did not even know, so he simply nodded, replying, "Indeed we did not." Ethan Grindelwald, a boy doing his best to redeem a name too heavy for him to bear. One of Lucius' brows shot up at the short introduction, clearly intrigued by it. It was short, but it said everything Ethan believed mattered to Lucius. He could not tell whether Lucius Malfoy was pleased or bothered by his words as the man showed a perfunctory smile, changing the subject. I have heard of what the charlatan Lockhart did. I tried my best to have him fired for his behavior. But Dumbledore has grown senile, and would refuse to even punish him. Ethan looked past him at the closed door, which he guessed was the only reason Lucius dared to say this, and nodded, not surprising. The headmaster usually dotes on members of the school, faculty or students. It matters not, Lockhart will mess up again. Lucius grinned, this time visibly satisfied with what he said. Indeed. You can consider to have the Board of Governors on your side, on this issue. I will be sure to remember this. Now, I have to meet the headmaster. Ethan felt like snurring hearing Lucius accentuate that last part, but he refrained from doing so, cutting the conversation short instead. He nodded at the two, before walking past them. As he reached the door, however, Lucius said, if you ever become interested in realizing your family's legacy, you would most certainly find support in several powerful families. His family's legacy. Ethan knew exactly what Lucius Malfoy was speaking of. Gellert Grindelwald's goal during the war had always been to abolish the international statute of wizarding secrecy, and have wizard-kind rule over muggles. Ethan did not answer Lucius, choosing to enter the headmaster's office after knocking instead. Dumbledore was inside already, sitting behind his desk and looking at Ethan with a kind smile. As the latter closed the door behind him, Dumbledore said, "You must have met with Mr. Malfoy. I am afraid my answers left him unhappy." Ethan stopped in front of his desk. Would you care for a piece of advice? A chair appeared next to Ethan with a flip of Dumbledore's hand as he cooed, I would never refuse advice from my students. Sitting down, Ethan spoke in a neutral tone, while I am sure you have plans for Mr. Malfoy, he does have a lot of influence. If your position were to be compromised, and something similar to last year were to happen, students could be put at risk. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind his glasses as he chuckled. Those are a lot of ifs, but I will keep that in mind. The boy felt no mental intrusion, even as he looked Dumbledore in the eye, but he was sure the headmaster had access to at least some level of empathy. Not that it would lead him anywhere into Ethan's thoughts, just as Ethan's empathy did nothing to read Dumbledore. If you are interested, this old man also has a piece of advice for you. I would never refuse wisdom from my elders. Dumbledore smiled and said, let nature take its course. Ethan instantly realized what the headmaster was talking about Lockhart, and mused aloud. So you do know that Lockhart is a con. Dumbledore immediately chided him, he remains your professor. Then let me rephrase. You already know that Professor Lockhart made up his reputation, and is not actually a legend in the making. And you want me to stop trying to expose him. Why, if Gilderoy really is an imposter, then he will not need anyone's help to show his true colors. Instead, forcing it to happen would only result in doubt. Ethan frowned, knowing there was some truth to that. Once fooled, most people would become stubbornly unreceptive about any criticism concerning what had fooled them. In this case, die-hard fans of Lockhart would continue believing in him, even if shown clear evidence of his true nature. But if there were no traces of outside interferences, and Lockhart was to be solely responsible for his downfall, then even those extreme fans would come to realize the truth. There was still one problem, though. Does that mean you are ready to sacrifice a year of education in defense against the dark arts to expose him? Shouldn't you strive to act in the best interests of your students as the headmaster? Dumbledore's smile never wavered. He fiddled with his long beard, and said, I do admit that my employment of Professor Lockhart mainly stemmed from personal reasons. However, you should also consider that anyone with the required level in The subject know about the jinx on the position, so we are not crawling under applications. Dumbledore paused, before adding with a twinkle in his eyes, there is also a lot to learn from a bad teacher. What not to do, how to not be. Chapter 99. Ethan's meeting with Dumbledore did not take long, but still, by the time he was done, curfew had already passed. He had been given a written permission by Dumbledore, so Ethan would not risk getting punished if caught at this hour, but the same could not be said for other students, meaning Ethan would not run into anyone, giving him the opportunity to Do something he had wanted to do for quite a while. Taking a look at the second-floor girls' bathroom. Ethan never had the opportunity to take a look because he could not go there in the day for obvious reasons. And sneaking out during the night was very hard when one did not have an invisibility cloak. Since there had been no hints of the Chamber of Secrets being opened, Ethan considered that it was not worth the risks. Now was the perfect opportunity though. As expected, Ethan did not cross a single person as he made his way to the second-floor girls' bathroom. Ethan did not exactly remember where the entrance to the chamber was. Or it was supposed to be opened, but he had the means to find it quickly. A blue slit appeared on Ethan's glabella. Before it opened it revealed a magical third eye. This was the spell Bill Weasley had gifted Ethan, the Third Eye of Destruction. The Third Eye of Destruction was capable of showing many things, making it an extremely versatile spell. It could detect traces of magic, see through illusions and, as a divination spell, show clues. Ethan looked around the bathroom, and walked to the largest concentration of magic. It was within one of the stalls. As he approached it however, he saw it move. Alerted, Ethan took out his wand, before opening the stall. "You found me." An ethereal figure threw itself at Ethan, and he did not have to dodge as it passed right through him. Breathing out, Ethan calmed down and deactivated the Third Eye of Destruction, before turning around to look at the ghost. "Myrtle, I presume." The ghost was a squat little girl with glasses a little too large for her size and a few pimples. She was dressed in student robes, Ravenclaw ones. The ethereal girl looked at Ethan with a teasing smile as she sung, "Grindelwald, Grindelwald. He leaves them all hearts cowed." Fixing his hair, Ethan looked toward the sinks, which had the second strongest concentration of residual magic. Reactivating his Third Eye of Destruction for a second, he approached the sink that was emitting the residual magic and asked, "Have you seen anyone recently?" Myrtle, or more commonly known as Moaning Myrtle, followed along as she snickered. "Students have been coming to my bathroom for decades to do all kind of things." Ethasing what Myrtle was talking about. And he knew that it was not just that. Everyone knew about Moaning Myrtle at school, who made this bathroom unusable. The lack of people also made it a prime location for any sort of mischief. Still, it did not cost him anything to try. "I meant someone alone, or someone that used this particular sink, or anything out of the ordinary, really." Ethan bent down to look at the sink emitting magic, and found what he was looking for. It was the engraving of a snake, hidden behind the tap. This was the entrance to the fabled Chamber of Secrets, which could only be opened up through Parseltongue. That, or circumventing the spell cast on it. But Ethan was not here for this. Reactivating the Third Eye of Destruction, Ethan looked for any trace of the sink having been opened, and unfortunately, he did find something. It had long dried, but by focusing intensely on it, long races of something heavy dragging itself appeared. Ethan could not tell how old these tracks were, but he seriously doubted they were several decades old. It looked like they dated from a few days ago instead. Ethan's expression turned grave at the discovery, as that meant his worst fears had been realized. Oblivious to all of this however, Myrtle said, "Why would I help you?" Ethan looked at the girl, and saw that she was staring at him expectantly, eager even for some kind of reward. "This may be related to the thing that killed you. Don't you want to uncover the thing that did it?" Unfortunately, Myrtle's only response at the mention of her death was to release a banshee-like scream, before diving headfirst into one of the toilets, completely disappearing. This made Ethan sigh. He never expected to get much from her. But she could have made things easier. Now, for all he knew, the basilisk might already be wandering inside Hogwarts Heights, looking for its first victim after so many years. Only waiting for an order from the holder of the diary to attack. Ethan tried to look for any more traces in the bathroom, using his Third Eye of Destruction, but too many people had come in for him to find any clues. Maybe if he had known who he was looking for he might have found a clue, but the identity of the possessor of the Horcrux was unknown. But right as he was about to give up, he heard the door being opened. Ethan whipped his head around, staring at the door, yet he saw nothing. His Third Eye of Destruction was still opened, yet he still saw nothing. It was exactly the fact that he did not see anything that alarmed him though. The Third Eye of Destruction was an extremely potent spell, and had that door been opened by magic, he would have seen traces of that magic. Since he did not, then it could only mean one thing. Whipping up his wand, Ethan cast a spell. Flipendo. The red light burst as it hit what seemed to be empty air, but mere air would not have stopped the spell. A red-haired girl suddenly appeared at the end of the room, the spell hitting her and sending her flying. Ethan could not tell how she had been invisible before this, but what his third eye destruction did catch was the potent source of magic that was the diary in her hands. L'art ascendere. This was one of the second-year charms, and it would shoot up anything it hit into the air. Ethan aimed it at the diary, aiming to take it away from Ginny, but she drew out her own wand, canceling Ethan's spell with a wordless swipe. She was not done with this though, as her eyes turned glassy, and the tip of her wand turned green. Avada Kedavra. Fortunately, before she could finish, Miyuki appeared next to her, her body turning the size of a bear as she slammed into Ginny. The fragile UN-protected body of the girl was sent flying into the wall, knocked unconscious with a single attack. Meanwhile, Ethan was left with his heart pounding, having almost been faced with the killing curse. It took him several seconds to calm down, as well as Miyuki returning to him, jumping on top of his head as she whispered, "Are you all right?" Ethan took a second to nod, reassuring her, yes, it was just unexpected. He approached the downed girl, first checking for vital signs. She was pale, unnaturally so, but Ethan guessed that had more to do with the diary than Miyuki's attack. Speaking of the diary, Ethan looked down at it, hesitant to pick it up. It was a cursed object after all, and while his mental magic should be good enough to resist the effects of the Horcrux, it could still be dangerous. As he was hesitating, however, a light so bright it felt like he was looking at the sun burst out from the book, momentarily blinding both Ethan and Miyuki. A hint of panic surged within Ethan as he thought he was being attacked. Perhaps cursed by the book, so he instantly activated his third eye of destruction. Using the third eye of destruction while being blinded made for quite the strange sight. But the Horcrux was such a strong source of magic that Ethan could easily follow it. And contrary to his fears, the diary did not attack him. Instead, it sent itself flying out of the room, and before Ethan could do anything, it flew over the railing, falling to the bottom of the grand staircase. Chapter 100. Once Ethan's vision returned to him, he cast a glance at the unconscious Weasley girl, and to the outside. Feeling torn, he should run after the book, but he could not just leave Ginny alone here. "Stay here, I'm faster anyway." Miyuki did not leave him a chance to argue as she leapt off the ground, rapidly vanishing out of sight as she chased after the book, leaving Ethan alone with Ginny. Ethan thought about what to do for a moment before stepping out of the room. Brandy. Shing his wand out as he exclaimed loudly, "Lumos Maxima." Lumos was a first-year spell, and among the first ones he had learned. As for Lumos Maxima, it was technically not within the Hogwarts curriculum. But that was because adding Maxima to a spell was simply a way to reinforce said spell. So, a blinding light was shot out of Ethan's wand, illuminating his surroundings and standing out sharply in the darkness of the night. If there was anyone in the grand staircase, patrolling for students breaking curfew, then surely they would see it. And sure enough, as Ethan returned to Ginny, watching over her unconscious form, unable to really do anything as he did not know any healing or diagnosis magic, the cold and stern voice of his head of house sounded out behind him, alone with an unconscious girl in the girls' bathroom. A misunderstanding would easily arise. Ethan looked at Snape, and said, "This is a grave matter, Professor. I was returning from Professor Dumbledore's office when I was attacked by her." Snape looked at Ginny, easily recognizing her as he said, "What could a first-year girl who barely started learning magic do to warrant getting several of her bones broken? I doubt even her older brothers would represent much of a danger to you, Mr. Grindelwald." Broken bones. That toss from Miyuki had looked effortless. "She nearly used the killing curse on me, sir." Snape's gaze sharpened as his voice tensed. "You clearly did not inherit your grandfather's talent in persuasion." Ethan ignored the slight, Avada Kedavra. "And a green light. I'm sure of it. And it would not have been a weak one either. It would have been a deadly one, as it was not really Ginny who was casting it. Most people believed that the killing curse would always kill on impact, and while that was true when properly cast, it was a very complex curse that not just anyone could pull off. Ethan had not been taught much about it or the other two unforgivable curses, for obvious reasons, but he still knew the basics. And for the killing curse, not only did one need to master the spell itself, but for it to have any effect, a strong killing intent also had to be accompanied. So even if A.C. Hild like Ginny were to somehow be able to pull off the killing curse, it would at most tickle whoever she hit, because she would be unable to truly want them dead. Snape's face remained stern as he stayed silent, obviously waiting for Ethan to explain. A diary of some kind. It looked old, but it was filled with a particularly potent magic. Dark magic, and I think it was controlling Weasley, even possessing her for a moment. I think it was cursed. Snape crouched down next to Ginny, and mumbled an incantation Ethan did not know, Inventor Molly's. A subtle white light shone at the tip of his wand, remaining for a few seconds before disappearing. Snape asked, "Where is that cursed book then?" "It blinded me with a potent light charm, and flew over the railing on its own. Miyuki has gone to search for it." "Miyuki, that's your kitsune, isn't it?" Ethan nodded, and Snape flicked his wand, levitating Ginny off the ground. Seeing this, Ethan decided to add, "There is also something wrong with this room." Snape stopped, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Is that why you were here?" The second-floor girls' bathroom is hardly close to either the headmaster's office or the Slytherin common room. Passing by here would prove to be a major deviation and loss of time. Having already decided to share everything beforehand, Ethan nodded again. "The book led Ginny here. She was clearly shocked to see me here. I also found something in this room. It should be a secret passage of some kind. I believe Headmaster Dumbledore and the other head of houses should be warned about this incident, before it turns into something similar to last year." Ethan realized he was getting himself carried away as he tried to convince Snape of investigating the matter, to take it seriously. Snape's eye never left Ethan as he remarked calmly, "As perspicacious as always, Mr. Grindelwald. You unearthed the plot of Holderbaum last year, and now you found another. Some would be eager to call you fame-hungry. Others would wonder how you came to somehow make these discoveries. I was not the only one to make these discoveries. It was simply that the others kept it to themselves, thinking they could solve everything by themselves." This finally got a reaction out of Snape, who snorted, "The Potters and their posse, they certainly think themselves better than everyone else." At that moment, Miyuki flickered back into the room, returning to the top of Ethan's head, growling quietly. Obviously, she had not gotten the book. Snape still said, "So you failed to get the book." Miyuki's growling intensified as she looked at Snape, but he looked back unimpressed, which was understandable, since Snape had a fair share of knowledge on dangerous magical beasts. After all, everyone knew that Snape wanted the defense against the dark arts post, and aspiring to such a thing with no actual skill in the subject would be foolish. Something that Snape was not. "So we have a cursed book on the loose, a possible secret passage to the school. A Weasley girl with several broken bones, and you in the middle of it all. Again. How tedious." Ethan smiled ruefully, and Snape added snappily, "You will have questions to answer, Grindelwald. May I go back to my room?" Snape's eyes flickered for a moment, before he nodded. He did follow up with a warning, "However, you will first come with me to the infirmary. Before I personally bring you back to your common room. No detours this time, and do not speak of this to other students. The last thing we need is a panic among students." Chapter 101. Ethan had been surprised by Snape's willingness to let him return to his room for the night. He had thought the professor would have had questions for him, and he had already prepared for a night filled with interrogations. Not that he had any complaints. He was up early the next morning, because he actually had something to do. Walking into the common room illuminated by the greenish tint of the Great Lake, Ethan easily spotted Theodore and Tracy, since they were the only two inside. They sat in front of the silver fire, Theodore looking as tired as ever, and Tracy energetic despite the early hour. Ethan sat down next to them, shaking a little from the morning cold as he asked, "Daphne isn't here yet?" "I'd figure she would not sleep all night from sheer excitement." Theodore groaned, and left his response at that. Fortunately, Tracy was there to translate. She already left to train early. She wanted to make sure she was ready to perform. Indeed, today was quite the important day as it was the awaited Quidditch trials. More precisely, the Slytherin trials today. Daphne was a passionate Quidditch enthusiast, and had it not been for the fact that it was not customary for first years to join the Quidditch team, she would have tried to join the team the year before. Ethan himself cared very little for the sport. In his opinion, it was a dumb sport with nonsensical rules. In most games, he felt like the only players that even mattered were the Seekers. The game would only end once the golden snitch had been caught after all, or when mutual consent was found between the two opposing captains, but that never happened. So Quidditch games could go on for days. Actually, it was not even that uncommon of an occurrence. In essence, Quidditch was only a sport that had been turned into a weird one because everything wizards did had to be weird. In Britain, at least. Ethan heard there was another version of the sport in the US that was supposedly more interesting, but Ethan hardly believed it would matter. Today was not about him though. The three of them first stopped by the Great Hall since the trials would only start at 7 a.m., so they had some time for breakfast. As they were eating silently however, a first-year Slytherin, Eva Travers, approached them. She stopped next to Ethan, looking at him expectantly as she asked, "May I sit with you?" Despite feeling sluggish from how early it was, Ethan still had the same intensity as always as he looked back at the red-eyed girl. He could also see Tracy making weird faces to try to tease him from his peripheral vision. Seeing no reason to humiliate the girl by refusing, he shrugged, "You're free to sit wherever you want." Eva smiled, sitting down next to Ethan contently. She did not grab any food right away, but looked over Ethan instead, at Theodore. She nodded reservedly, saying, "Not." Theodore nodded back passively, "Travers." Ethan and Tracy still caught onto something though. They knew each other. It was Tracy who asked the obvious. "You two know each other?" "You never said anything." If it had been anyone else uttering these words, Ethan would have believed they would have been embarrassed by the revelation. Having been making fun of Eva privately, Tracy clearly did not care at the apparent connection between Eva and Theodore though, being more curious than anything. Not that Tracy had ever said anything really bad or offensive. It was teasing, and it was not directed at Eva, but at Ethan for having a groupie. Theodore mumbled something inaudible while writing something down in his book. Miraculously, Eva seemed to be able to understand him as she clarified, "Most children from important families know each other. We met at a few birthdays, and balls as well. By the way, Greengrass is not with you." They knew each other, but they were obviously not close. Only close friends would be on a first-name basis, such as Ethan with Tracy, Daphne and Theodore. Seeing neither Theodore nor Tracy were inclined to answer, Ethan said, "She will be taking part in the Quidditch trials this morning, so she went ahead to prepare for those. I was about to go watch the trials myself. Do you want to go together?" Ethan sent a look at his friends, but only received a shrug and a cheeky smile, so he nodded, "Sure." Eva looked over the moon at that, and finally picked her breakfast. She first got a cup of tea, before looking around for a while, and finally picking a croissant. Hogwarts. Meals borrowed from nearly every culture in the world. Without Ethan having to ask anything, she said, "I have cousins in France. And I absolutely fell in love with their cuisine. Did you ever go to France?" The question was actually not solely directed at Ethan, but to everyone. Theodore answered this one aloud, "Once. It was barintoing with a knife. The only time I left England was with Ethan this summer, in Egypt. Never went to France, no. Oh, I could make you visit, if you're ever interested." Then chose to not say anything in response to that. That did not deter the girl though as she asked, "And what's your favorite Quidditch team?" "Mine are the Magpies." "I know, not very original, everyone likes them, but I just love the team. Plus I do come from Scotland." Ethan looked at his two friends in confusion, not really sure of what to say. "I don't really follow Quidditch. But I'm sure the Magpies are a cool team." Tracy added unhelpfully, "He thinks Quidditch is dumb." Ethan glared at her, but once again, Eva was not bothered, even chirping up, "I know, right? Sometimes, it feels like some random person just came up with a bunch of confusing rules to appear quirky." This time, all three friends looked at Eva in surprise, truly not expecting such a response. Seeing this only seemed to make Eva happier as she added, "But I think that's the fun of it. Flying around, Thinking what they do matters, it's hilarious. Alright, maybe was a little weird. Still, in the end, she accompanied them as they headed for the Quidditch Stadium, where the trials would be taking place. There were a few Slytherin students already in the stands, either those who would be taking part in the trials or their friends there to watch. Yet, Daphne was nowhere to be seen. Soon, the Quidditch team, led by the sixth-year captain Marcus Flint, arrived on the field. Malfoy, who was near Ethan's group, cocked an eyebrow at them, asking, "What's up with Greengrass?" She chickened out. If he had been in his normal state of mind, Ethan would have heard the hint of curiosity and worry in Draco Malfoy's voice. However, he was way too worried about Daphne himself to hear it, prompting him to get up abruptly, snapping back, "Shut your trap, Malfoy." After that, Ethan stormed off the bleachers, heading back for the castle. His friends following along, though curious themselves. They did not know about the book, or the possible king of serpents roaming the curious. Alas, as he approached the school's entrance, he spotted a crowd there. Making his way through them, he found his fears realized. There, right at the entrance of the school, hung at the raised portcullis by her hood, was Daphne, her expression petrified in fear. Next to her, on the wall, the following words were written with what seemed to be blood. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the Heir, beware." Chapter 102. As he arrived on the scene, everyone turned to look at Ethan, something he did not even notice. It was not because they wanted to see his reaction. Instead, it was because the moment he spotted his friend, his first instinct had been to extend his mind towards her, to assert her state. It was faint, but Ethan felt something from her. It was very strange, like her mind was in a state of suspended animation. Completely frozen in time, or nearly so, as he could still feel a sliver of consciousness deep within. He could hardly dig in any deeper, however, as the frozen part of her mind felt extremely brittle. As if a single touch would be enough to break it into 1,000 pieces. Still, knowing that she had been petrified, instead of killed, relieved him. But with that relief also came guilt and anger. A lot of anger. It was precisely this volatile anger that was felt by everyone around him as Ethan unconsciously forced it down on all of their minds. With how strong his mind was, one did not need to be a legilimens or even learned in the mind arts to feel it. "Ethan, Theodore, calm down. You're scaring people." Fortunately, Tracy was there to wake him up as he felt a fair but surprising strong hand land on his shoulder. Looking at his friends, he noticed that Theodore's own expression had turned frosty, his hands shaking ever so slightly. His eyes, normally half closed, were wide opened. The rage behind them obvious. He took a moment longer to wake up from it, as Tracy's grip had become strong enough to turn painful, forcing him to listen. At the same time, Miyuki telepathically spoke to Ethan. "Being emotional won't bring us anything. We need to find who this heir is. It should be easy. Daphne did not have many enemies." Ethan took a deep breath, retracting his mind entirely and cooling it down. At the same time, a group of professors reached the scene, making their way through the crowd. They were the astronomy and Muggle studies professors, Aurora Sinestra and Charity Babbling. Their expressions were grave as they looked at the petrified student, and it was only after a quick inspecting spell that their faces relaxed a little. Ethan noticed a meaningful glance coming from his astronomy professor, however, which he guessed meant she knew about the events of the night before, and probably believed that this had to do with it. The glance was quick though, and Professor Sinestra addressed the crowd with her usual stern voice. "All students are to exit the premises immediately, and head to the Great Hall. Move as groups." Professor Sinestra was a stern teacher. Some would argue even more so than McGonagall, as she was easily the one who gave students the most homework and tolerated failure to hand them in the least. So no one wanted to be left behind and stand out as they quickly shuffled inside the castle. At the same time, Sinestra said to her fellow professor, Professor Babbling, "Please warn the students outside the castle, starting with the Quidditch Stadium." "While I deal with Miss Greengrass." The Muggle Studies teacher nodded and ran off, while Professor Sinestra carefully lifted Daphne. Seeing Ethan was still standing there, along with his friends, she added, "I said. To the Great Hall. Do not even think of doing anything foolish, you would only be endangering yourselves in the investigation. Go, now." Though reluctant, Ethan knew she was right. They walked to the Great Hall, which was fortunately not very crowded. It was still very early after all, and it was a Sunday as well, so most students were still asleep. Ethan and his friends had only been awake to support Daphne in the Quidditch trials. There were not many professors up either, or they were already busy looking for the culprit and any other students. But even with only McGonagall in the Great Hall, the students knew they were safe. In the end, even as the last students were brought to the Great Hall, there were less than 30 of them. Then, the students were all ushered back to their common rooms, led by professors and prefects. Once in the Slytherin common room, Ethan realized that most of the other students had already been waken up, and were waiting for them as they were bombarded with questions by their fellow students who had been sleeping. Except for Ethan, Tracy and Theodore, that is. They were Slytherins after all, they knew better than to ask insensitive questions. Everyone already knew by now that something had happened to Daphne, although not what exactly. Ethan ended up retreating to his room, not really wanting to deal with anyone else right now. And although he tried to put his head into something productive by working on his runes, his mind was not so easily settled. He came to a realization: things always went to shit with him. Some things had just been outside of his control, of course, such as the trip in Japan or even the one in Egypt. But then, there were also other incidents where he was directly responsible. Last year, Ethan had made the conscious decision not to intervene with the whole situation concerning the dragon egg, and that had led to Hagrid dying. And even the situation with Quirrell could have been altered if Ethan had been more decisive. He might have been able to save his teacher. So he had decided to change things up for this year and be as proactive as possible, yet it had backfired tremendously. Not only was the diary no longer in Ginny's hands, and in someone else's, but it also was now wary of him. Revengeful, even. Ethan did not believe that the attack on Daphne was random, one of the original victims. Not one that he remembered at least, but she also did not abide by the still unrevealed goal of the heir of Slytherin, to eliminate mudbloods from Hogwarts. A pureblood like Daphne Greengrass should have never been attacked by the heir. The only reason for her to be attacked would be either that the attack was completely random, something Ethan very strongly doubted, or that there was another reason to attack her. Namely to attack Ethan here. Now, not only had Ethan caused his friend to be attacked and petrified, but the situation that had been somewhat under control had suddenly escalated and turned extremely chaotic all of a sudden. He had told the professors about the passage to the chamber, and this one he was sure of. How could the basilisk ever manage to add a student if the professors knew of the chamber's passage? Only a night had passed since he signaled it to them, so Ethan did not expect them to have raided it already, but considering an evil book had tried to lead a student to it, they at the very least should have kept it under watch. So what could have happened for the basilisk to come out of the chamber and attack? Had Ethan been wronged by his foreknowledge and that sink did not lead to the Chamber of Secrets? Was the basilisk already wandering in the sewer system and simply had not returned to the chamber? Or had something happened to whomever had been sent to watch the chamber? Ethan knew that he would not be getting any answers to these questions from his professors though. He was just a student in the end, and telling him more would be endangering him. They had already seen the effects of involving a student in an investigation led to last year, so they most certainly would not be making the same mistake this year. In other words, there was only one way for Ethan to get his answers, and that was to go check on the Chamber of Secrets himself. Chapter 103. Ethan draped a black cape over himself, and for a moment, he seemed to blend into the darkness, becoming almost impossible to see. This was an experimental product Ethan had been working on over the summer, and while it was not quite up to his standards, it still worked pretty well. He had wanted to make an invisibility cloak, but that was easier said than done. Of course, he was not aiming for something at the level of Harry and Cassia's invisibility cloak, that was a deathly hallow. But a lesser version would do for him. Standard invisibility cloaks had the ability to make anything under it invisible. This was already quite the powerful enchantment, so, although the cloak would lose its enchantment over time, it was already incredibly complex. As for the Potter's, or rather the Peverell's cloak, Ethan was not sure about what made it so special, although he had theories. Obviously, One major difference was that the enchantment was permanent, but that was not enough to stand on the same level as the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone, the other two Deathly Hallows. If he had to guess, the cloak was capable of hiding more than light, but that was pure speculation. In any case, an invisibility cloak was the type of item that only the very best enchanters could produce. And not only was Ethan not so sure he was skilled enough to create an invisibility cloak with the right instructions, he did not even have those. He could have asked his mother. But he also wanted to set a challenge for himself, hence why he chose to go at it from scratch. Slowly experimenting with it, the results were the black cape he wore. He called it a shadow cape. It was quite different from an invisibility cloak in the way it worked, but in terms of effects, it was pretty close. Light reflection was too hard to grasp for Ethan at the moment, so instead went for shadow manipulation. When worn, the cape would attract the surrounding shadows and cover the wearer with them, not quite turning them invisible, but much harder to see, especially at night. Of course, in the middle of the day, it made the wearer more inconspicuous than anything, but even then it had its uses as it still did a wonderful job in hiding the identity of the wearer. So, under the cover of the shadows, Ethan left the Slytherin common room, moving through the castle quickly. He spotted several figures on his way, some prefects, others professors, all patrolling the castle. They were all some distance away, so they did not notice the anomaly that was Ethan's shadowed figure. Eventually, he reached the girls' bathroom, which was completely empty. There were no signs of damage or tempering, the room looking the exact same as it did the last time Ethan was there. Still, he took the time to look around the bathroom, using the third eye of destruction to look for any danger or observer, but he found nothing. Not even a single magical remnant around the sink marked by a snake, which he had pointed out to Snape the day before. Ethan was already too angry to think about what this could mean, and simply concluded that the professors had wantonly ignored his warning, which only served to fuel his anger. Arriving before the sink, Miyuki jumped down from Ethan's shoulder and started tinkering with the sink. Followed by Ethan, he was already ready and expecting to have to resort to blasting the entrance open. After all, a seal placed by Salazar Slytherin should be extremely complex. Yet, much to his surprise, the enchantment on the sink was astonishingly simple. If anything, it felt like it had been set down by a student, rather than one of the legendary four founders of Hogwarts. It was pretty good, but the main function of the enchantment was to hide the entrance, rather than seal it. Of course, there was still a secondary function exactly for that purpose, but it took Ethan less than a minute to crack it open. The moment he did, the sink shifted back and started sinking, pushing the surrounding sinks as well as a large pipe was soon revealed. It was completely dark, and seemed to lead into the depths of the castle. Ethan did not hesitate for 1 second before he stepped in, Miyuki jumping back on his shoulder. Lighting up his surroundings with a lighting charm, Ethan found himself going through a series of tunnels. They smelled putrid and full of humidity, and he would often spot rats scurrying away from him. It almost felt like he had entered a maze. But with the help of the third eye of destruction, Ethan was able to follow the relatively fresh tracks of the basilisk to make his way through it. Finally, Ethan reached the end of the tunnels, and arrived in a large, damp cavern. Water dripped down from crystal stalactites above, glowing with a faint greenish light. Ethan kept his lumos on nonetheless, as his eyes were drawn to something else. There, coiled against one of the walls of the cavern, was a gigantic figure. Ethan's heart skipped a beat at the sight, and he felt Miyuki tense on his shoulder. It was a serpent, easily 10 meters long, maybe more. Fortunately, it was not the beast itself, but a shed instead. Still, the green scales the beast had left behind possessed a venomous green luster. Ethan had already imagined facing the beast several times in his mind. But now that he was finally getting a sense of its sheer size with his own eyes, he could not help but feel trepidation. Its size alone would already make it a devastating monster, and adding onto that its deadly glare and potent venom, it truly was one of the most dangerous beasts in the world, one Ethan did not have any hope of defeating in a straight fight. Still, Ethan did not turn tails. He was on a mission, and he would not be deterred. This would not be the first time he faced a monster above his weight class. And like all those other times, he had Miyuki with him. He advanced deeper into the cavern, until he reached the end of it. All of a sudden, the natural cavern led to a clearly man-made solid wall. On it were carved two entwined serpents, their eyes pairs of embedded emeralds. This was the true entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. However, as Ethan took a step towards it, he suddenly felt a chill as a reheim from a corner of the cave. Reacting purely out of instinct, Ethan transfigured the ground next to him, blocking the spell with a large stone spike that easily stopped the spell. At the same time, Ethan's lighting charm was naturally deactivated as Ethan completely lost his focus on the spell, and the room was thrown into complete darkness. There were no more crystal stalactites in this part of the cavern, meaning there were no light sources left. That should have handicapped them both as much as each other, yet Ethan saw another spell being fired at him, very accurately. It hit the stone spike he had raised, shattering it. NTO 1,000 pieces as another spell came for him. Chapter 104. Ethan barely dodged the spell as he activated the third eye of destruction, and a couple of sources of magic appeared in his sight. One came from the door, and the other from his adversary. The first thing he noticed was that they were small, shorter than him. It had to be a young student, one around his age. Maybe a first year, or a third year at most. Whichever it was, they certainly should not have this level of skill, meaning he was most likely facing the new holder of the cursed diary. As he whipped his wand at his opponent, he cast a first spell, Flipendo. The red spell instantly reached the small figure, only to be bounced off a shield. That magical shield had been cast so perfectly that Ethan barely even saw it with his third eye of destruction. As it only appeared for a moment, just long enough to redirect Ethan's spell, before immediately following with another spell of his own. Ethan was forced to throw himself to the ground to dodge it, while Miyuki leapt at the enemy, while releasing her illusory mist. At the same time, Ethan manipulated the ground under them, making it rumble in an effort to destabilize them. They still managed to stop Miyuki with a spell, sending her flying back towards Ethan. Ethan was not in much better shape either as the enemy just kept firing one spell after another, so fast that despite having two targets they still outpaced him. Swerving to the side to dodge Miyuki, Ethan tried to fire a spell, when he felt something pull at his foot. The world swirled around, and before he knew it, Ethan found himself upside down, hanging from his foot, with an invisible rope holding him by the foot. Obviously, he had been outmatched in the duel. This was bad news, as it meant DDLE had a strong enough influence over his thrall to completely possess them. Since charms were not doing it, Ethan switched to his greatest strength before the other side could fire another spell, and expanded his mind outwards, directing it at his enemy in an effort to confuse them. It should work especially well against someone being possessed. It did not have the intended effect, however, as all it elicited was a high-pitched, amused chuckle. "How exciting, Mr. Grindelwald." But such an unfocused attack would hardly ever affect someone prepared. Ethan suddenly paused as he heard the voice, and even Miyuki stopped struggling, though she did continue releasing her illusory mist. Professor Flitwick. A strong light appeared in front of Ethan, illuminating the whole cavern but also blinding him for a moment. Rapidly blinking, Ethan cancelled the third eye of destruction, and indeed, standing in front of him was none other than his charms professor, Phileas Flitwick. The charms master laughed good-heartedly, sending both Ethan and Miyuki back on their feet, and said, "Thank you for warming up these old bones, Mr. Grindelwald, and Miss Miyuki." Miyuki's name was more or less known, as Ethan had more than once called her by her name in front of others. Very few knew that she could understand English though, and Flitwick was not among them, so he was most likely being more polite than anything. The mirthful expression on the professor's face quickly faded away however as he said, "You should not be here, Mr. Grindelwald. I am afraid that I am going to need to escort you out of here." Ethan gazed at the entwined serpents, and retorted, "What about this? The monster came out of here. I saw the shed. It is a basilisk, isn't it? We can't just wait outside, we need—" "Enough, Mr. Grindelwald." Flitwick cut him off with an uncharacteristic sharp tone, and added, "While I understand your actions and inquiries come from a concern over your fellow students, which is commendable, you would be most helpful in your room, not here. Leave this to the school to handle." Ethan wanted to say something, but Flitwick shook his head, saying, "Professor Snape will be fetching you." Ace head back to the girls' bathroom and wait for him. Ethan still felt frustrated, but he also saw that it was taking something out of Flitwick to be this dry in his words. It almost went against his nature to be this severe in his words. So, in the end, Ethan ended up nodding silently, and with one final glance towards the entwined snakes, he walked back the way he came. By the time he reached the girls' bathroom, Snape was already there, waiting for him. The moment he stepped out of the pipe, he heard his head of house scold, "As insufferably arrogant as you can be, I believed you to be smarter than this. How disappointing of you." Quote. Ethan looked at him silently, but Snape was not done. Turning around, his robes flowing behind him as he spoke in his usual reserved voice. "Do you think yourself smarter than everyone else? Do you believe yourself to be some sort of chosen one? What could have possibly made you think you were more qualified to handle this problem than the staff?" Ethan pursed his lips, and lowered his head. No quippy response this time. "What did you think? That because it was your friend who was attacked, you had some inherent right to so blatantly break the rules? Or perhaps that you were better suited to handle the situation than us?" Clenching his fists in frustration, Ethan decided to answer this time. "I thought you ignored what I said." Snape slowed down ever so slightly, and looked over his shoulder at Ethan, spitting out spitefully, "You arrogant child. Do you truly believe everyone else to be idiots? Are you truly so insecure that the only way for you to see yourself as the smartest is for others to be this dumb?" Ethan kept quiet, although his palms were turning white from how hard he was clenching his fists. Snape scoffed at Ethan's silence. "Do you understand how stupid what you did was? The heir could have been trying to return to the chamber, and because of you, they now might know there is a trap. And all that for what? Your overblown ego." "I don't have an overblown ego." Snape did not look impressed by Ethan's outburst, but he did let him continue. "Every time in my life I have not acted, people died. So what? Who's to say they would have died without your meddling?" Ethan's voice became hoarser and his spirit naturally burst out of his body as he exclaimed, "I say it. I know it." Snape stopped in his stems, and Ethan realized his mistake. It was too late now, however, as Snape raised a curious eyebrow, and commented, "So you did inherit your grandfather's seer talent. And you judged it wise to keep knowledge of the future to yourself, instead of warning us." Having cooled down a little, Ethan could see that Snape was leading him on. This time, it was consciously that Ethan revealed, "I did tell you about it. Be it Saint Year or yesterday, and it's not so simple. I don't just know who's doing what at all times. It's not how it works." Snape seemed to realize that Ethan had regained control over himself, so he stopped provoking him. Returning to his usual cold persona as he said, "We will be taking care of the heir. If you come across any useful information, do not try to act on your own, because you will only make our work harder, and help the heir. Give it to us instead, preferably to one of the head of houses." The potion master seemed to hesitate for a moment, before he added, "If you really must do something, then do your best to stop the Potters and their posse from interfering with the investigations. Knowing them, they'd want to PCH as you." Chapter 105. Ethan and Tracy sat together in the infirmary, in silence, by Daphne's bedside. She was still in the position she had been in when she had been petrified, untouched by time. Theodore was not with them. He had not even come to see her in the infirmary even once. They knew that did not mean he did not care about what happened though. On the contrary, he was the one who was the most affected out of the three of them. 2 days had passed since the petrification, and not once had he left his room. Who knew what he was doing in there? Ethan himself was still shaken by what had happened, though for different reasons. He felt stuck in between a rock and a hard place, on whether he should be investigating the heir and the beast, or leave it all to the professors. He had already told them everything he knew, but he still felt like he could do more. Snape's warning was still in his mind though. What if he ended up muddying the leads, instead of helping? The thing was, he knew he could not let things go the way they had originally gone. Each petrified victim was a potential death, since they had all mostly been lucky in the original world not to get killed. But what would be even worse would be Dumbledore getting expelled in this timeline as well. That would just leave the heir free rein to do whatever they wanted, and that would have devastating results. Ethan still did not know what the right course of actions was, but he was getting closer to it. He had been going to all of his classes, unlike Theodore, and had been putting 200% effort into them. And that still did not feel like enough. He was learning new spells, and High's personal research on the side in the library was going well too. But all this progress somehow felt useless. Like it amounted to nothing. Obviously, this was not the right way to go. So, something had to be changed. What are you thinking? Ethan kept his gaze lowered at Tracy's question, his decision becoming firmer in his heart as he replied, that it would not sit right with me to just go on with my life as if nothing happened. That's not what they are asking you to do. Just that you shouldn't interfere with the investigation, which is a reasonable request. Ethan smiled slightly. It's fine, I won't be. Somehow I'm struggling to believe you. Obvious. Tracy was not convinced. She looked at him with narrowed eyes, as if to try to look through him. Of course I'm telling the truth. I'll be going to the Forbidden Forest, surely it won't interfere with whatever they are doing. What if whatever did this to Daphne is in the forest? Ethan shrugged, replying honestly, I'm pretty sure it won't be. It would be a shit hiding place, with all the creatures already there. It'd stick out like a sore thumb. Tracy frowned, punching Ethan's shoulder all of a sudden. As he looked at her, his face clearly asking why she did this, she said, you clearly know what petrified her, but you won't tell me. Stop being a dick and say it already. And don't give me some ignorance is bliss bullshit. Also, I'm coming with you in the Forbidden Forest. Raising a curious but mostly amused eyebrow, Ethan pointed out, these sounded an awful lot like affirmations rather than questions. And, why would you even want to come with me in the Forbidden Forest? I'll just go chat with some centaurs about stars. One thing that had been bothering Ethan since this summer was his apparent talent for divination, which seemingly came out of nowhere. It had started in the pyramid, and the third eye of destruction confirmed he did have a talent as a seer, seeing how fast he had been progressing with the spell. It had even been a useful cover with Snape, who now thought his knowledge of the future came from a vision, rather than a past life. Still, Ethan had many questions about this unexplored talent of his. And he needed an expert's opinion on it. He would have approached Professor Trelawney or Professor Sinistra, but he preferred to keep this away from the Hogwarts faculty for now. If Heir learned he was exploring his talents as a seer, they would probably figure out he was doing this to continue investigating in his corner. And even without taking that into account, he would rather have as few people know about his talent as possible. Centaurs were notoriously hard to interact with, and he doubted they would blabber off to anyone about him. Actually, he did not even know if he would be able to speak to them himself. But he had to try. Meanwhile, Tracy warned, first off, going to see the centaurs is dumb. They are mostly unfriendly towards humans. Also, you still haven't told me what petrified Daphne. Ethan stretched his back against his chair, which had gotten stiff from sitting for too long, and got up, revealing it was a basilisk. The king of serpents, scales as tough as a dragon's, unmatched venom, can kill with a glare, and if you look at it through a reflection, you get petrified instead, which is what happened to Daphne. All in all, one of the most dangerous magical beasts in the world. I'd rather fight a dragon than a basilisk. Why do I feel like you want to kill it then? Don't you realize it is suicide? Ethan stopped in his tracks, and breathed out, but did not say anything. Simply because he had nothing to say. Of course he knew it was dangerous. In reality, Harry had only ever managed to kill one in the original timeline because he had the help of a phoenix, who happened to be immune to the death glare of the beast, and gouged out its eyes, but also had the Sword of Gryffindor, an artifact several centuries old capable of cutting through pretty much anything. Ethan doubted he would get this lucky. He did have some weapons of his own, such as his fire dagger, and he could also count on Miyuki's help, but he doubted they would win against it. Despite knowing that, he just could not sit still. What am I saying? Of course you do. And you enjoy that. You just can't help yourself, can you? Ethan would have felt offended, had it been anyone other than Tracy saying this. Instead, he scoffed, I don't love it. As a matter of fact, I hate it. I assure you, if I could get 7 years of uninterrupted magical schooling, I'd take it over this any day. Why do you keep chasing after the bad guy then? It was the same last year. And in Egypt. And why do you always rush at it alone? I know you're smarter than this. Ethan looked at Tracy, who was looking at him with a serious expression, before his gaze turned to Daphne. Sighing, he said, "This is why I do this. Because when I don't, people get hurt. And yes, I know, I can't carry the world on my shoulders. But I can't just ignore it either, can I?" He was expecting Tracy to argue with him, to pull out the same arguments as Snape had given him, yet to his surprise, she nodded. "I get it. If you warn someone about what you know, or take them with you, you feel like it would be your fault if something happened to them. Master Nefertari says you're being stupid, but I get it.